Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. In today's video, I'll be teaching you how to build a fintech crypto app, and we'll be doing this together step by step. So if you're a beginner, if you're an expert or a pro, you definitely learn a lot from this video. Without wasting much of your time, let's see what we'll be building today. So right here on my home screen, we have up to 5 screens right here. And on my home screen, it contains a brief information about the logged in user and also the coins we're getting from the API. And these are dynamic. You'll be able to upload your picture, create an account, log in, and also edit your information. So it is going to be a full stack crypto app. So moving on, you have the individual coins right here. You have Bitcoin, Ethereum, Theta, and the likes. And if you click on each coin, even before clicking, you're going to see the current price of that coin currently. As you can see, 61,000 for Bitcoin, and also how much it has gained in the past few minutes or so. So if you click on Bitcoin, you're going to be able to see the price change right here. As you can see, it changed. So this API is live and you're going to get the real-time data for the coin you are selecting. Also, you're going to see the chart right here indicating the highs and lows of the particular coin and also other information as well here. So if you go back, we work the same for other coins as well. Click on Ethereum. You're going to see the details about the coin, $2,000 for Ethereum. Going back, you're going to be able to see a lot more coins right here. Clicking them, you're going to see more details about them. If you go back and go to the market, you're going to see all the coins as we're getting them from the API. You're going to see a whole lot of coins right here. But to be able to narrow it down, the market section or the market screen will tell you the coins that gained so much in the past few minutes and the coins that lost a lot in the past few minutes. As you can see right here, that's that about the market screen. Moving on to the search screen, if you have a specific coin in mind you want to search for, let's say I want to search for Bitcoin, I can just say Bitcoin, and it's going to load and fetch all coin that has Bitcoin included in its name. So you can see right here, Bitcoin Cash. Clicking that, you see the full details about the coin and also chart including the price and the all-time high as well. So going back, you're going to be able to do a lot with the search screen, and going to the news section, which is one of the most interesting parts. You can read about news regarding any cryptocurrency news in the world. Moving on to the profile screen, which is the dynamic part, you're going to see your profile picture right here and also the name. Editing my profile, you'll be able to edit your profile name and also some of the informations that we added there. You can also upload your picture and do several things in the edit profile, and you'll be able to save, and this information will be saved live on the database we will be using. So moving on, you can also log out. Logging out will take you to the default screen where you can log in or register as a user. So I'm just going to click on log out, and logging out is going to take me to the initial app screen, and it's going to say welcome back Olivia. You can change this to welcome back user if you want, and you can say okay, I want to log in. Then if you want to log in, you can input your information. Or if you want to register as a new user, you can register, and this works like a full stack mobile app. So right here, I'm just going to log in with the email that I used to sign it up. So I'm going to say john@gmail.com, and I'm going to tap my password right here and click on login. Fingers crossed, I'll be taken to the home screen, and you can see the iOS simulator suggesting to save my password, and I'm going to say not now, don't save my password. So ladies and gentlemen, this is the full stack app we will be building together today. I hope you're pumped watching the demo and you want to learn how to build this cool React Native app. If you're interested, then stick throughout the entire video because I have more tips than you can ever imagine on building this. Without further delay, let's jump into building this. See you there. All right. So first things first, let's open the IDE that we'll be using to write all our code, and that is Visual Studio Code. So if you don't have this, just go to Google, download Visual Studio Code, and this is what the home screen would look like. So to start installing all the packages to run our app, we're going to first head to the terminal. Then we're going to click on New Terminal. And you can see right here, I'm in my root folder on my Mac right here. I'm just going to cd into desktop so I can install everything I need to install on my desktop and see it. So I'm just going to head back to my Chrome. And the first thing we're going to install is Expo itself. And if you head over to docs.expo.dev, you're going to be able to see this quick start right here. And it says on the terminal, just install your Expo using this command right here. So I'm just going to click on copy, then head back to my Visual Studio Code and paste this code right here, or this command right here. Click on enter, and this is going to install Expo on my desktop and also ask some questions. And it says right here, okay to proceed. I'm going to type Y, click on enter. So right now it is trying to install Expo. And the next question, it says, what is your app named? And I'm going to name my app Fintech App, or I will just say Fintech Crypto App. And I can as well change this to a capital letter. So click on enter, and this is my file name, and I can see this directly on my desktop after it has finished installing. So just give this a couple of seconds, and this is going to install Expo and all the files you need to start an Expo app. So while this is installing, I'm just going to come back to it in a couple of seconds because this might take a while before it installs, and it depends on your internet connection. If it is really fast, you have no issues, it's going to install pretty quick. So I'll be back to this. Okay, now that I'm back, you can see we have our package installed. It added 1,523 packages just for Expo and React Native alone. And as you can see, your project is ready. And to run your project, all you have to do is go cd. I'm going to type Fintech Crypto App. And the next step is basically to run npm run iOS if I want to open it on an iOS simulator, or run Android, or run web. But before I even power up my simulator, I want to install all the frameworks or packages I need to make this crypto fintech app a success. Because if I start my app right now, I'll have to come back and stop the server every now and then after I install a package. And I don't want that experience to be such. So I want to first install all my packages, and I'll head back to my Chrome right here. I've installed Expo, and I can close that right away. So the next one I'll be installing is Native Wind, which is basically the package that lets us use Tailwind CSS as a styling in our React Native app. And the first stage is installing Expo app. I've done that, and I've seeded into my app as well. So the instruction says I need to install both Native Wind and Tailwind CSS. So I'm just going to copy this and head back to my terminal. I'm just going to paste this, install this, and please make sure you are exactly inside the Fintech Crypto app so that you'll be installing at the right folder. So while this is installing, let's head back to our Chrome. I'm just going to copy these as well. I'm just going to head back to my Visual Studio Code. As you can see, this is also ready. So I'm just going to paste my command right here. And as you can see, I want to install. Let me bring this up a little bit. Or rather, let me just bring it back. So I want to install Tailwind CSS, but I want to install a specific version. If you want the latest Tailwind CSS, I think that was around 3.4 as at when I'm recording this video. you're going to need to install Native Wind a separate way. But if you want to install Tailwind CSS 3.3.2, you need to install it as a dev dependencies. So I'm just going to click on enter, and this is also going to install Tailwind CSS. So next up, I'm going to have to do some configurations right here, and it says run npx tailwind css init, and this creates this config file for us. Now let me check the progress of this. As you can see, this has been installed, and if I go to my file here, I may not see anything. That's all right. All I have to do is just bring this right here, collapse this, and as you can see, this is my Crypto Fintech app, and all I have to do is just drag that in my VS Code right here. So that way I'll be able to install all the necessary Tailwind CSS files directly in my root right here. And just to catch a glimpse of what we've installed so far, I'm just going to go into my package.json, and as you can see, this is what I've installed so far: Expo, React Native Navigation, Expo Font, Expo Router, Splash Screen, and the likes. Also, you're going to see Tailwind CSS right here as a dev dependency, and also TypeScript. So you have a knowledge of what we've installed so far. So I'm going to go ahead and initialize Tailwind CSS, and you're going to see that in my root folder right here. So I'm going to open up my new terminal back, and this you don't need to cd into FullStack Crypto App anymore, because once I drag the folder inside of this, it just automatically sets the path as this. So next up, I'm going to head back to my Chrome, and I'm going to set up the tailwind.config, and also I'm just going to copy this. I'm going to head back to my terminal, and I'm going to paste this, click on enter. You see a config file created right here. As you can see, tailwind.config.js. So head back to your Chrome, and the instruction here says you have to copy this content, remove this content, which is an empty array, and replace it with this. So I'm just going to copy this, head back to my config.js, and it says I should replace this with what I just copied. And luckily, I can also change some things here. As you can see in my app, I have some file and folders here. Don't worry about that. And in this content, I want to replace this custom directory with what I'm going to call app. As you can see right here inside of my file folder structure. So after doing that, let me head back to my instructions right here, and it says preset. Make sure you add the plugins to it as well. So I'm just going to copy this, head back to my terminal, and I'm just going to head back to my babel.config.js, and I'm just going to put that right here. So this is how you make Tailwind CSS works in your React Native mobile app. So head back to the Chrome, and as you can see, that's it. You can start testing your Tailwind CSS in your code. So moving on, this is all we need to do for Tailwind CSS to work in our mobile app. So I'm just going to close this. And next up is React Navigation, and all we have to do is install React Navigation Native. And let me just copy that, and let me first check if that has not been installed automatically for us by Expo. And as you can see, it has already been installed. No need to install that again. So let's just head back to this, and all I have to do is install this as well. Installing dependencies into an Expo managed project. So this just makes us work in a safe area when building our app. You don't want your app to exceed a certain height and covers the battery or the network tab on your phone. So these are the dependencies that will help us undo all of that. So I'm just going to head back into my terminal. I'm going to paste this, and let me check if that has not been installed for us automatically by Expo. And as you can see, it does as well. So no point installing this. So I'm just going to clear that. So head back to my Chrome and let me see if we need to install anything again. I don't think so for now. All right, on the left side of things, I'll have to go to my navigator. On my stack, I can see I need this stack in my app. All I have to do is do what? Copy this, then head back to my code and say, okay, I want to install this, which is the stack navigation. So moving on, I'm going to install the React Native gesture handler as well. Let me just check if that has been installed for us automatically by Expo. As you can see, it's right here. You need to install that again. So let me just head back to my browser. And I believe that is all I need to install for now. And this is how to use the Stack Navigator. List out all your screens and you can just have them layered in stacks. So the next thing I have to do is native stack. And this is going to help me create some native stack in my app. So all I have to do is do copy and head back to my terminal. And I'm going to paste this right here. So while this is installing, I'm going to head back to my browser. And as you can see, this is how to use that directly. You don't need to install any other thing. So I'm going to head back to my bottom tab. And the bottom tab, just from the name, this is what it does. And I have to just copy this, head back to my terminal, paste this, and install it. And you're going to see the progress of everything you are installing so far. As you can see right here, React Native. So while this is installing, I'm just going to head back to my browser again, and you can see how we can use that. I believe that is all regarding navigation. If we have any other things to install, we can always come back and check the documentation and install other things. So I'm just going to close this. And the next thing I want to install is Expo Vector icons, which is basically, as the name indicates, icons in your mobile app. And I'm just going to copy this. I believe Expo should have installed this for us automatically. Let me just check once again. Expo fonts, good. And you can see the version number 12.0.4. So head back to my browser and you can see, close this. And the next one I have to install is React Native async storage. So all I have to do is, even before doing that, I'll have to use Expo Superbase in my app, which is used for handling the authentication, the database and all. And you can find out in this guide, expo.dev, docs.expo.dev guide / using Superbase. And this is what I'm going to use to handle authentication database, like I said before. And to do that, all I have to do is install Superbase, React Native async storage, which we have here. So I don't need to install this anymore. I can just close it because this is going to install everything for me. And also the last thing is React Native URL polyfill, which I'm going to be explaining pretty soon. So I'm just going to copy that, head back to my terminal. I'm just going to put this right here and install that as well. While that is installing, I'm going to head back to my Chrome. So this is the basic way to use Superbase in your project. As you can see, the tools that we install, this is what they all do right here. And as you can see, the setup, we're going to be doing this later. So I'm just going to close that. And the next one I have to do is installing FullStack React Query. This is used for fetching the data in our mobile app. As you know, our mobile app will be fetching news, the crypto prices and all. We need a reliable API fetcher to pull all this data and also catch it. FullStack Query is the app or the framework for that. So I'm just going to copy this, head back to my terminal. I'm just going to paste these right here. So while that is installing, you can see the progress as well. FullStack React Query, it has been installed. So next up, I'm going to head back to my browser. We have a lot of frameworks to install in this app, and that is why the app is so sophisticated and advanced. But as a beginner, you're going to be going through this step by step. So the next thing we have to do is install Axios, and you can find this installation on npmjs.com/package. Then just search for any package you want right here. You'll be able to copy and install the package using Axios. So just copy it. Axios, by the way, it helps time-stack query in fetching the data that we need. So all I have to do is go to my terminal. Then I'm just going to paste these right here. So while that is installing, I'm going to head back to my browser, and I'm just going to close this. With each of these packages I install, there's a documentation for them. I can find them under each of the installations. And the next one I want to install is Expo font, just like from the name, Expo font, using fonts, specific custom fonts in my app. But I think I have these in my package already, installed automatically for me by Expo. As you can see, it is right there. I don't need to install it again. So head back to my browser, just close this. So next up is Expo image. I'm just going to copy this. This helps me in using the image and displaying them in my app. I have several crypto images, news images. I want Expo image to be handling that for me. You can also use default React Native image for that, but I want to use Expo image for that. And you can see all the documentation right here, as you can see. So all I have to do is I can as well copy this to install that. So copy that, head back to my terminal, paste this. So next up, I have to go back to my browser, and I can close this. And the next one I have to install is Expo image picker. From the word image picker, it basically helps us pick an image on our device so we can upload it to the database as our profile picture. This is what that does. And I'm just going to copy this, and I'm just going to head back to my terminal. As you can see, these packages, they are installing, and you can see right here, Expo. What is the last one that we install? I think it's Expo image. As you can see, it's right here, Expo image. So I'm just going to paste this image picker as well. Select it, and this is going to install Expo image picker for us. Moving on to my browser, close this. Expo splash screen. This is basically a splash screen that shows when your app is still loading. So basically that is what it does. And you can read more about it if you want to learn more about that. I believe Expo should have installed this for us automatically. Let me just check right here. Expo splash screen. Yes, it has been installed. I don't need to install that again. So let's just head back to our browser. Close this. An Expo status bar too, just like it indicates, status bar, those are what contains your battery, your connection, your network bar, and other things just at the top of your mobile device. This is what handles that. And I'm just going to head back to let me copy this. I believe this should have been installed already for us automatically by Expo. Some things come automatically when you're installing with Expo. And as you can see, status bar, I have this right here. I don't need to install that again. So I'm just going to close this. And the next one I have to install is React Native element. Just like it indicates here, you'll be able to work with custom components without having to write a lot of code. Like button, you can just import button from React Native element, and you will be bothered about the color. Although you can set all those things as well, but you don't need to be bothered about setting all the views and all. Just import button. You have a button on your screen already. So let me check if that has been installed, or I will need to install that. So just copy that, head back to my code, React Native elements. We do not have that right here. So all I have to do is just Command V, paste that to install React Native element inside my app. Moving on, I'm going to go back to the next package that we want to install, which is hero icons. From the word icons, you know what that means already, using icons in our app. But remember that we've already installed an Expo icon before. Yes, I know that. But I'm using this because in some cases, Expo icons doesn't have some icons that I want. And I just want to use Expo vector icons on the bottom tabs. The remaining parts of my app where I have some icons, I want to use this. It's okay if you just want to use Expo vector icons or just this alone. It's fine. I just like to do it this way, and that works for me. So all I have to do is just import or install this, and I have to install React Native SVG for it to work too. So all I have to do is just go back to my terminal, and let me just see if I have SVG installed there already. No, I do not. So all I have to do is just paste this, click on enter, and this will install React Native hero icons and React Native SVG. So all I have to do next is go back to, you can see the documentation right here. Just import the icon using this, and you are good to go using this package. Close this, and the next one I have to install is React Native linear gradient. And from the image right here, you can guess what it does. So I'm just going to, let me see if it has a special installation apart from this. So just copy this and go back to your terminal. This is still installing. I believe since we are installing 2 packages, that is why it is taking its time. So that has been installed. All I have to do is just paste the next command that I have right here. Click on enter. This is going to install React Native linear gradient. So moving on to my browser, you can see the documentation right here on how to use linear gradient, basic implementation. I'm just going to close this. And the next one is React Native responsive screen. This is going to help us undo responsiveness on our mobile app. And using Expo, you're going to realize that you can even use Expo on web. So what this basically do is, okay, if I set or build my app in 15 Pro, I don't have to bother about adjusting the screen to fit all various devices. It will just automatically adjust to the weight and height of the device I'm displaying it on, either tab or desktop or PC. You'll be able to adjust your design automatically, and this is the package that helps us and do that. So just click that and head back to your terminal. I'm just going to paste this, click on enter, and some of these packages we might need to install a specific version for them, just like we did Tailwind CSS earlier. But fingers crossed, if they are all stable and we don't have any issues with them, we can just use them right away. As a developer, you'll be doing some of these. So after installing these, I'm going to head back to React Native Reanimated. From the name React Native Reanimated, you can guess what it does already. And it basically means installing or using animation in your mobile app. You can see documentation right here. All you have to do is just copy this, head back to your terminal, and paste this right away. So while this is installing, you can even check the installation guide, documentation guide right here. And I'm going to open this right here. As you can see, this is what it does, React Native Reanimated. So if you click on Get Started, click on Get Started, you're going to see the installation guide, and this will guide you into installing it the proper way. As you can see, we've installed it first like this. Secondly, we need to import these as a part of the plugin. So all you have to do is just copy this, head back to your terminal, and head back into your babel.config.json. And after this, all you have to do is just paste this, and you're good to be using React Native Reanimated in your app. So moving on, all I have to do is just head back to my browser and see what the next step is. As you can see, everything is installed, and this is how to use Reanimated and animation in your mobile app. So I'm just going to close this as well. And the next one we have to install is React Native Safe Area Context. I believe this has been automatically installed for us by Expo. So go back to your code or your Visual Studio code and check for that severe upon test. It has been automatically installed. Let's move on to the next deal. So as you can see right here, I'm just going to close this. TypeScript as well, it has been automatically installed for us. And as you can see right here, you have TypeScript here. So we don't need to install TypeScript again. So let me just head back to my browser, close this. Gesture handler, let me check what as you can see, that has been installed for us as well. No need to install that again. Some of these frameworks, if I don't explain them in details now, I'm definitely going to explain fully further. So bear with me. So the next one is React Native URL polyfill. I believe this has been installed already, polyfill. So don't need to bother about installing that again. WebView is the next package we have to install. Because we are building a news app, some of the news are live on a website, and to be able to view websites on your mobile app, you need a web view, to be able to view whatever website you want to view on your mobile, so that it kind of show you the mobile website version in case you want to view it on your mobile phone. So all you have to do is just go through the documentation or just click this to install that. Head back to your terminal. I'm just going to paste this. Moving on, while that is installing, I'm just going to close this. The next thing I want to install is Victory Native, which is basically charts. We have some charts in our app, and this is going to help us handle the charts in our mobile app. Let me see if I need to install anything. As you can see, we need to install React Native Reanimated, React Native Gesture Handler, and also Shopify React Native Scale. Now, I have installed this and this. So all I have to do is just install this as well. So I'm just going to copy this and install this as well. And as you can see, the instruction says, start by installing the paid dependencies of Victory Native, React Native Reanimated Gesture Handler, and Scale. I've installed this and this. I have this and this to go. So let me just go back to my terminal and let me type npm I, and let me paste this command right here. I can also go back to, before installing that, I can go back to my code as well and say, okay, I want to copy this, get back to my terminal, and I can also paste this. This is not a way to install multiple packages. All you have to do is just type npm once and type in all the packages with a space in between. As you can see, npm I at Shopify /React Native Scale, then space Victory Native, and click on enter. This will install the two packages, and you're going to find them here any second from now. So moving on, head back to my Chrome, and I believe I've installed everything I need to install for this chart. Close this, and finally on package installation, I have to stand right here, which is basically what it says here. It's more fast, scalable state management solution. Basically, it's for storing the state of the logged in user, or whatever state we want to store on our mobile app. ToStand is that store that will help us solve that. And ToStand is related to Redux and all, but I'm using ToStand because it has a great documentation for Expo and Superbase. So I'm just going to check if it has a special installation. So just copy that and head back to my terminal. So this is still installing because, like I said, it is a two installation. It takes more time than installing just one. So that has installed, and you can find them definitely right here. You can see Shopify and the other package that we install. So I'm just going to paste the next and the last framework that we're going to be using to build our fintech crypto app, which is ToStand. Head back to our browser. I'm just going to close this. And what I wanted to do to make this experience seamless is go to rapidapi.com, register, sign in if you already have an account, then search for coinranking/API/coinranking1. This is the API we're going to use to pull all the several coins that we want to display in our app. And all you have to do is just, use these several endpoints right here. You can test the endpoint, and you're going to see the results on your right. As you can see, this application is using version 2, and this is going to show the crypto coins that are currently on the market. As you can see, this coin has 50 items. You can see Bitcoin, you can see the change, you can see the different data that we need, and you can even see the price, $60,000. So this is the endpoint that will handle all of that for us. Secondly, we're going to be displaying news in our app, and we're going to be using cryptocurrency news. Typically for cryptocurrency, so all you have to do is just subscribe to this as well. It is free, just like coin ranking, it is free, and you have a limit per month, and you're going to see basic is $0 per month. You can only eat 5,000 ETH per month, and if you want more, like 1,000,000 ETH per month, you can subscribe, but the basic is enough for us. So the same with cryptocurrency, it is free. You don't need to buy anything. You can see it's $0 per month. This is currently what I'm subscribed to. 100 per month. That is enough to build this app, and that is all we need regarding setting up our basic installation. All I have to do is just head back to my terminal, and I can actually start my app right now because I've installed everything I need to install. All I have to do is just type npx Expo start, click on enter, and it might suggest that we are not installing the proper dependency versions, and that is the good thing about Expo, which will suggest, okay, hey, I think you need to install this so that it can work with this other package in your app, and you'll be lucky that it gives you that. If it doesn't, then that means that you don't have any issues regarding installing or reinstalling some packages. And I might actually need to change this later. I can actually need to change this to SRC or something like that, but I think I will just change it now. So let me just click on this. I change this to SRC. I'm going to create the folder later, and like I said before, SRC is just pointing to the folder. Okay, you are going to be using TOSSS in all the files in this folder. That's basically what this is doing. And you can see my app is started right now. And if you scroll up, you're going to see the following packages should be updated for best compatibility with the installed Expo version. Expo font, you need this specific version. React Native Web View, you need this specific version. All I have to do is just cancel this, stopping the server, Command C or Control C, and I can type npx expo doctor. Click that, and this is going to run the Expo doctor for me to install the appropriate dependency that will work with the installed Expo, because these dependencies, they need to work very well. The version needs to work very well with the installed Expo. If not, you're going to have some issues with your app. So I'm just going to run this check, and if it finds any issue, it is going to suggest that I install it like it has done a couple of minutes ago or a couple of seconds ago. So just wait for this to run its check. So it's running 12 checks on my project, and you can see check the packages, match the version required by yada yada yada. It's found that, and it's going to suggest how to install the packages for me as well. So as you can see, one or more checks field indicating possible issues with the project. Good. The advice is now to use npx expo install check to install the necessary dependency that work with each other. So I'm just going to copy this, command copy or control copy, paste this, and just going to install the necessary dependencies that work with each other. And as you can see, the following package should be updated for best compatibility, like you said. And it said fix dependency. I'm just going to type Y, and it is now installing the packages that work together. So give this a moment to install the packages that work together. And because they're just two, it will not take time like that. So it has installed two SDKs and changed two packages for me. All I have to do is just start my app back again. I don't need to type npx expo start again because it is a command I've used before. All you have to do is go to your arrow key, the right bottom left arrow key on your keyboard, and just click on up, and you're going to see Expo start right here. Click on enter, and you'll be able to start your app. And you can see it's starting Metro Bundler. And as you can see, all you have to do, if you have an iPhone, a real device, physical iPhone, all you have to do is scan this QR code with your camera and make sure that before you scan it, make sure you have Expo Go installed. As you can see, the name Expo Go. This is an app on App Store. Install it on your phone, and whenever you use your camera to scan this, it will just open this project directly on your iPhone. If you don't have that, you can also open this app in several ways. On Android, you need Android Studio and its Android emulator to be able to open this on Android. If you have an iOS simulator, you can use it as well. All you have to do is just make sure that you're on a Mac. If you're on a Mac, you can easily open an iOS simulator, and that is good to go. If you want to open it on web, good for you. Open it on web and you are good to go. So now all I have to do is just start my iOS simulator. I'm just going to go to another terminal right here. So I'm just going to type open -a simulator. I hope this is correct. So you're going to see it disappears, but right here you can see my simulator is opening, and you can see iPhone 15 Pro, and it is running on iOS 17.2. So now that our simulator is up and running, if you check here, you see the app that we'll be using for the most part of this mobile development, which is Expo Go. So we'll just head back to our previous terminal. All I have to do is just press the letter I, and this is going to open on iPhone 15 Pro, and as you can see, it is opening right now. So voila, you can see our app right here, welcome, and as you can see, this is the React Native logo, and we have some set of instructions here that says, okay, if you want to edit anything here, just edit it. And what it's basically saying is, okay, go to your app, under your tabs, index just TSX. I'm going to bring this terminal down, and you can see this welcome text right here. Let me just change this to hello world, and this is going to automatically save, and you're going to see our changes live. So everything we change is live. It has an auto reload, and everything you do, you don't need to reload the app. It automatically handles all that. So in my own case now, I'm going to start afresh, and I'm going to delete some folders that it is not necessary, so that you can understand everything that is going on right here. So all I have to do is just close this, and I'm just going to minimize my simulator, and this is the app that I have open here. So the first thing I have to do is delete this app folder, and I'm going to drag that into my trash bin. And also I have other folders I have to delete as well. I'm going to delete my component right here. So let me just head back to this. So my component, I'm just going to drag it into my bin right here. Also, I'm going to delete the files in these books. I don't need them for now. I want to start afresh. So everything inside of books. So I'm just going to click this, and I'm going to drag 3 files inside of the bin. So I'm going to go back. Also, I'm going to head into my content or constant folder you have right here. I'm just going to drag the entire folder. I'm just going to drag the entire folder into this. Also, finally, I'm going to delete the script folder right here. So my script folder right here, I'm going to delete these. I do not need most of these tools. And let me just head back to my folder right here and open up back my simulator. I'm going to see this message saying welcome to Expo. Start by creating an app folder, and if you click on this, it is going to create a new app folder here, but that is not what I want. Currently what I have is this Expo folder, and not touch this at all. We are not dealing with this at all. We have the assets, which includes the font and also some set of images, some set of nice images right here. As you can see them, React logo and all. I'm going to be deleting them and importing my own asset too, but I'll just drag and drop and replace that. Moving on, these hooks, nothing is inside. Node modules, leave this. These are the packages we installed and their files. Git ignore is basically, okay, I want you to ignore all of these files when pushing to GitHub. In future sessions, we'll be pushing our code to GitHub and also syncing it with Expo, just in case we want to build our app. Also, you have the app.json, which gives you a brief information about your app. As you can see, the name is Fintech Crypto App, the version 1.0, the icon, and so on and so forth. So, the babel.config.js, it has to be like this for reanimated and native wind to work. This, leave this as this. We're going to be needing this very soon, but not in this file. Package.log.json, it is similar to package.json, which basically includes all our packages, and basically this manages all our installed packages. So I'm just going to close this. README, if you want to add a specific README, okay, this is a cryptocurrency app and it is a fintech app, it does this, it does that, it is owned by this, that. This is where you're going to do that, and it's going to show directly on your GitHub. So close this. Your tailwind CSS, all you have to do is change this to source and have this as it is right here. And also finally txconfig.json, which is basically the TypeScript files. So all I have to do is just close this. And first things first, I want to create an app file. So I'm just going to click this new file. I'm going to call this app.tsx. And inside of this, it is saying ask GitHub Copilot chat to do something. And by the way, I'm going to be using some autocomplete feature here to make my coding faster. And as you can see right here, I have GitHub Copilot. If you don't have that, just head to your extensions right here, click it, search for GitHub Copilot, install it, and you're good to go. So, and also I want you to install this extension as well, ES7 Plus React Redux React Native snippet. This is going to help us work faster as well. So let me just head back to my folder right here, and if I just type rnf, you're going to see React Native functional component. If I click it, you're going to see what that looks like. Again, let me Ctrl-Z it, and let me increase my screen as well. So if I type React Native functional, as you can see, it has several options. If I click the second one, you're going to see a basic functional code here, which is an arrow function. As you can see right here, an arrow function. So all I have to do now to make sure this shows on this is to basically change something in my package.json. So if I head to my package.json, right here where it says the main is Expo router / entry, I don't want that to be there. So I'm going to be putting a different line of code there. And this is going to look like this. So let me just clear this. Where you say node underscore modules /expo /app entry.js. As you can see, GitHub suggested this for me and it works perfectly. So as you can see, node underscore modules /expo /app entry.js. So this is going to be my app entry whenever I start use app. So moving on, to make sure that this starts right here, all I have to do is stop my app and start it again. So I'm just going to close this, minimize this, Ctrl-J to stop my server, Ctrl-C stopping the server, I can also clear it as well. Then on my simulator, I'll go to my home. I'll basically want to clear this app. So I'm just going to scroll up right here. I'm just going to clear that out of the memory. And I'm going to go back to your terminal. I'm going to start this again. And I'm going to click on npx Expo start. So immediately my app is bundling. It is going to bundle and start my app with this. So what I have to do is just type I. Opening on iOS, it is going to open my app right here, and it is going to bundle my app again with this as the starting point. So let's just wait for that to work. As you can see, appentry.js, and in a second you're going to see my text of app. As you can see it right here. You might not see it properly, but hey, it is there right here. If I just change this text and say I have apps, you're going to see the S right here, as you can see. So this app entry works as expected. And the next thing I have to do is test if my Tailwind CSS is working. So to do that, I can just say class name. And I'm going to say BG orange 500 flex of 1. Let me just change that to this, and you can see my Tailwind CSS works as expected. But there's a squiggly line right here, which is no overload matches this call, yada 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 yada. Okay, what you have to do is make sure that you add a type for these native wind class names. So what I have to do is just say, okay, create a new file, and I will be calling this native wind. This is in the documentation as well for native wind, because you're having these squiggly lines, and it's showing that because you're in a TypeScript environment, it is going to throw any error we see and not ignore it. That's the essence of Tailwind CSS, and everybody knows that Tailwind is a typed language, so you need to include the type for most of the things that you have right here. So I'm just going to say native wind /env .d.tx, click on enter, and right here I'm going to put 3 slash. I'm going to see reference, and I hope GitHub helps me here, and I'm going to say reference types is equal to, then a colon, then I'm just going to have this right here. So we have reference. I don't think my reference is correct. Reference, good. Types. Then inside of these two curly braces, I'm going to have native wind /types. Good. And in a moment, you're going to see that those squiggly lines, they have disappeared. And that is what I want. So close this, and you are good to go. You can style these as you want. You can say, okay, justify of center items of center, and say, okay, I want to have my class name right here, and say text of white, text of 3XL, font of semi-bold. And as you can see, our Tailwind CSS works as expected. So moving on, I'm going to create my file folder structure and how I want my entire app to be. So right here, I'm going to create some new set of folders, and the first folder I'm going to create is a source folder, SRC folder. So you can click this and say, okay, I want to call this SRC, and also I'm going to be creating other folders as well. So I'm going to create in screen folder. So inside of this source folder, I'm going to be creating 2 folders as well. I'm going to be creating a new folder, and I'm going to call these components. And also I'm going to create another folder inside of here, and I'm going to call these screens. This is going to undo all the screens in my app. You know, screens like, okay, home, news, profile, and all. This is where those ones will live. And components are just like the button, the several type of button that we have, and other little components that makes up the entire screen. This is where we're going to have them stored. So inside of my components, I'm going to have some interesting things. So first things first, I want to have a new file, and I'm going to call this avatar.tsx. I'm just going to create a basic boiler code right here. Nothing special. Inside of the components folder again, I'm going to create a new file, and I'm going to call this breakup.jsx. And I'm just going to say React Native functional component. As you can see, comes breakup, which is another function with a view and text. So moving on, in my components as well, I'm going to create the third thing, which is a button, and I'm going to make this a PSX. I'm going to say this is React Native functional component. And finally, in the component section, I'm going to create a button outline.tsx, and I'm going to have my boiler code right here too. So I'm going to save that, although everything is on automatic save right there. So I'm just going to close these components, and back in my screens, I want you to take note of what I am going to do there, because it is essential to how your entire app behaves. So first things first, on my screens folder, I want to create a new folder called auth. I want to create another new folder. I want to call this navigation. And also, I want to create a new folder called stats. And also, I want to create another new folder. And I'm going to call these tabs. So these are the 4 folders I will have inside of the screens. And inside of these folders, I'm going to have different things inside. First things first, in my auth, I'm going to create a new file. I'm going to call these index.tx. Also inside of auth, I'm going to have another file there. I'm going to call these login string.tx. So the next thing we're going to create inside of our auth folder is going to be a register string. And I'm going to call this register string.tsx. I'm just going to bring this to the right and say React Native functional component. And also inside of our auth, I'm going to also create a splash screen.tsx. And this ought to be .tsx as well. And also, I want to create the final screen here, which is going to be a welcome screen. And from what I'm doing and what I'm creating, you can have an idea of what I want to do with all these screens and all. This is a login screen, which will basically have all our login components where we can log in, register from the name register screen. Splash screen, this is a splash screen that will just display our logo or our app logo for the user as the first point of entry to our app. And the welcome screen is okay, welcome to our app. You want to register or sign up. And this is basically what our app would do. So welcome screen, close that, register screen, close that, login screen. Let me have its components here as well. Close these as well, splash screen, React Native functional components. Close this as well. On my index, I don't need to do anything here yet, although I can set it up right now if I want. And that's basically, I'm going to import all of these screens inside of index.tx. But now I don't want to do that. Let me just close that. And now I have my auth folder almost ready. And next thing I want to do is go into my navigation and set up the files that will be there as well. So inside of this navigation, I want to have two major things. One folder, which is tab navigation, which are the bottom tabs that I'm going to have right here. And also I want to have my app navigation, my auth navigation, and route navigation. I'm going to explain more of these as I code them. I'm going to explain more of these things I'm creating as I'm adding more code to all these individual files. So inside of navigation, I'm going to create a folder called tab navigation. Let's just keep that for now. Inside of this navigation, again, I want to create a new file. I'm going to call this app navigation. And my bad, I have to add the extension there as well. This is going to be .jsx. And inside of this as well, I want to create a new file, and I'm going to call this auth navigation.jsx. And also inside of this, I'm going to have a route navigation.jsx. And these are essential things you need to set up if you want to handle authentication with your app, because as a user, you don't want them to, or as a business owner, you don't want registered or unregistered user to just see the entire content of your app. You don't even know if you are to display their name because they are not registered or they are not logged in. You need a proper flow in your app. If the users are logged in, you have to show them the main app. If they are not logged in, or if they don't have a session, show them the auth navigation. And this route navigation is what we undo both of these navigations. So you can get a little grasp of what we want to do with all of these tools. And this, I can rename it to TSX. And also auth navigation. In fact, let me rename everything to TSX. And let me just leave that for now. And next thing I want to add are files inside of this tab application. Let me just show you what I am creating. Let me put a visual to what I am creating so everything doesn't look like magic. So right here, these are the bottom tab screens I want to add right here. Initially, I created some auth screens, which are the login, registers, splash screen, and all. And all of those, I'm going to show you more of that. But this tab navigation, this is what I want to create right here. The home, the market, the search, the news, profile. They need to be in their own specific folder. So, and right here is where I'm going to have that. So let me just minimize this. And instead of tab navigation, I'm going to create a new file. I'm going to first call this index.tsx. And also, I'm going to create a new file here. I'm going to call this home navigation.tsx. I'm going to put a functional component right here. Let me just minimize most of this. This doesn't have anything inside of them. I need to put something in there so that I can import them. This as well. And also app navigation. And yeah, we are good to go. So instead of my home navigation, I have this. Next file I want to create, or next bottom tab I have to create, is the market navigation. So I'm going to say market navigation.tsx. And I'm just going to create with boiler code right here. Also, inside of the tab navigation, I want to add another new file. I want to add the news navigation.tsx. And I'm just going to create a boiler code for that as well. Moving on, I'll also create two more. And those are profile navigation.tsx create a boiler code for them as well. You see how fast we are moving and how accurate our code is. We're creating all this boiler code with just 3 keywords, R and F, and it's going to create a boiler code for us. So finally here, I'm going to have search navigation right here .tsx. I'm going to create React Native functional component. So save that. Although it is automatically saved, I still have to press the Ctrl S. Who knows what is happening? So again, inside of my screens, I have the auth folder, the navigation folder, the stacks folder, and the tabs folder. In the auth, I have the login screen, register, splash, and welcome with this index.tx. Inside of my navigation, I have the app, auth, and root. You can guess what's going to go inside of the app, which is basically everything inside of the tab navigation. And the auth, everything inside of the auth folder right here is going to go into the auth navigation. Our root is going to include just this and this. This is a proper industry standard way of setting up authentication in your mobile React Native and Expo app. So moving on, I want to add 2 files inside of the stacks as well. Whenever I click on any coin, let me just head back to my image right here. Whenever I click on any coin, I want to be able to see the full details of the coin. That screen is going to be sitting inside of here. The same as the news as well. If you click on the news that shows up, you're going to be able to click on each of these news and see the full details. You need to put those 2 detail strings inside of the stacks. And I'm going to minimize this. And this I'm going to call coin details screen.tsx. And the other one as well, I'm going to be calling it news details screen.tsx. Good. And I'm just going to create the boiler code for this. So I'm just going to close this. I'm just going to set this up as well. Good. Finally, I want to have my tabs also. And inside of these tabs is where all of these that I just created is going to stay. So follow along and let's create the new set of folders inside of the tabs. The first folder I'm going to create is home. The next folder I'm going to create is markets. The next one I'm going to create is news. The next folder I'm going to create is profile. And also I will be creating search. And I believe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That is the 5 folders I want to create for all of this. So inside of my home, I'm going to create 2 files, index.tx, and also I'm going to create home scroll. Camel case, home screen.tsx. And I'm going to create a boiler code for these as well. I know we're creating a lot of files, but trust me, once you have all the files created and you have them imported, all you have to do is just writing code inside of these files or screens, then clicking any screen to take it directly to the screen, and you won't get errors here or multiple errors which might definitely crash your simulator. We want to be able to have those files ready. We put them there. When you navigate to those screens, you have no issues at all. So the home screen, index.js or ts rather. So inside of our market as well, I'm going to do what I did for home. I'm going to do it for these as well. So my screens are ready. All I have to do is just put some codes in them. Or if I don't want to, I can just import them and set up my bottom tab navigation so you can see what is really going on so far. So moving on, inside of my app.tsx, let me start importing things. Let me just close these up. So first things first, I want to create a variable here. I'm going to create that using use state, I'm going to say const. I'm going to put an arrow here, and this arrow is going to be equals to use states. And this use states is going to be coming from, and let me just check. You can see right here use states, and this is what that would look like. So I'm going to put two things. I'm going to say session. I'm going to set session. So this is my state, and this is the function that sets the state. So in my session, I can say, okay, if session is true, then do something. Here, I'm going to say this is true by default. And good. So all I have to do is come right here and create a basic container first. So I'm going to say, okay, create a variable called container. And I'm going to assign this to styled. And I'm going to put this inside of a view. And okay, I need my backticks. And let me just check this. And all I have to do is just put flex colon of 1. And all I have to do is just close off these backticks right here and click on tab. I'm just going to save that. So it says styled doesn't exist. All I have to do is just import styled right away. So I'm going to say import styled from styled component / native, and it says can't find module styled component native. Okay, so if you get that squiggly line, it shows that okay, something is wrong there. And it says can't find module styled component / native or its corresponding type. So all I have to do is just open my terminal and go to the other terminal. Let me clear this and say npm I want to install the styled component. So I'm going to put component right here. I hope this is correct. So click on enter. It's going to install the styled component, and I'll be able to use this style method right there. So just give this a moment, and this quickly line will disappear any moment from now, as you can see. Good. And our app should work right away. If it doesn't, good, it does. No need to restart our app. So the next thing I have to do is wrap all these views. And by the way, let me just give you a brief intro about what is happening right here. View is like a div if you are coming from web. View is like a div where you wrap around all your text, images, buttons, and codes, and you can apply styles on them. Text as well, you know what that means. They're like H1, H2 if you're coming from the web, and so forth. So right here, I'm going to wrap this around a container. And I'm going to say container, and I'm just going to cut this, and I'm going to put this right here, which is a container. It still works perfectly. Moving on, I'm going to say, okay, I want to import the status bar. So I'm just going to say status bar. And I'm going to be importing these. Let me just import this right away. Import open curly braces status bar from Expo status bar. And as you can see right here, this is the status bar we're trying to change. I want this to have a dynamic color based on the theme of our app. So basically, all I have to do is just say style is basically equal to auto. So saving that. So moving on. So I'm just going to say, okay, I want to have root navigation. As you can see, it's the first thing suggested here. Clicking it and closing this off like this, we're going to see your root navigation right here. Anyway, I don't think I'll be using this right here. Let me just cut this And anything I'm not using, let me just remove it right here. Save that. So back into my route navigation, I'm going to have some interesting things there. So right here in my screens, I'm going to head into my navigation. Inside of my navigation, my route navigation. And as you can see, this is what is displaying that here. So first things first, let me just put what I cut from the previous code right here. And let me just import this. And let me just import this from React. And you can import anything or any method by just going to the last line, clicking your Ctrl and spacebar. It is going to suggest things you can import. And as you can see, that has been imported. Good. So all I have to do is just set up the entire route navigation right here. First things first, let me bring in the create stack navigator on my screen right here. So we're going to say const. I'm going to create a variable first called stack. Now I'm going to, as you can see, GitHub already suggested this to me. Create stack navigator. So I'm just going to say import, open curly braces. I'm going to be importing from at React navigation / native / stack. Let me see if that is correct. React navigation / stack. I believe that is what I want. So I'm going to import two things, the transition preset and also the create stack navigator. So I'm just going to say transition preset. As you can see, it has already suggested it already. So click that, and also I'm going to import create stack navigator. This is what we imported. So this is what I'm going to use in my composition right here. All right, you can see what I'm talking about. The more you get errors, the more your app loads, the more your app crash. I might even turn off my autosave. Let me turn that off and go to my, let me just open my terminal and let me just reload this. It says no app is connected. I have to start it all over again. So let me just Control C this and stop it. Let me clear all of this and let me start my app again. And let me just minimize this and let's see where we are with our code. So on top of that, I'm going to import navigation container because in every stack there's a navigation container that handles all the stacking and all. So it's like a parent that handles. So basically I'm going to say, let me import the navigation container, and this is coming from React navigation / native. And let me just click that, and that is exactly what I want. So in my return statement here, let me just bring this down and minimize this. As you can see, GitHub is already suggesting all of this for me. GitHub Copilot, by the way. But because you're a beginner, I'm going to type this so you can understand what I am doing. So navigation container. And I'm just going to carry all of these, cut it, and put these inside of this. That is the first step. The second step is using the stack.navigator. And let me just change this to a capital S. So basically all I have to do is say stack.navigator. You can see all the things you can use inside of the stack. I'm going to use the navigator and I'm going to close this off like this. So inside of the stack navigator, I want to have just two interesting things. First things first, I want to say, okay, do something interesting. I want to open this curly braces and say, okay, if the session is true, okay, open my tab navigation. If it is not true, then just direct the user to the login screen. That's basically what it does. So I'm just going to type session right here. So I'm going to say if session is true, then I'm going to say, okay, open two brackets. And this is quaternary operator, by the way, guys. So if session is true, open our first screen, which is going to be start.screen, and this is going to be a self-closing tag. I'm going to say the name. It is going to be tab navigation, and also the component that will stay inside of this, it is going to be the tab navigation. And I don't think I have that exported yet. I'm still going to check. The same thing that we have here, let's just copy this, or let's create it ourselves then. So I'm going to say stack.screen. It's going to be a self-closing one, and I'm going to say, okay, the name is going to be odds navigation, and also I'm going to say the component is going to be odds navigation from dot navigation. As you can see, I was able to import this because the export works as it should. And let me just go to my tab navigation and see what I am doing wrong. And okay, inside of these, let me just create a boiler code right here and say, okay, this is going to be called tab navigation. So I'm just going to say this is going to be called tab navigation, and this is exactly what I want. So let me just close this, and right here I can just import this. As you can see, it has already suggested that. So import that and close this. I hope there are no errors right here. And let me just check once again. Let me go to my tab navigation and say, okay, I want the class name to be flex of 1, background of blue of 400, justify of center items of center, so that when I'm navigating between or toggling between the session state, you're going to see what is happening. So Command S to save that. And also the second thing is my auth navigation. So instead of my auth navigation, I'm going to say, okay, the same thing, class name, BG of orange. I'm going to say this is 400. I'm going to say flex of 1, justify of center items of center. And I'm just going to save that. And this should work as expected. So let me just minimize this, and fingers crossed there are no issues popping up. So Ctrl save, and they're going to see that there is no error at all. So because my session is true, it is going to show the tab navigation, as you can see right here. If it is false, it will show my auth navigation. So let me just set things to false, so you can see. Ctrl save. You're going to see my auth navigation. So you can see what we just did now. If the session of the user, that is, if the user is logged in, show something else, which is tab navigation, which is basically everything that we have right here. But if the user doesn't have a session, direct them to the login or register page so they can sign up, and this is the screen that handles all of that. So you can see this right here. This is not what I want. So all I have to do is just remove this view, because this view normally shouldn't be there at all. And as you can see, my screen is now filling the entire screen. So in the auth navigation, let's just set some things up first. So in the auth navigation right here, I want to bring in all the screen, which is basically the splash screen, the welcome screen, the login, and the register. And let me show you what I mean by that. Just like I imported this, let me just copy all of this, copy this, come back here, put this right here, and I can as well import these as well. Good. So next thing I have to do is now stack all my screens right here. So like I did before, I'm just going to remove all of these, and I'm going to start with a stack. I'm going to say stack. As you can see, GitHub has already suggested it. Because we created this before, let me just autocomplete it to make our work faster. So stack.navigator, stack the parent, then for the stack.screen. So first things first, I want to apply the splash screen, and I'm going to name it splash, and I'm going to call this a splash screen. As you can see, it has already suggested that for me. I'm going to be doing the same thing for the other screens as well. So copy this, and I'm going to have it 4 times. So the first one here, I'm going to say I want to have a welcome. This is going to be a login, and this is going to also be a register. Register. And I'm going to change this to, as you can guess, the welcome screen that I've created. Welcome screen. And you can see how easy it is creating all of this. And that is because we've set up our files and folders earlier. So moving on, I'm going to import the login screen as well. And finally, the register screen. I'm just going to click that to import that. All my screens are ready, and just before I leave, I want to make sure I hide some things right here and also set some things up properly first. So in my stack.navigator, I can actually hide this header and all, and even show the kind of animation I want precisely. So I'm going to say screen options. As you can see, it has already suggested that. Screen options, it opens a curly braces. I'm going to have 2 curly braces. So a curly braces, opening, closing. As you can see, GitHub already suggested header shown to be false. So if I do that and click on command save, you will see the header disappear, as you can see right here. And it even shows the first screen we have right here, which is a splash screen. If I just cut this out and save it, you're going to see 2 screens right here. The auth screen, or the auth navigation screen, which is the main parent. This is the header. You can see the splash header as well. So this code is going to hide this right here. So Control save is going to hide that splash screen. I'm going to be hiding this as well, don't worry. Let's just move ahead with what we have for now. So also in my React navigation, I don't think I have it right here. Let me just import, okay, right here. Let me just import transition presets. I'm going to have a comma right here. And under this, I'm going to say, okay, I want to spread the transition presets. Transition, I hope that spelling is correct, presets. Then I want my component or each of these screens to slide in from the right. So slide from right, iOS. Also, I want to have animation enabled, because animation gives life to your app, and using it will make your app more interesting. So I'm going to say animation enabled. I'm going to call this to be true, comma, I want to have the gesture enabled as well, and I'm going to set this to true as well. And finally, I want to have the gesture direction, and I'm going to put these as horizontal. Good. So let me just save that, and there shouldn't be any errors at all. So fingers crossed, we are done with this auth navigation. for you guys, we are done with this of navigation. We will not be coming back to this, and this is everything we need to do right here. As you can see my first screen, splash screen. So imagine you're not logged in and you come into our app. This is the first screen you're going to see with our logo and all. Then automatically we're going to set a timeout which takes you to the next screen and you'll be able to see the login or the welcome screen. And I did forget to add in the root navigation, I forgot to add the header as well. That is why this is showing. So the same thing I have right here. I'm just going to copy these as well. Control copy. And also inside of the root navigation, inside of my stack.navigation, I'm just going to put these as well. I hope I've imported that already so I don't get any error. So I'm just going to save that, and you can see my header disappears. I'm not using these, as you can see. I'm not using them. That's why you have those squiggly lines there. Let me just remove that. And I have no issues with that. Let me check my auto navigation as well if I am not using some things. So right here, I don't seem to be using this as well. Let me just remove this. And I am good to go. So I can actually close my auto navigation screen. And before I leave here as well, remember we're still coming back to this to set the session properly. But before that, let me first bring in a nice logo in my splash screen so we can move from there, from the splash screen to the welcome screen, to the login, to register, then to the main app itself. That is how we should work, and that is how the flow should look like. So let me just head into, let me close this, let me open this, and let me just minimize everything right here. Let me close this as well. So inside of this, inside of my screen, inside of my auth, inside of my splash screen, I have this nice piece of code right here. So inside of here is where I'm going to have my splash screen. And to start with, I want you to download a file in the description box below. It's going to be in a Google Drive. You can download it. It basically just includes logo of what we'll be adding at the center of here. So let me just minimize this and import my asset as well. So let me just do this and just import this directly. And it says an older item named asset already exists at this location. Do you want to replace it? Yes, guys, I want to replace that. And if I minimize this and go to my font, you're going to see the several fonts that we'll be using. And this comes in regular, bold, semi-bold, and all, as you can see right here. And also my images, you can see them right here. So that is what I want to do. You can see the avatar that I'll be using. You can see the avatar I'll be using, which I'm going to be replacing with the actual user picture. You can see the Bitcoin.png that I will be using and all. So download these in the description box below. And let's head back to source, screens, and inside of my auth, inside of my splash screen, that is where we're going to import our nice looking logo and animation so we can show the user this screen first as they are coming into our app. So let's get started with that. And to start with, I'm going to first import use effects. And if you're coming from the web, you know what use effect is. And if you don't, you're going to see how it works right now. So import that. I want to import other things as well. I want to import safe area, safe area view from React Native safe area context. Also, I want to import, and that is use color scheme from not React Native scheme. I want to import that from native wind. And also I want to import the animation part as well. So I'm going to say import. Before I import anything, I want to import animated. I'm going to have a comma here. I'm going to say I want to import fade in right. Fade in right. And I want to import that from React Native. As you can see, GitHub Copilot suggested that for us already. And next I want to import is image from Expo image. So I'm going to say import image from Expo image. Good. Finally, I want to import the navigation prop and use navigation. As you can see, GitHub Copilot has already suggested that for us. So I can import something else as well. I'm going to call this navigation prop. And it says this does not exist. Navigation prop. And you can see all these white lines, which indicates that we are yet to use all of this. So first things first, let's create a variable. I'm going to call this is going to be curly braces, and I'm going to assign this to use color scheme. And inside of this, I'm going to say color scheme. I'm going to say toggle color scheme. Also, I want to import something as well. I want to say const. And I'm going to say okay. Bring in navigate. And this navigate is going to be assigned to the navigation prop that I installed or that I imported right here. And I'm going to assign it to use navigation right here. So let me just go back to my folder right here. And let me just minimize this. So in my root folder, I want to create a new file. Or no, I don't want to just create it anywhere. Let me just put it inside of a folder. And let me just call that types. And I can actually have it in small letter. Types. And inside of my types, I'm going to create some interesting things. First things first, I'm going to create a navigation .d.ts. Remember I tell you that TypeScript is a type language and you need to set things up properly. That is the types. So I'm going to have one here called env.t.d.ts. Also, I'm going to say, okay, I want to also have module.ts.d.ts. So inside of my env.d.ts, all I have to just do is just declare module, and I'm going to put this in a curly braces at env. Good. Put a comma and you are good to go. Next up, in my module.d.ts, I'm going to declare two things. I'm going to say, okay, declare module, and I'm going to put this in a curly braces. I'm going to put asterisk. Where is my asterisk? Good. .png. The same thing, I'm going to have .jpeg here. Declare module asterisk .jpeg, and this is also good to go. Close that. Then in my navigation.d.ts, this is where the main work is. Make a comment here, and this comment is going to call tabs, or I'm going to just call these types. And first things first, I'm going to say, okay, I want to have a type of splash screen or splash navigation type. And I'm going to assign these. I'm going to say the welcome is going to be undefined. And creating this, I can now use this inside of my splash screen. So copy this, head back to this. I'm just going to open a less down sign here and say splash navigation type, and I'm just going to close this off. As you can see, the error disappears. That is how TypeScript works. And moving on, I have to set a use effect right here so that when we see our logo, it just automatically goes to the welcome string automatically. As you can see, it has already suggested that. So I'm just going to use that code. As you can see, use effect, set timeout, navigates to the welcome screen at exactly 2 seconds. So if I save this, it is going to wait for 2 seconds, then automatically navigate to the welcome screen. Let me just comment this out. And let's have our design here first. So first things first, I'm going to change this to safe area view. And what this safe area view is basically telling us that, okay, this splash screen to show under this. So if I just save this, I hope there's no error here. So just save. As you can see, the splash screen is sitting under the safe area. Without that, it goes above it and our information is lost. But with this safe area view, it stays underneath of it. And this has its class name, of course. The class name is going to be flex of 1, justify of center, items of center, paging of white. Save that. You can see it is centered accurately. Moving on, I want to have a status bar right here. So I'm just going to say status bar coming from Expo status bar. And I want to set the style. I can actually set the style to be equal to auto. So next thing, I want to have a view right here. I want to have the view. And inside of this view, I want to have class name and width of 4, px of 4, items of center. And inside of this, let me just cut all of this. Let me put this right here, save it, nothing changes, and I have to bring in 2 separate views. Let me just remove these texts for now and say okay. I want to bring in 2 views. I want to bring in 2 views, 2 separate views. Or let me leave it as this first. Inside of this, I want to have some interesting things. But before I do this, I want to change this view to animated.view. This is how you make your view component animated. I'm just going to say animated, which we already imported from React Native Reanimated. Making it a view, it automatically animates the view or make it active for you to apply some animations on it. I'm going to apply 2 of these. Copy. Put this right here as well. The first one, I'm going to add some class names. Obviously, I'm going to say class name, and this class name is not going to be curly braces. It's going to be 2 strings. I'm going to say flex of row, justify of center, items of center. And to actually make the animation works, all I have to do is just put in a parameter here, and that should work right away. But before that, let me first see it without the animation. Let me just bring this here and say, okay, I want a view as well. And inside of this view, I want to have the class name, and the class name is going to be PR of 2, which is party right of 2. Also, I want to have another view inside of this. And the properties for this is also going to have a class name. And the class name is going to be width of 20, height of 20 overflow of Eden. And also finally, I want to bring in my image. So I'm going to say image. I'm going to say image. And image is going to be self-closing tag. And this is going to say source. And the source is going to be require. Then I have to set a path for the image. So this is going to be dot dot slash dot dot slash. It's going to be 3 dot dots. And inside of my assets, I have my images, then I have my logo.png. And this should work right away. Initially, I add the height and the width. So the placeholder is going to be called blur hash. This is coming from Expo, by the way. Moving on, I'm going to say the content fit is going to be cover. The transition, it is going to have a transition of over 1000. And finally, the class name, because every image must have an height and a width. So I'm just going to have width of 4, height of 4, and flex of 1. I don't think we need this flex of 1 here, but anyways, let's move on and let's see what is happening first. So right here, all I have to do is just create this blur hash. So right here under my navigate, I'm just going to say const blur hash. I'm going to assign it to a long regex. So I'm going to be leaving the regex for this blur hash in the description box below as well. It is a long one and you can't really type all of this in by yourself. And you can see how long this is. So moving on, you can see my blur hash is here. And the remaining thing I need to do is just save this and import my image and hope it works as it should. So let me just save this and this should disappear and you can see my logo right here. So moving on, I just have to add a text here so you can see what that looks like. Same thing here, as you can see animated. I can minimize this and instead of this second animated.view, I can say okay, I want to have a class name here as well. A class name, and this is going to be flex of row, justify of center, items of center. And inside of these, I do not want to have a view, but I want to have a text. And the text is basically going to say stacks. And I'm going to have a class name right here. And this class name is going to say the following: text of neutral 600. Let me just save that so you can see what that looks like. You're going to see the text anymore from now stacks. So let's just customize it to look very well. So text of XL. And also I'm going to say the leading is going to be 60 pixels. And also I'm going to say padding left of 1. And all I have to do is just duplicate this text. So copy, paste these as well. I'm going to call these crypto, stacks crypto. And this is going to have a unique color apart from neutral of 600. So I'm going to have the hash right here. I'm going to have the code where I'm going to say 31A C N, and I'm going to put 3 here. I do hope that code is correct. That you can see, okay, the color is showing right here. That is what I want. So save that. You can see stacks crypto. Although I want to have a unique set of fonts for these two, and I'm going to set the font for the entire app in a moment. And before I leave, let me just set the animation for these two components right here. So the first one, I'm going to say, okay, I want to have an entering And this entering is how you basically set the animation for your app. I'm going to say fade in right. Okay. And the duration for it to fade in right is going to be 100. And also, I want to springify it. Good. So this is how you add animation to your app. And make sure that the view is also in animated. So copy that, save that. We're going to see it come in once I reload the screen. So this as well, I'm just going to bring this right here, copy and paste, basically. And this is going to have a duration before this. So I'm going to say dot delay, not duration, dot delay. So it has the duration of 100, delay of 200, and a springifier as well. So after this shows first, this is going to show. That is what I definitely want. So the only thing I need to do is set up my font so that they look as I want them to be. So before I leave here, I want to just go to my hooks folder. Let me just minimize this. Let me close this. And inside of my hooks, I want to create a file. This is where we're going to undo all the fonts, all the unique fonts we want in our app. As you can see, this is the font provided to us by Expo or React Native. This is the default font. But if you want to use a custom font, this is how you undo things. So create a new file. I just call this use caged resources.ts, and this is going to undo more than fonts anyway. So first things first, I want to import all things or everything fonts as fonts. I'm going to be importing this from Expo font. Moving on, I'm going to say, okay, import use effect from React Native, React, and let me just import use state as well. So I'm going to import use state. You can see all the methods coming from React. Moving on, I'm going to say import. I'm going to say from where. I'm going to import from at Expo vector icons. I want to import font awesome. Moving on, I want to also import everything that is asterisk as splash screen from Expo splash screen. So moving on, I'm going to say, okay, I want to create, let me just export default function, use cage resources, and let me just close this off. So this is how the function will look like. So the first thing I want to put here is definitely an async function that will load all my resources. So first things first, I first want to create a state. I'm going to say const. I'm going to put this inside curly braces, inside an empty array, and I'm going to assign it to use states. I'm going to be assigning it to false by default. So inside of here, as you should know, you're going to be having is loading complete. And what am I going to use to set is loading? I'm going to say if I'm going to say set is loading complete, and that is going to be set to false. So the next part, I'm going to say, okay, use effects, and my use effect is going to look like this. I'm going to have an arrow function inside of that with two curly braces, and definitely going to have a dependency array like this. And this is how use effect is used. So inside of this, I'm going to create my first function. I'm going to say async And by the way, this code I'm writing is on the Expo website. This is basically something you can reuse in all your Expo app to load the fonts, the splash screen you show, and whatnot. This is how to set that up. So I'm going to say async function, as you can see, load resources and data async. I'm just going to close this off. And I'm going to say, okay, once you have performed this function, try something. So I want to try and definitely want to catch any error that occurs. And that is how that works. Let me just put in an E here so that it relieves us of all the errors. So try and catch. And you can even add finally. Let's do that. Finally. And this, I'm going to add curly braces to these as well. So in the first try, I'm going to say, okay, I want to have my splash screen. Then I want to prevent what? Auto hide async. I want to use this method on the splash screen. Then after that, I want to await. Then I want to await the font dot load async. And I'm going to open it as a method and open the curly braces inside of it. And it says font does not exist or something. Let me just continue this and say, okay, my font name is plus Jakarta Sans. I'm going to put a colon here and say require, and the require is going to be dot slash assets slash fonts. This is not correct. Slash fonts slash plus Jakarta sans dash regular .ttf, and I have to wrap everything inside of a string for that to work. Now I forgot to also bring in something. As you can see, it is complaining I cannot find fonts. Do you mean fonts? So let's just change this to fonts, and that should work as expected. So all I have to do is just copy all of this and paste it 4 times. So I'm just going to say paste this, paste this, paste this. That's 4. This is 5, and this is 6. So this is going to be of extra bold, and this is not going to be regular as well. This is going to be extra bold, and the next one is going to be of bold, and this is going to be not regular but bold, and also this is going to be bold italic. And just like I have that right there as well, I'm going to have this as bold italic. And also I'm going to have this as medium. Let me just put the right word. Change this to medium as well. This is how to set your custom fonts. So plus Jakarta Sans, I want to put medium italic there as well. Let me just copy all of this, control copy, then put all of these inside of this like this, plus Jakarta Sans dash medium italic.ttf. Then once you're done with that, all you have to do is come under this. So instead of this, I just want to have, just write I want to spread the font awesome.font right here, and that should work as expected. So basically, I'm creating the font and importing it and assigning it to all of these values. So if I just copy this, use it anywhere in my app, you're going to see it works straight away and show the font, unique font here. So in the cache, I want to say, okay, I want to provide information to report whatever is happening. I can say, okay, alert. If there's any error, just alert the error. Then finally, I'm going to say set is loading complete. And I'm going to say this is going to be true because it is false by default. And I'm going to say splash screen. And this splash screen, I want to perform a method on it called hide async. And that is what that looks like. And finally, right here, I want to use the method of load resources and data async. I just want to have these right here. So just after this, I believe I have a curly braces here. I'm just going to say return. What am I going to return is loading complete, because I still have to use these somewhere else. So I believe that is all I need to do here. So let me just save this. Fingers crossed there are no errors. So this is loading complete. I still have to use it somewhere in my app. So back in my splash screen, let me go to my app first and use that first. So right here, I have to bring in const. Then I have to paste this. Okay, I did not have that copied. So let me just copy this. Copy this, go to my app, paste this, and I'm going to assign it to use caged resources that I have in my hook right here. So just import that, and that shouldn't throw any issues or any error. So moving on, before I return this, I'm just going to say, okay, I still have to use this is loading complete. So I'm just going to say if is loading is not true, that is, if loading complete is not true, just return no. That is all I want to do right here. I believe there's a typo right here. So just save this, and that should work as expected. I only still have something to do here, which is session, by the way. So I'm going to just close this, and I'm just going to copy this. Let me just copy this, because I want to use that font in my area here. So I'm just going to head back to my components right here and say, okay, I want to have a style here, and the style is going to be assigned to two curly braces like this. Then I want to say font family. I want to have a font family here, and the font family is going to look like this. It's going to be inside two strings. Then I'm going to paste this, and I'm just going to copy this as well. Copy this, come here, put this as well, but this is going to be bold italic. Bold italic. So save that, if you notice that your font is not working as expected, just head back to your app.tsx, and this function that we imported, use cache resources, it is a function, and you can see it right here. It is a proper function, and the function is supposed to always end with these two brackets. On save that, you should see your font working as expected. So the next thing we have to do is head to the welcome screen as you have it right here. So let me just head to my welcome screen, and that is what I have right here. Let me just close this. So first things first, I want to import some things or jump into coding straight away. So I'm just going to change this view. I'm going to change this to safe area view, and this is coming from React Native safe area context. Let me change this to safe area view as well so it matches. So I'm wrapping all my components inside this safe area view. Also, I'm going to have a class name here. I'm going to say class name, and I'm going to assign this a flex of 1, justify of between, items of center, background of white. On saving that, you see the changes so far. You can see the effect of safe area view. Moving on, I want to have a status bar right here. I'm just going to say status bar, and this is coming from Expo status bar. I want to set the style. I want to set it to auto, just like we've done previously. Also, I will be wrapping my entire, anyway, this is what we'll be creating. This is the welcome screen we will be creating, and this is what our welcome screen will look like at the end of the day. This is the welcome screen, the logo, these two nice buttons, and also these two third-party plugins as well. So let me just continue working on this. So next we have to do after this is create a view, and I'm going to have a class name here. And this class name is going to say, I want to have a width of full, px of 4, items of center, justify of center, space, y of 6, height of full. That is what I want for my view. So this, I can as well just delete this, and let me minimize this so that it doesn't interrupt what I'm doing right here. So right under this, I'm going to say the first thing I want is a welcome text, and I'm just going to add a comment right here. I'm going to say welcome text, and inside of this, I'm going to say I want a view. I want a view. And inside of this view, I'm going to have a class name. And this class name is going to just see justify or center. Also items or center. And inside of this, you can guess what I'm going to have here. I'm going to have some text inside of this. So I'm going to say, okay, text. And this is going to say, let me turn off my autocomplete because it seems it is interrupting with the learning here. So I'm just going to say welcome back Olivia, or I can just say welcome back user. And this is a welcome stream. It's just add only welcome. We don't know the user, we don't know anybody yet. So let me just say welcome. And yeah, I can see the class name is going to be text of total 800, text 3xl, font of medium, leader of 60 pixels, And also I want to have a style here. So the style, you get to the style with a, this is going to be font family instead. And this is going to be plus Jakarta. Plus Jakarta size blue. And at the end of the day, this text is going to be animated. So let me just change this to animated.text. Animated.text, and it's saying it doesn't exist. Let me just what's that? As you can see, this is coming from the React team, animated. And with every animated dot either view or text, it comes with the main animation properties. And I'm just going to say entering is going to be fade in down, and the duration it's going to be of 100. And also I want to have a delay, and delay is also going to be of 100. And I'm going to springify it, and that is what that does. Save that. You should see the animation right here. Welcome. All right, I believe I don't need any more text here. The next thing I need is a login and sign in button, just like we have right here. This welcome, this login and sign up button. And you remember those are buttons, and what I have to do is create their own unique buttons, because one is having a background of green, and as you can see right here, one is having a background of green, one is only having an outline, and we're going to create that in our component. So just above here, let me just undo this very well. Let me just minimize this. So this is going to be a login and sign up button. And underneath of this, I'm going to have a view. And it is nice to have it. And also I want to have a class name. And the class name is going to say read or full, justify or stats. Then inside of this, I'm going to have two views. I'm going to say this is the first view, and they are both going to be animated. Our two buttons, they are going to be animated. And I remember I tell you that whenever you have an animated, you must always have an entry. I'm just going to say fade go down. I can as well copy what I have right here. But okay, let's just continue building. So I'm going to have a duration, and the duration, as you can guess, is going to be 100. I'm also going to have a delay, and delay is going to be 300. Also, I want to stringify this. And why is it shouting at me? Let me just check once again. Stringify has to be a method with two bracket closing it. So after the entry, I'm just going to have a class name, and the class name for this is going to be just padding button of 6. That's it. Good. All I have to do is just include my custom button right here that we have inside of our component. So I'm just going to say button. I'm just going to place this off like this, and you should see my button right there. So if I edit my button and customize this, I'm going to see the changes right here. So let me just copy this. Let me copy this instead. Where we have animated.viewing, let me put this right here. And let me change this to button outline. I save things. You're going to see the both buttons right here. Good. Although I want this to have a delay, or 400. Save that, and we should be good to go. You shouldn't have any padding button. Let me just remove that. And excellent. So let me go into my source folder component button. This is where I'm going to have the first button, and you're going to see changes directly because we've already imported that. So first things first, I want to import some set of things first. Apart from this, I want to import pressable from React Native as well. Pressable, and I'm just going to say pressable, and this pressable is going to have the following class name. Class name is going to be BJ, and this is going to be the following color code to a B07C, just like we have it. Rounded or large, justify or center, items or center, padding y of 3. And also, I will need to add a custom title right here because I want my button to be reusable, and this is how to make it reusable. I just have to pass title here. But this title doesn't exist. I have to add it inside of here. So I'm going to add 2 curly braces right here, and I'm going to say title, comma. I'm going to say action as well, comma. And by the way, I need to assign this to a button props. So like I said, type props is a type language. You need to add types to it. So I'm going to add an interface. I'm going to say button supposed to be cap locks. I no colon there. Button props and a curly braces. I'm going to say the title is going to be of any, and also the action, which is going to be optional. So putting a question mark make it optional. And I'm just going to have this as a void, and all I have to do is just assign this to the button props, and these errors should disappear right away. If I save that, this button text is going to disappear until I pass the title text in wherever component I am using that. Before I move on to that, let me just change this to class name. And the class name is going to be text of white, font of bold, text of large, and that should be all for this component. And also this, I need to wrap this little side of a React functional component, and also I have to wrap it around the button props just like this. I'm making or adding a type to this button, so all I have to do is just assign this action to the onPress right here. So I'm going to say onPress, and I'm going to assign action to it. So whatever function I attach to this to be called like this, and it is going to be optional. I don't need to pass a function to it. So let me just head back to my welcome screen before I add anything to this. I'm going to say, before I save that, I'm going to say the title is going to be a login. And if I just save that, you're going to see the button that I just created. Let me save things first. And let me save things as well. As you can see, this is my login button. And if I add the action to it, it's going to help me navigate to the sign up screen. So let's move ahead to the button outline before we add the function or navigation that will take this to the respective pages. So inside of the button as well, let me just copy. I don't think I'm using view. Let me just remove this. So let me just copy everything here. Take it to the button outline. then just change whatever I have here, button outline, and good. If I save this, you're going to see the same thing right here, but there are a significant difference between both. And in the principle here, I do not have a background of green, so I'm just going to remove this in the button outline. I'm also going to say rounded is large, and even before that, I want to have a border of 2, and the border color is going to be neutral or 400. Rounded large, justify center, item center, padding wire of 4 or 3, flex of row, and also space x of 2. Good. The same thing, I'm going to have an on press of action. And also this button props is going to say button outline props. And you're going to see it display some errors. So just copy this, replace this with this. I'll also display this with this. And we are on our way to all of this. Although I still need to add something here in case I want to add like a specific icon. You can see this button and this button looks the same. And this icon right here, we don't have it right here. To be able to have this icon right here, which is optional by the way, I need to make this as a children. So basically what I'm going to add here is going to say children, and children is going to be optional. I'm going to call this react.react note. So the children are optional, and I need to bring them right here, children. And also I will need to do something as well. So just above the text, I'm going to say if the children are true, then I want to show a view. Then I'm going to wrap everything inside of the children that we passed in as well. And it says view doesn't exist. Let me just import that. So that error should disappear. So if you pass in a children, good, nice. Just add it in front of the text like this. And let me just bring this right here and minimize that. So right, but I still have to change the text color. I'm going to say this is neutral or 400. Font is going to go text of large, and I believe that is all regarding that. So all I have to do is just head back to my welcome screen and add 1 or 2 things here. I'm going to add a title, and the title for this is going to be, as you guessed already, this is going to sign up. So sign up. And let me just save this, Ctrl S. As you can see, the outline already. Let me just save this as well, sign up. And our welcome screen is shipping up gradually. So moving on, let me just minimize this right here. I want to add a breaker line here. So I'm just going to say breaker line. I'm just going to add a view to this, and also add a breaker. And I do not think I have the breaker here, or I don't have it created yet. Okay, I have it. Nice. Why are you not showing me the import? Let me just import. There's no suggestion. And let me just see if the spelling was correct. So it seems it's in J6. So I will just head back to, alright, I have it exported. Let me just minimize this. So the breaker, I'm just going to import it manually by myself. I'm going to say import breaker, and this is coming from // component / breaker. Voila, I have a breaker there. So save that. You're going to see the breaker here. So that is not how the breaker looks like in our design. As you can see, it's just this nice line with an all statement right here. And I'm just going to close my button outline, go to my breaker, and have the set of code for the breaker right here. So I'm just going to first change this to animated.view, and I need to import these from, let me just import it manually. So import animated, comma, I want to import two things, and the other one is fade all right. I want to import it from React Native animated, and just save that. And like I said again, this was have an entry, and the entry will fade in right dot. The duration is going to be 100, and this is going to be a delay, and the delay is going to be 500, and Springify as well. This is also going to have a class name. It's going to have a class name, and the class name is going to be flex of row width of full. Good. As you can see, the animation worked as expected. Right. Inside of this, I'm going to have 3 views, 3 separate views, and this is the first one. Let me copy this. Copy, paste. Let me remove this or cut this, and have this side on. Yeah. Anyway, so the first view is going to have the following properties: class name, and the class name is going to be height of 10, width of 40%, justify of center items or center. And inside of this view again, I'm going to have another view. Let me just copy this. And this view is just going to have the following properties: class name is going to be border top of 2, border gray of 400, then width of full. Save that. The same thing I have right here. I'm just going to copy this. I will replace that with this, and that should look like this. And inside of this, I'm going to have a text, and the text is going to have a class name, and the class name is going to be text of this, text of mutual, and that's 500. And I'm going to have a text in between that says how. And let me just have the following properties. I'm going to say, I'm just going to say class name, the width of 20%, justify of center, items of center as well. And this text, I have the properties as well. As you can see, this is definitely what I want. So now that this breaker is ready, all I need to do is just close this. And so I'm just going to check what next on my design. And you can see this nice space in between them. I will need to sort that out. Next thing is to have this button right here. I already have this custom button right here. All I need is just copy and paste the right here and add their respective children icons. So let's just minimize that. Let's go back to our home screen. All right, here I'm just going to say this is going to be, I'm just going to say third party auth. I'm going to have two button outline there. But before that, I want to have a view here, and this view is going to be animated dot view. And as always, this is going to have an entry, and the entry is going to be fade in down, and the duration is going to be 100. I want to delay it as well so that they come in after each other. Delay this by 600, and finally springify it. Also, I want to have a class name here, and the class name is going to be border white, padding bottom of 4. So moving on, then I want to have my button outline right here. So I'm just going to say button outline, which I've already imported. I'm just going to have the title here, and the title is going to say continue with Google. Let me just save that and see how that looks like. As you can see, that looks good, although I still need to add 1 or 2 right there. So I'm just going to say after this, I need to make sure I wrap my entire button inside its own view. And I'm just going to carry all of this, cut it, and put it inside of this. And say, okay, I want to have a class name here, and this class name is going to say width of full, because my button doesn't seem to be filling the entire width of the screen. Width of full, I justify of start. Save that, and we are good to go. So remember that we have an icon right here. So I'm just going to add that right now. And I'm going to say, just under this, I want to have ant design from Expo vector icons, and this is going to be a self-closing tag. The name of the icon name is going to be Google. The size is going to be size of 20. The color is going to be of gray. Save that, and this seems to be outside of where I want it to be, and that is because my button should not be a self-closing tag, but its own component like this. So let me just cut this, put this right here, and save that. As you can see, that works as expected. So the button outline, it works as a self-closing tag if you do not have a children. If you have a children, you need to make this its own component with the first closing tag and second closing tag, and have the icon inside of that. Good. Now that this is ready, I can just copy and paste this. So just copy this, put this right here. And remember, this is not going to be continuing with Google. This is going to be continuing with Apple. So let me just change this text. Continue with Apple. And this is going to be Apple 1. And also, I should delete this by 700. And this should work as expected. Right. So now that that is complete, all I have to do is make sure that my spacing looks like what I have right here, because this spacing doesn't look like this, and this logo, I do not have it yet. Let me bring that in, and let me just, so above this, I want to have what I would call logo and brand name. To save that, and right here I'm going to say the view. I'm going to say the class name is going to be what? Width of full, px of 4, items of center. And this right here is where I'm going to bring in my logo and all. So right, I'm going to say animated dot view, and inside of this is going to have an entry, and my entry is going to be fit all right. As always, it's going to have a duration, and duration is going to be 100. I'm also going to have Spotify right here. So all right, I want to have a class name right here, and I'm going to say this is going to be flex or row, justify of center, items or center. And inside of this as well, I want to have our main image. So I'm going to say this is going to be a view, and this view is going to stay inside of another view, and this view itself is going to have a class name, and this class name is going to be width of 20, height of 20, overflow of 18. And inside of this, I'm going to have my image, which is going to be coming from Expo image, which is going to be a self-closing tag. Right, I take in some parameters that are required. It takes in the source, and require is going to be a method like this. I'm just going to pass in the parts of my image, and it lives inside of the assets, inside of images, and inside of logo.png. So I have to add a placeholder, and the placeholder has to be a blur hash. And let me just global search my blur hash so I can bring it in. So I'm just going to copy all of this, control copy, close this, put this right here, blur hash, and just remove this, and close this. So this is going to be blur hash, not blush. Moving on, I'm going to say this content fit is going to be of cover, and also the transition is going to be 1000. And finally, the class name that I want is going to be width of full, height of full, length of 1. Saving that, you have your logo right here. So that is what I want. And you can see all of this is just mumbled and jumbled up, and that's because we missed an E right here. Space Y of 6, it gives all of these components a space in between them. So putting that, save it, you're going to see it spreads out accordingly, and that should look like what we have right here. So the logo, the text. So we have done a good job right here. Moving on, once we click on the login, we want it to take us to the login screen, and we are not done with this component. Text, it seems I'm not using the text right here, so I can just remove that. That is the benefit of TypeScript. It's going to show you what you're using and what you're not using. And good. So first things first, I want to import what I'm going to call my navigation, and that is coming from React Navigation Native. And just right here, I'm going to say import. I'm going to import two things from at React Navigation /native. And what I'm going to import, we've done it before, is going to be navigation props, and also use navigation. Right, save that. And all I have to do is make use of these two methods that I'm importing from React Navigation Native. So right inside of my welcome string, I'm going to declare two variables. I'm going to call this const, open a curly braces, and before I even do anything, I want to assign it to use navigation. I remember to put the bracket right there. So inside of these, I'm going to say navigate is what I want to extract out of this use navigation method, and I'm going to assign it to what I want to have my own name to be. I'm going to say navigate auth, and that is what that looks like. And I'm going to assign it to a type, navigation prop, and this navigation prop is going to show two squiggly lines, and that's because it needs its own type as well. So I'm just going to assign it to, before I do that, let me just duplicate this and create the type before assigning the type. So I'm just going to put this right here as well. I'm going to change this name. I'm going to say this is going to be navigation tab right here. And also, all I need to do now is just create their types and we should be good to go. So let me just go to my types right here. As you can see right here. So just above this, I'm going to say type auth navigation type, and this is going to be assigned, where is my equal to sign, and I'm going to define some things right here. I'm going to say welcome is going to be undefined, the login is going to be undefined, the register, because I'm going to use this in all of these cases, they are undefined by default, and splash is going to be undefined as well. So save these. Next thing I want to do is create the tab navigation type, and I'm just going to say type tab navigation type, and this is going to be assigned to just one, and it's going to be home and undefined. Save that. And right here, I can just import or use my types. So I'm going to say auth navigation type, and you see the squiggly line disappears. And also, I'm going to assign tab navigation type here. And also, we're going to see the squiggly line disappears. So my job now is to use this navigation auth to navigate to my login screen, and also this navigation tab to navigate to wherever I want it to go. Although I don't think I'll be even using this at all, because you cannot go directly from this button to the navigation tab. So I'm just going to remove this, pardon me, and even this, I do not need it. Let me just comment that out, Let me save this. And this is the only thing I'll be using right here. And you can guess where I'm going to use them. And I'm going to using them in my button. Remember, I created an action for each of these buttons right here. If you just right click and go to definition, you're going to see a nice small window here showing everything about the button. You can see the action, and I assigned the action to an on-press, which is optional. So right here, I'm just going to say action is going to be what? I'm going to be assigning to two curly braces, and I'm going to be assigning to an arrow function, and I'm going to say navigate auth, and I'm going to assign the login to it. That way, if I click this button, take me to the login screen. And the same thing for the sign up. Let me just copy this, and put this right here. for this is going to say register, and we'll just Ctrl Z that. It's going to register, and this name needs to match the exact stream name that you have created right there. As you can see, splash, welcome, login. It has to match the same name you are assigning it to. So if you say you want to go to the welcome string, this is the only thing you have to type in right here. So fingers crossed, this works as expected. So click on login. Look at that login string. Click on sign up, register string. Good. That is the behavior we want for our welcome string. And that should wrap up everything for the welcome string. And let me just reload my app. And open the terminal now. It says unable to resolve assets. So let me just add there. My app.json said cannot see icon.png. Alright, let me just replace. I'm just going to say logo.png. Save that. I'm just going to reload my app by typing R. You're going to see this logo right here. So the first is first, my splash screen, and it takes me to my welcome screen. And from here, user can say, okay, I want to go to login screen. All right, go to login screen, sign up. I want to go to the sign up screen, and no issues at all with that. So let me just bring this down, and you should see none of these errors should appear again. So let me just close that, close this. And as you can guess, we're going to go to our login screen right now. And this is where we're going to start building the next screen. So the design for this login screen is going to be coming from the login screen right here. We're going to have these text boxes, text inputs that takes in the values. I will be able to log in and register and do all of what we want in both strings, login and register. So let's jump into that straight away. First things first, I want to create some set of states first before we even move ahead. So I'm going to create the email and also set the email. Because we want to collect the user's information, we have to set or create the state that will handle all of that for us. So I'm going to say this is use state. It is coming from React, and it is going to be an empty string. Same with this, I'm going to say I want a password, and the password, I need a function that will set the password as well. I'm going to say this is use state, set it to an empty string as well. Also, I want to be able to track if my login is loading, and or if it's in a loading state, or the server is checking if I'm logged in. So I have to show a loading icon, and the loading that we handled out is going to be called is loading. So if my app is loading, or if it's true, show an icon. If not, just take me to a particular string. So I'm going to set is loading. I'm going to assign this to use state. I'm going to put this as empty string. Or sorry, false. This is going to be a boolean. So first things first, my view, and inside of my view, I'm just going to make it a class name. I'm going to make it a flex of 1. And also inside of this, I'm going to have a curly braces right here. I'm going to say if this loading is true, then you should do something. And basically that is going to just show a loading icon. So I'm just going to say view, and let me just set this to be like this. And I'm going to have a class name here. The class name is going to be absolute, and z of 50, z index of 50, height of full, justify of center, items of center. And inside of this view again, I want to have another view. I do not know why these are not self-closing, but hey, that is reality for you, or my ID anyway. So height of full for this, width of full, justify of center, items of center, bg of black, opacity, and I want a unique opacity of 0.45. And also I want to now have the final view inside of this. So that will now be here. That will be like this. And inside of this is where I'm going to have my activity indicator. And you'll be using this a lot if you want to be a React Native developer. And activity indicator takes two important things: the size of the loading icon, and this is going to be of large, and also the color, it has to be of white, because I already have a dark background solving that here. So if I just put this value in true, you're going to see what I just created. So as you can see, this is what that looks like, but I still have one thing to add here, and I'm just going to say, okay, this is going to be absolute. And let me just save that. And it seems there's still one or two issues with this. And also I need to add a width of full here. Right. So that is the only challenge there. So you can see it right here. This is what I just implemented. So if the user click on this button right here, login, to show this to the user, okay, something is happening, we just wait. If there's an error, it will cancel, show an error message, you try again if your credentials are not correct. But if it is correct, just takes me directly to the home tab, and I have no issues with that. So let me just minimize this and change this back to files. So save this, and I can go ahead with my main login right here. So just under this, I'm going to have a view right here, and this view will have a class name, and the class name is going to justify center, items of center. It's going to be relative, and flex of 1. Inside of this again, I'm going to have another view, and it's going to have the following class name. The class name is going to be justified of center, width of full, px of 4, space, y of 4. And also I want to have a style here, because I want to have a specific height, and the height is going to be coming from height multiply by 0.75, and this height I need to bring it in up. Yep. Now I'm going to say const. I'm going to open an empty curly braces and first assign it to dimensions coming from React Native, and I have to get the window of the user. So whatever device you're using, you can use this to get the user's device width and height, and you can use this to manipulate the height of the component. So I'm going to say this is going to be width and height. This is supposed to be a comma, right? So this error should disappear, and that is that about that. So first things first, let me have a welcome text. So inside of this, I'm going to have an animated dot text, or dot view rather, and I'm here to import it out. Let me just import it out from React Native Reanimated. And inside of these, I want to have a class name, and the class name is going to be justify of center, items and center. And just under this, I'm going to say entering is going to be fade in down dots, and as usual we're going to have a duration, and the duration is going to be 100, and also springify just like we did previously. And so inside of my view, I want to have text, and my text is going to say class name. Class name is going to be text of neutral 800, text of 2XL, leading is going to be of 60 pixels, and I need to also have a specific font for this. So this is where I wanted to use my style before, and I'm just going to say font family. It is going to be plus Jakarta Sans bold, and this is going to say welcome back user. And what else do I need here? I also need, let me just save this so you can see what we're working on. You can see welcome back user. So I'm just going to, let me just continue creating it. So I'm just going to say text, and this is going to say welcome back. Please enter your details. Just going to add a full stop there and enter to spell it like that. So obviously I need its own properties as well. Let me save it. It is going to have a text color neutral, and this is going to be 500. The text is going to be small. The font is going to be of medium. Save that, and that should look like that, and our welcome text is ready. Moving on, I want to have my various text inputs. This is different from just text. It takes in a value this, and I'm just going to come under this and say, all right, let me just create a comment right here, or even remove this because it's sitting at the bottom of my screen. I do not want that. So inside of this component right here, inside of this view, just under the welcome text, I want to have a text input, and underneath of this, just like we did, I want to have an animated dot view, and this is going to have its properties as well. I'm going to say this as a class name, and this class name is going to be py of 8 space y of 8. So underneath of this, I'm going to say entry. The entry is going to be fade in down, and this is going to be dot duration, and duration is going to be 100. Also the delay, it is going to be of 200, and also springify it like this. All right, so after this, I'm going to have two views inside of it. We represent the two inputs that I'll be having, and I'm just going to put this as email, and this is going to say I want to have a view here. Definitely have a class name, and the class name is going to be border of 2, border green, which is the color of 400, rounded of large, and I'm going to have a text input right here, which is going to be a self closing tag, and I have to import that from React Native, and I'm just going to select React Native right here. So it takes in some properties, and the first thing is, this is not important though. I just want to have a nice pattern around my text, and I want to say on change of the text, this is where it gets interesting. Whenever I change the text, I want it to be tracked and saved somewhere. So I'm just going to apply an arrow function here. Then set email to the text. And this text is going to work as the parameter right here. So whatever text the user type in, I want to assign it to this email right here. So moving on, I'm going to say the value is going to be of email, which I created right here. So moving on, I'm going to say the placeholder is going to be basically the email, and also the auto capitalize, I want it to be of none. And saving that, you're going to see my email right here, and I can type in whatever I want inside of this. And also I want to add for the password as well. So after this view, I'm just going to copy all of this, copy this, put this here, put a comment right here. I'm going to say password, and this works just like this. Let me even save this so you can see what we are doing so far. So this also has a class name of partner 4. This is not going to be set email, but set password, and this stays the same. This placeholder is going to be of password, and yes, that is what we need. And you can see our email looking, or our field looking similar to what we have right here. All you have to do is just add this button and this other information. So all I need to do is just collapse this text input and just type email and password text input. So underneath of this, I need to have the login button, and this I'm just going to say animated dot view, and this is going to take in some properties. Like always, it's going to have a class name, and the class name is going to be width of full, justify of start, and also the entry is going to be fade only down, and the duration is going to be of 100. Also, I want the delay to be of 300. Also, I want the springify right there as well. So my button, as always, I will just have a view here. This view, we have a class name of padding bottom of 6. And also, I'm just going to have a button. And this button, I'm just going to give it a title. This is the essence of creating a reusable component. You can always reuse them without having to write all the code again. And the action is where it gets really interesting, because we need to bring in a function from Supabase. And again, Supabase is the framework tool that's going to undo all the authentication of our app. They provided us several functions, and one of them includes sign in with email. So all I have to do is just set that up for you, so we can assign that function right here. But before that, I can go ahead and write a remaining code to save that. You can see my login button right here. Good. I need to bring in my breaker as well. So let me head back to my welcome screen. Do I have a breaker here? Let me just copy this, and just paste this right here. But also import that, save that. You can see my breaker right here. And finally, I need to bring in this button as well. I have this created already, but I'm still just going to create it myself. Or let me check third party auth. Let me copy this, I can actually make this reusable as well. And I'm just going to import this, also import this, and I'm just going to remove one of these. Save that. You should have continuity right here. And also, I want to say, all right, I want to be able to show this text right here, which is don't have an account register. It is just a normal text. I'm just going to say don't have an account. I'm just going to say, all right, so let's just have an animated dot view, and I'm just going to have this as a class name, and the class name is going to be flex of row, justify of center items of center, and the entry is going to be fade wheel down. The duration is going to be 100. This also is going to have a delay of 700. It's going to have a springify right here. So inside of this, I'm going to have text. Let me just have the first text here. Don't call it right. Let me just add this to this because there's a spacing. There's a spacing there. Don't have an account. It seems there is a border of white here which I do not want. And let me just remove this. I do not even need a border. Let me just save this. And I believe that is here as well. I do not need a border of white. Let me just remove this as well. Okay, so don't have an account. Right, let me just start this. I want to have a class name. Or instead, let me just duplicate this first. And let me say, okay, I want to have something here, which will be called register. So you can see the magic we want to perform with this. So the class name for this is going to be text neutral. And the neutral is going to be 500. Text is going to be large. Font is going to be medium. The label is going to be 38 pixels. And text is going to be center. Not text on right, but center. And also, I want to have a specific font for this. Now you're also going to say font family. It is going to be assigned to plus Jakarta. Sans medium. And that is how that should look. So save that. You should see the changes right here. I don't have an account register. The same thing I'm going to do for this. Let me copy this. Copy this. Paste this here. And I'm going to make these bold. And let me just add the class name right here. And the class name for this is going to be text neutral of 800, text of large, font of medium, leading is going to be 38 pixels, and text of center Save that, and that should look like that. And also, if I click on this register, I want it to take me to the register screen, and you can guess what I'm going to do like I did before. Let me just minimize this. I'm just going to say press able, which is coming from your React Native. I'm just going to wrap my entire text inside of it. And I'm going to say, okay, once I unpress it, I want you to do something which is basically taking me to the register screen. And all I have to do is just say navigate in it, which I don't have set up yet. So I'm just going to, let me just create that, navigate, but I'm yet to create this by the way, so do not be afraid what I am doing right here. If this doesn't exist, I have to create it right here. So right here, I'm going to say count. We've done this before. I'm just going to open a curly braces and assign this to use navigation. And this is going to be assigned to this. So inside of this, I still need to bring in something again. And like we did before, it's going to be navigation prop. And inside of this, I'm going to say, all right, bring in the navigate, cool, but assign it to navigate hot. And also, I want this to be assigned to the navigation prop. And also, I want this to be assigned to hot navigation type. And just close this so this doesn't throw any unnecessary errors for us. So save that, and everything should work as expected. This password, I'm supposed to assign it to the password section here. This is not what I want. I want a password. Cool. The password email. And all right. So whatever information I have here, it is going to be assigned here. So whatever I type in all these fields, it's going to be assigned here. And if I click on login, it's going to take those two information, send them to Superbase, and Superbase will check if I am already having an account on their dashboard or the dashboard I set up for my company, and they're just going to say, okay, yeah, you're good to go. This person has an account. Then on my own end, all I have to do is just, okay, if the person session exists and the person is a user, just send them directly to the home tab and we are good to go. So this, let me just check if we have all of this set up. So right, everything looks the same. So if I click on register, you take me directly to the register screen, and this is how that works. So let me just set up a register screen and bring in all the functions for the Superbase, so we can now go into the main build of our app, which is the news, the crypto coins, and everything displayed on our screen. So in my register screen, and just say, okay, register screen. So in my register screen, the design looks similar, and this is how that looks like. So I'm basically going to copy and paste whatever I have in my login, put it here, then change some information. So everything in my login, let me just control here and copy. I'm just going to put these here, but remember I have to change the name. So right here, I just have to say, okay, register screen. And my register screen doesn't look like this. And the first text right here, so if I click on register, you can see it's just a text right here. But if I save this, it has the same information right here, but that is not what I want. And right here, I want to say register to join us. Save that. And I'm going to see the difference between the register and the login screen. So this is the login screen, and this is a register screen. and I'm going to say welcome back. Please, not really welcome back. I'm just going to say welcome. Please enter your details, and that should be good to go. So instead of don't have an account, I'm basically going to say have an account. Have an account. Do you have an account? All right. Then I'll just put login here instead of register. We'll then say login. And also I'm going to change this to login right here. So if I click on login, it takes me to login screen. Click on register, takes me to register screen. Click on login, takes me to login screen, and so on and so forth. So all I have to do is just bring in my Supabase configuration so users can register and sign up, or register and log in into our app, and finally take us to where we're going to go. So let me just head back into my screen right here. So this and this, I'm going to leave it. Let me close the welcome screen, and this is where I'm going to set up things right now. All right, so first things first, let me create a new folder in my root directory. So I'm going to call this lib, and this is where my Supabase configurations is going to live. And I'm just going to create a new file here. I'm going to call this supabase.txt. I'm going to be leaving links in the description box below on how to get your configurations and all. So in my Supabase, I'm going to import 3 fields. I'm going to say import React Native URL polyfill, and I'm going to import auto like that. Also, I'm going to import async storage string at React Native async storage / restore storage. And finally, I'm going to say import with a create client. I'm going to import that from Supabase /super. I need to put this inside of a string. I'm going to say Supabase /supabase/js. So moving on, I'm going to create a variable. I'm going to say it's going to be Supabase. I'm going to assign it to my database URL, and you can find this in your account. Again, I'm going to drop the link in the description on how to go about this. HTTPS : and this is going to work like this, ls. So this you will find in your account. Also, I'm going to create another variable called Supabase unknown key. It's going to be assigned to a long unknown key, which I cannot type, but I will just copy and paste into my code. So first things first, I'm just going to paste this again. And also my unknown key, which is unique for everybody, I'm just going to paste it right here. And moving on, just underneath of this, I'm going to create another variable. I'm going to say export const Supabase. Then I'm going to create client, and let me just put a gap right here. Create client. I'm going to say okay. I want to do 2 things. First, put in my Supabase URL here, Supabase URL, and also Supabase unknown key. Then comma, put all of this inside a curly braces. And I'm going to say okay, auth, and this auth is going to have storage, and the storage is going to be async storage. Let me just put a comma right here, and it says, all right, I made a mistake right here. This is supposed to be Supabase URL. So the next thing here is going to be auto refresh token. I'm going to set this to true. Next thing, I want to persist the session. All right, this is going to be true as well. I want to detect session in URL, and this is going to be false. So this is how to set up the Supabase configurations. And the next thing I want to do is set up the store on my physical device, so that whenever the user is logged in, we have to save their session somewhere and be able to track it. So if the user has a section on Supabase, right, we have to save that session on our device and say, okay, this is the user information and all. And if they don't, or the user logs out, we're just going to clear that session from our store on our device. And let me just create a new folder here. I'm just going to call this store. And inside of this store, I'm going to say use user store.js. And inside of this, I'm going to import the following. I will say import create. It's going to be coming from toStand. And also, I want to import persist from toStand middleware, and also create JSON storage. So these are the two things that we'll put it from toStand middleware. Also, I want to import async storage from React Native, not from React Native, but from React Native async storage. And finally, in the import, I want to import two important tools to session. I want to import session and also the user from Supabase.js. So I have to first, like I said, create an export. So I'm going to export this user store, and I'm going to assign it to create. And this is what that looks like. And just above it, let me create an interface, which is the type for the user store. I'm going to say user store. I'm going to say the user is going to be user, this user I have right here. And else, if there's no user, I'll just set it to null. And also, I want to set the user, and set the user is going to be user, which obviously is the user coming from here again, or null. And this is also going to be a function, but I want to set it to void now. Also, the session is going to be session else, just set it to null. So we've used both of these functions from Supabase, and I'm going to say is logged in. So boolean like this, and also I'm going to have the final one is log set is logged in. This is the function that will set is logged in. And I believe I missed something here. I'm going to come back to it. This session I have to set the section as well. So for every state that you create, you need a function that will update that state. That is how it works. So set logged in is going to be logged in. It's going to be assigned to a boolean, and it's going to be a void. And also, what do I need to do again? So like I said, I need to set session, and this is going to look like this. I'm just going to say session is going to be the session coming from Superbase, else no, and it's going to be void. So I have to assign this type I just created to a method inside of this. So I'm just going to say persist, which we brought in from toStand. So we have to persist the logged in user so that whenever we just close our app, we don't lose that user session. I will still keep it on our device. You can only clear the session if it expires or if the user logs out. So I'm just going to say user store, and this will look like this. All right, so I have to create an arrow function that looks like this. And inside of this, I'm going to call this set with a small letter. And inside of this, I'm going to say user is going to be null. Session is going to be null as well. Is logged in is going to be of false. Is on boarded is going to be false as well. And also I want to say set user, and this set user is going to look like this. User will be assigned to user from Superbase, else no. And we're going to set, and this is going to be an arrow function, by the way. So set is a method itself, and inside of this, we're going to have an arrow function like this. So inside of this, I'm going to say state, and inside of this, I'm going to say, all right, the user like this, and the next one is set is log in, and this is going to be assigned to session. And also I have to put a fallback right here, and I'm going to have an arrow function that says set, which is a method on its own, and I have to provide an arrow function like this. So inside of this, I'm going to set set as well, and inside of this, I'm going to say is log in, and this is throwing an error. Set is logged in is not going to be session. It is going to be is logged in. Permit me for that error is logged in, and this is going to be Ctrl Z. It is going to be of boolean, and this does not have to be a null. So set is logged into this, and why is this still throwing that functions can only be used in TypeScript files? And it seems I made a mistake right here. This is supposed to be a .ts file. That is only where you can use type annotations, and it says something here as well. Expect 2 arguments but got 1. No problem, I'm going to fix that argument in a bit. And it says set is logged in, expected a comma, and right, let me just set this. All right, let me just close this. So the second argument that this needs, I'm going to set it later on, and or I can actually set it now and say okay. So this is the, I'm just going to have a comma here, I'm going to have a curly braces here, and this is going to say name is going to be FullStack Crypto User Store, and I'm going to have a comma here as well, and I'm going to say in storage is going to be assigned to create JSON storage. And I'm going to say this is going to be an arrow function as well of async storage. And this I will just leave like this. And it seems our app is throwing some error which we do not want. Session missing and okay, I believe. Okay, let me just check this. Set property session is missing type. So all I have to do is complete this and the error should disappear. So I'm going to say set session. As you can see, the error disappears. I'm going to say this is going to be session. It's going to be session. And it's going to be assigned to me null. And I'm going to assign it just like I assign the following. It's going to be an array function. I'm going to call this session. I'm going to set this to states. And we are good to go to use this on our app. And it said, do you mean use async storage? And alright, I do not need to put these inside of curly braces like this, and this should work as expected. So let me just save that, and our store is ready. And the only thing we have to do is bring this inside of our app.tsx. So I'm just going to head back to my app.tsx, and right here I'm going to say const. I'm going to say session. I'm going to set this to user. I'm going to bring this from use user store and save that. And I'm going to also use a use effect right here. I'm going to say use effects, and I'm going to have an arrow function outside of that. I'm just going to say console.log if the user exists and the session as well. And also I'm going to put this inside a dependency array. So it is these two things that will trigger this use effect anytime we are in our app directory or file. So whenever the session is available, let me check this, and we can see now the user is not available, the session is not available. So we are setting it to no. I'm possible working that. If you have a user and their information, it is going to show their information right here. So let me just bring this down. So let me just copy this as well. And if you could remember in our screen inside of root application, we're using this before. Let me just replace that with this. And let me just import that. So we're going to be using a session coming from the use user store. So it works the same way just like we did, but this one is how it should be done. So the session is false right now. That is why we are still this. If I set it to true, where we have our app right here, if I set it to true, we're going to see that it is going to be taking us directly to the home tab. So, all right, so back to my root navigation. I want to check for two things. If the session is true and the session.user information is true as well, that is when I want to go to the tab navigation. Else, just take me to all these login screens that I am seeing right now. So that is all for this root navigation. The session is up and running. We are not coming back here. So let me just close this. And my app as well. Let me just close this as well. This as well. Let me check. Do I need to do anything here? No, I do not need to. Superbase is ready. Close this as well. So to be able to log in my user, I have to do something first. and that is creating a set of functions that Supabase has provided for us. So I'm just going to say new file. I'm going to say use Supabase auth.ts. And inside of this, I'm going to import several functions from Supabase, and I do not need to create this one by one because it is quite a lot. I'm just going to copy and paste it. You can find this on Supabase website, and that is what I'm going to do right now. So inside of this, I'm going to be leaving this code URL for you, so you can just copy and paste it. And this is how that looks like. Let me just collapse all of this. And as you can see, I'm importing Supabase from Supabase, obviously. And use user store, I'm importing from the user store that we have created in my store right here. So I'm bringing out session, set session, and set user from this use user store. And these 3 or 5 functions are coming from Supabase. They provided us that. So sign in with email, they need our email and password. And error, if we are getting an error, we can return the error. If not, just return the data. And this is how to sign in with password. So this is sign up with email. We are getting our error and data from this method right here, email and password. We are returning error and data, and these are the 2 information we are sending to database to register with email. Sign out, basically, if there's no error, just sign out and just set session, which we are setting on our physical device here. If you click on sign out, to set that session to null, set user to null, so that we are back to our login screen. And that is what that does. Get user profile. This is basically getting all the user information. If the session user doesn't exist, no user on this session, and we're just bringing in these 3 functions, data, error, and status from Supabase from our profile, and this is coming from the database, and we're getting the URL. So we are getting the username, the full name, the avatar URL, and the website. These are the data we'll be using to edit our profile later, and I'm going to show you how to do that. So all of these are Postgres, by the way, and you don't need to really know everything. Just copy and paste it here and just get your authentication working. But if you want to really know about it, just read more about the from, select, EQ, and single from Supabase. And finally, the update user profile. We're getting all this information once we fill in all these fields in our edit profile screen, not here. And we're just sending it to Supabase, and we're updating our profile, and that is what all of this does. So all I have to do is just export all of these 3 and all of these 5, and we are good to go. So all I have to do is just use all of this. Let me just save this and head back to my login screen, or let me go to my register screen first. And right here, I can just register a user first. So up here, I'm basically going to say, just after this, let me minimize this. In my register, I want to register my users before they log in. So I'm just going to say async function. And I'm going to sign up with email. And I'm going to bring this like this. And I'm just going to say set is loading. Whoops. Set is loading. I would set to false or true instead. To true. And also I'm going to say const the data is coming from insertion, and comma, I'm going to also say error, and I'm also going to have a comma right here. And at the end of the day, I'm going to await all of these. I'm going to say Supabase dot sign up, and this is going to look like this. Now we're just going to pass the email that we've collected from the user already. I'm going to say email and also password. I'm going to assign it to password. And moving on, I'm going to say, all right, if the session doesn't exist, just alert and say, I'm just going to say, please check your inbox for verification. And I'm just going to import things from React Native. Alert is coming from React Native. And I'm going to say if error exists, I'm just going to open a curly braces. As it said, is loading. I'm going to set it to false. Because as you can remember, once the loading is true, you're going to see a loading icon right here for the activity indicator. If the loading is true, set that to this thing. Else, I'm just going to say set is loading to false as well. And although I might need to alert this as well in case there's any error. So if there's any error, I'm just going to clear this and say alert the error as well. Right. So, all right. This is what I want to do. So if I register, I have to assign this, by the way, to my button right here. Remember the action that we have created. So in my button, I'm just going to head to my button. Where's my button? So I have to pass in an action. Let me just go to my register. And this is not supposed to be login. This is supposed to be register. And I'm just going to say I want an action right here. And the action is going to be an arrow function. And this is going to be assigned to sign up with email. And this is how that will look like. So whenever I pass in any field here, click on register, you're going to see the loading icon and it's going to show if I have successfully registered or not. So I'm just going to register here and say I want to register Dave's. And it has to be an email. And this has to be an existing email so that it can send you the link to verify your email. So I'm just going to type in a password 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And if I click on register, you're going to see this loading icon. And if it is successful, it will show you. And if it is not, it will show you an error. But this will say, please check your inbox for verification, which just shows that we have successfully registered. Okay, I do not like that message fully. So I can just say registered successfully. Please check your inbox for verification. Save that. Let me change this to Dave 1 as well. Or let me say Rachel. I'll click on register. Register successfully. Please check your inbox for verification. Good. So if I go to my login now, I should be able to enter those credentials. But because I have not verified my email, I cannot log in. As a user, you can just check your email. But because that email doesn't exist, I cannot use that. I would have used my original email, but that is private. So I'll just go back to my login. I just implement my login right here. I use an email that I have already on my Supabase account. So I'm just going to head back here. I'm just going to copy this as well. So command copy, login. Let me just paste this. And under this, let me just paste this. And this is going to be sign in with email. Set loading to true. I'm going to bring in two things right here anyway. So const, then data. And this is going to be coming from sign in. Let me bring in, or let me just erase everything here and start afresh. I'm going to say const, and I'm going to assign this to await superbase dot auth dot sign in with password. I'm going to pass in 2 items here, the email and also the password. And inside of this, I'm just going to say data and also error. Good. So if error is true, if we get an error, let me just Ctrl Z this and move these up. So if the error is true, set loadings to false and also alert the error message as alert and also see error message. I'm just going to say right here, and I don't need an else statement at all. So right here, the next I want to do is if data.session is true and data.user is true, the data I'm getting from the response from this superbase function, if they are both true, all I have to do is just set session, and I'm just going to say data.session, and also I'm going to say set user. I'm going to import both of them pretty soon. Ctrl Z. This is not what I want. I'm going to say data.user. So let me just import this. It doesn't give me any suggestion, and I believe I imported them right here. So let me just check. Do I have them imported? No, I do not. So let me just go and import it right here. So I'm just going to say import use user store from @user store, and also underneath of this is where I'm going to bring both of those functions, and I'm going to say use user store right here, and I'm going to say all right, set user and also set session. So save this, and the error should not persist here at all. As you can see, it's right here. So that is all we need to do regarding this, I believe, and I might need to wrap everything here inside a try and catch just for best practices. So all of these, I'm just going to copy or cut all of this, put this right here, and whatever error I catch, I can just console.log it, and I can just say all right, save that. And this again, I have to use it. So copy, go to my button, my login button, and the action, it has to be an arrow function. And I'm just going to paste what I just copied here. So this wraps up my login setup. So I can just go here and say, okay, I have an email already on my database, and trust me, I'm going to teach you how to do all of this. I would have used those credentials I use in registering to set up these, but there is a limitation to that in the sense that you will need to verify your email, and going to my email, click on verification and all of that. I don't want to go through the process. And even after clicking the link, because even after clicking the link, you still need to do some binding and all to be able to verify your email and work properly. It doesn't do like that on the web at all. You just go directly to the localhost, but on mobile development, there is a limitation to that, and that can be fixed. I can do that, but that will just take too much of our time. And this email, I just set it up on my dashboard without verification, and so I can use it for testing and all. I'm just going to type in my password right here: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And let me just check once again if this is supposed to be like this. So if I just click on login, invalid login credentials, good. This is what I want. If the credentials are wrong, show me so I can know what to do again. And let me just remove this and just click on login. And this is going to take me to the tab navigation, like as you can see right here, which shows that I am logged in. And if I close this app, open it again, this is where it's going to bring me back unless I sign out. So, all right, this is what we want for our app. And if I just go to the tab navigation, and I can just see here, welcome to tab navigation. Save that. You're going to see it right here. So this is where I'm going to bring in all of these screens right here. And you're going to see all those bottom tabs right here. So this is what I want. And right, we are done with our auth navigation. That took some minutes or some time to achieve that, but that is how to set up a proper navigation or authentication instead. Again, that is how to set up our authentication for our mobile app in React Native and Expo using Supabase. If you have that set up, you can reuse it for all your mobile apps that you want to build using React Native and Expo. And all you have to do is just copy and paste the code, and you are good to go. So this wraps up the authentication part of our mobile app. We are going to go into the main business of setting up the tab navigation from home. You're able to see the coins, you're able to see the login user, their information. And if you just go back to this, you're going to see the information I logged earlier. As you can see, before it was showing no, and that is right here in my app.tsx. I said, okay, if the user is logged in, just log in their user details and the session. Before it was showing no, and before it was saying, okay, no user exists, but the session, this is the session. But later on, it updated everything, and you're going to see my information right here. As you can see, provider, email, whatnot. The email that I used to register, john@gmail.com, and email confirmed at so date, and you can see how that works. So you can as well remove all of this if you do not want it. You can remove the console log, but I like to keep it there so I can look it. Nothing is wrong with my user state. And yeah, so the next stage is doing the tab navigation and setting up the other screen. We're already in the app right now. Let us get things started. And this is the most interesting part of our FinTech Crypto App. Join me as I move ahead with that. Okay, so first things first, we're going to head into our screens folder inside of source. So we head to our string. And you know what? I might as well just close all of these and close this. And I'll just head into navigation, tab navigation. And inside of this is where I want to import all of my tab navigations. And this is what we'll be creating, by the way. All of these tabs and all of these strings, we have to bring them in here. So as you can guess, that is bottom tab navigation. So right, we're just going to head into this and minimize everything, close this. So first things first, I want to import some set of things that make our bottom tab navigation function. And right here, I'm just going to say import inside of a curly braces. Instead of a curly braces, I'm going to say from. I'm going to say at React, and now it's coming from navigation bottom tabs. So React that navigation / bottom tabs. And I'm going to import create bottom tab navigation or navigator rather. And also I'm going to import icons. I'm going to specifically import from, let me first import at Expo vector icons. And what I'm going to import from Expo vector icons is ION icons. And moving on, I'm going to import my screens and all, but I can always do that automatically. So right here, I'm just going to create a variable. I'm going to call this const tab. I'm going to assign it to create bottom tab navigator with a curly braces like that. And just above this, I believe I do not need to create anything. So I'm just going to remove everything here. I'll call this tab dot navigator. As you can see, these are all the methods attached to this tab method that I imported. So I'm just going to assign it to the tab navigator. And the way tab navigator works is it works with screens. So I'm basically going to say tab dot screen, and it's going to be a self-closing tag. It's not going to be its own component like this. So I'm just going to say tab dot screen. I meant screen, not that. And it's going to be a self-closing tag like this. And I'm going to import some set of things. But first parameter that is important here is the name of the navigation, so that you can use it to navigate throughout your app. So this is what you're going to assign to any pressable and unpressed event handler if you want to navigate to the home screen. We're going to say the component is going to be called home navigation. As you can see, it has suggested it right here. If I save this, it is going to appear right here. So Ctrl save, and you should see my bottom tab right here. As you can see, home. So this is how we're going to be importing every of these screens that we want to import. So I'm just going to copy this. Paste it right here. I'm going to call this markets, and this is going to be coming from market navigation. Moving on, I'm going to paste this as well. In fact, let me paste this 5 times because we have 5 bottom tab right here: home, market, search, news, and profile. So this I'm going to call search. I'm going to call this search navigation. And just under news, I'm going to call this news. And I'm going to call this news navigation. And after this as well, I'm going to say this is going to be profile. And I'm going to call this, as you can guess already, profile navigation. So save this. You're going to see all my bottom tabs right here. If I click on market, you're going to see market navigation, search, news, profile, and our bottom tab is almost ready. Now I want to customize these icons and give them their own unique colors. The text, the icons, they should have a specific color once they are active. And inside of this tab navigator or tab navigator, it takes in a parameter, and that is called screen options right here. And this takes in the first curly braces like this. And also inside of this, we are going to assign an arrow function that looks just like this. Good. Curly braces, then arrow, then curly braces, or brackets rather, not curly braces. So okay, brackets, then all right. So an arrow function And inside of the first arrow function right here, I'm going to assign a parameter called route here. And this is how that looks like. And inside of this, I can now use these routes that I just assigned as the parameter. Inside of the arrow function here, again, I'm going to assign a curly braces. And this is how the screen option properties works on the tablet navigator. So first things first, I'm going to say header shown. I want to assign it to first. And I'm going to have a comma here. Save this. You're going to see all these header disappear right away. So that is what handles all that. Moving on, I'm going to say the tab bar icon. As you can guess what this does already, I want to undo the tab bar icons. And I'm going to assign these to an arrow function just like this as well. And I'm going to first decouple or assign a parameter here. I'm going to call this focused. And inside of this as well, create some set of variables. I'm going to select icon name. I don't need to assign to anything by default. Let me just create that way. And I'm going to assign some if-else statement. And let me just see this. And why is it throwing this error? Okay, let me continue and I'm going to fix that. And I'm going to say if. And I'm just going to have this as this. I want to put in some conditionals. And I'm going to say if route dot name is strictly equal to home, then I want to use the specific icon name. I'm going to say icon name is going to be assigned to home. And I'm going to say else if, and you can guess how this is going to look like. Else if, let me increase my screen right here. I'm going to say else if route.name is strictly equals to search, or I can say markets, considering this is what is next on the screen. So I'm just going to say, I can just copy this, put it right here. And instead of home, you can guess what I'm going to put. If not, I'm just going to put start dash chart dash outline. So I'm just going to be copying and pasting this. I'm going to put this here. I can also put it once again. So the next string is going to be, as you can see, search. So I'm going to say search. And right here, I'm just going to call this search dash outline. And just under this as well, I'm just going to say, what's the next one? News. I'm going to call these nails paper outline. And moving on, I have to definitely return something. That is why these errors screaming at me. So just after this, I'm going to create another variable. I'm going to say const and a string, and I'm just going to say customize size. I want to use a customized size for my font, and I'm going to call this 25. Then you see the error disappear right now. I'm just going to say return, and my return statement is going to look like this. As you can see, that disappears. This is where I'm going to bring in my ION icons, and this is going to be your self-closing tag. And inside of this, I'm going to say the first property that is very important is the name. You're going to put not a string right here. I want to have an icon name so that it is unique. The size is going to be customized size, and also the color. And this is where the focused comes in. So whenever the user clicks on each of these, that means it is focused. So when it is focused, I want to use a specific color icon or color, and I'm going to say I want to use this color code of 164B48. And if it is focused, use this color. Else, no, I just want to use gray. And we should be good to go. Saving this alone, we have all your icons right here. So save this. You're going to see all these nice icons right here. As you can see, the profile, I am yet to bring in my profile. So let me just paste this again. I'm just going to say profile, and this I'm going to call personally outline. So save that. Should have that icon right here. You can see that their name is different from the icon color. That is where I'm going to bring in the tab bar tint colors. So right here, I'm just going to say, okay, minimize this. Right. So after this, I'm going to say tab bar active tint color. And I'm going to assign this to, I'm going to say 164B48. Save that. You're going to see the color change from blue to this nice color. And also I want to add, if they are inactive, they should be related to this color right here, and also some other properties like font size, the width, and all. So I'm just going to go ahead and do that. I'm going to say tab bar inactive tint color. I'm going to assign this to gray. Tab bar label style. I'm just going to assign this. I'm going to say the font size, not font family, font size is going to be 12. Font weight as well is going to be bold. So after the tab bar label style, I want to have some nice animations to each of this screen. I'm just going to say spread transition preset dot slide from light iOS, and this is showing this error because I need to import it in my code. So I have to import this. Let me see if I can auto import it. No, I can't. So I'm just going to go right here and say import. I'm going to be importing from at React navigation stack, and right here is where I'm going to say transition presets, and this should disappear. And after this, I'm going to say I want to enable the animation, and I'm going to say animation enable. I'm going to set that to true. Comma. I'm going to say gesture enabled. Set that to true as well. And gesture direction, I'm also going to set this to horizontal. So save that. I should see everything taking shape right now. Moving on, I believe we are good to go on working on each of these screens that we have right here. So each of our tab navigation is set up properly. All you have to do is go into our home and set up everything we need to set up nicely. So let's just go into our home. But before setting up our home screen, which is this by the way, you can guess that we need to be doing a lot of or some data fetching, which is the user's information, which we already have by the way. All we have to do is just put it on our screen right here. And this data as well, we need to bring them as well. So let me just work on this first, then start with fetching up our data and setting the fetching. So right here, I will first set this up, then once we reach here, we need to bring in our API keys and set up our APIs. But first things first, let me first set this up. So I'm just going to go into my screen, navigation, tab navigation, home navigation. My own navigation, I have to set up some things first. And I'm just going to close this and import some things. I'm going to say, first things first, import. And I'm going to import from React navigation stack. And here I'm going to say transition presets. And also I want to bring in create stack navigator. Moving on, I want to import two things. First things being home screen. I don't think I have that exported yet, but anyway, let me just leave this as it is. I'm just going to say create a variable called stack. And inside of this stack, I'm going to assign this to create stack navigator that I have imported right here. And I'm going to assign this to a type because this will stream that I need to assign it to a type pretty soon. So let me just return my screen right here and say, okay, stack.navigator. And right here, I'm just going to bring in the stack as well. And this is going to be .screen. And this is going to be a self-closing tag. And the name is going to be home screen, just like this. And component is going to be home screen. And you can bring this as this. And although this is what I always avoid, I always like to just bring in my string direct from the index.txt that we created instead of having this part right here. But let's just forge ahead and bring it in like that. I'm just going to say .string. Alright, I'm going to say the name is going to be coin details. And the component is going to be coin details string, just like this. Saving this, we're going to see our home screen right here. And you can see this header, I want to hide it. And just like we did last time, I'm just going to get into my stack navigator, screen options. I'm going to open two curly braces right here. First things first, header shown, which I assign it to first. And also I want to spread transition preset dot slide from right iOS. And this will be coming from, and this is what I'm importing right here. I'm going to just check if I have this right here. I'm just going to copy all of this. Just copy this and put this right here. This is what I want right here. And saving that to hide my home screen right there. So I can go into my home screen. Let me just minimize this. And this is coming from tabs, home screen, and this is what that looks like. So inside of this is where I'm going to have all of, so my home screen, like I said, it will look just like this. So let's get started into building this home screen. So first things first, I'm just going to clear everything and wrap everything inside of the safe area view. And this is coming from the React Native safe area context. Then after this, I want to have a view. But inside of this as well, I want to have a class name. And this class name is going to be flex or one. And also background or white. Save that, and you should see my background of white right here. Inside of this view, I want to make this relative, the header. So I'm going to say class name. Make this relative. And first things first here, I'm going to set a comment right here. And this comment, I'm going to say it is going to be having a view. And this view, we have the following class name, width of full, flex of row, justify of between, items of center, padding X of 4. Then under this is where I'm going to say I want a view, and inside of this view as well, I want a class name, and this class name is going to say width of 3/4. This is the first avatar component, and just under this I'm going to say flex of row, space X of 2. And inside of this again, I'm going to have another view. That is the beauty of using React Native. You can have as many views inside of your view. We're going to say this class name is going to be justify of center, items of center. And inside of this view again, I'm also going to have another view. And this view is going to say the class name is going to be height of 12, width of 12, rounded of 2XL, overflow of 18. And this is what we're creating, by the way, this avatar right here. So just inside of this is where I want to bring in my avatar component, which is reusable, by the way. So I'm just going to add into my component. Inside of my avatar, I can as well just import my avatar like this. And just say, okay, all right, import this like this. And I'm just going to save this. As you can see, my avatar right there. So back to my avatar, this is going to get interesting. And first things first, I want to import two things. Use state from the React, and also use effects, put from the React. Also, I want to import Superbase because our avatar will be bringing the image directly from our database. And also, I want to just say Superbase. And also, I want to import some other set of things. And I'm just going to say from, this is going to come in from the React Native. And this import, I'm going to import the style sheets. I'm going to import this view, alert, image, pressable, and finally activity indicator. Good. It seems I have them imported right here. Let me just remove this. And I can as well remove this. So before leaving here, I'm also going to import. I'm going to say import asterisk. Then I'm going to import the image picker from Expo image picker. And this avatar, by the way, is provided to us by Superbase. So you can just head back to their website, copy all of this code and paste it right here. But I want to show you how it works one after the other. Also, I'm going to say import material icons from Expo vector icons. And this is all we need to import. Moving on, I'm going to create a type for my avatar right here. I'm going to say interface. Because this is a typed language, TypeScript, I have to import every type. So I'm going to say size. The size is going to be a number. The URL is going to be of string, else just put as null. And on upload, which is going to be coming from a file path, and this is going to be string, and like you guessed, this is going to be a function, because this is the function that we have to pass in a function to upload this image to Supabase. Also, I'm going to say show upload, and this is going to be conditional or optional. We don't want it to be required. Show upload, it has to be optional. Then moving on, inside of this, I want to bring in a parameter. I'm going to call this URL. I'm going to bring in our size. Our size is going to have a default of 150, comma. I'm going to bring in on upload and also show upload. And it says they are not used. All right. And this as well said all the structured elements are unused, right? So I'm just going to assign these to the props that we have created right here. So first things first, I'm going to create some set of states, and this is going to look like this. I'm going to say uploading. I'm going to set uploading, assign it to a use state, and this is going to be false by default. So the user is uploading an image, you have to set this state true or false so as to show a specific loading icon. Next thing is we have to create a const right here called avatar URL and set avatar URL. I'm going to assign it to use state, and this is going to be null by default, but I'm going to assign it a type, and this is going to be a string, else just put this as null, and that is how to set type for a state. And finally, on the variable side of things, I'm going to say avatar size is going to be on set and height. That's going to be size. The width is going to be of size as well. And this is where things get interesting. I want to use a use effect right here, and like always, this is going to be an arrow function, and I'm going to say if the URL is true, then I want you to download image and pass in this URL to it, and I have to perform this operation whenever the URL changes. So I'm just going to assign a URL inside the dependency right here. This download URL, I have to bring it in or create the function for it. And since I don't have it created anywhere on my component, I just have to create it right here. So I'm going to say function download image, and that is going to look like this, but I have to make it asynchronous. And inside of this as well, I want to pass in a path, which is going to be a string, by the way. And the second function I want to create, let me just copy and paste this. This is what it takes to bring in your image from Supabase and also set it on the screen. I'm just going to call this upload avatar, and this should not take in any parameter. This taking the parameter, we have to pass in an argument at executing the function. So inside of this, I want to try and catch something. So try here and also catch whatever error it throws. And this is how that looks like. So in my try, I'm going to say, all right, create a variable called const, and I want to bring it two things, data and error. I want to assign it to an await, then Supabase dot storage. All of this code I'm writing is coming from Supabase, and you don't need to master or cram it. You can just go to Supabase website again, copy it, and you are good to go. I'm going to say from avatars. I'm going to say download, and this download is going to be requesting the part where I want to download from. So now I have my data and error from this Supabase method. I can also say if error is true, I can basically just see here, just throw an error. Or I can also just say console.log the error I'm getting. Right. So after this, I'm going to create a variable called fr. I'm going to assign it to new file radar, and this is looking like this. I'm going to say file radar dot read as data URL. We're just going to assign the data right here that I'm getting. Moving on, I'm going to say fr dot on load. I'm going to assign this to be an arrow function. All I have to do is just set the avatar URL to fr.results string. Then in the catch, all I have to say is if the error is true, or if the error is true and the error is an instance of the real error, then just console.log whatever error we are getting. I will see error download images, and we have to pass in the error dot message. Good. Now that this is ready, you can see download image. This is what it takes to download the image from Firebase. I'm just going to minimize this. In the upload avatar as well, I can set this up right now and say, okay, in case you want to upload an image to Supabase. And even though I want to do that right now, I will still take my time and come back to it. So inside of this, I have to show my avatar, right? So inside of this view, I'm going to say if avatar URL is true, then I want to show a particular complement. Else, I want to show a particular complement. So inside of my avatar URL, I'm going to set up a view. Inside of this view, I want to have a class name here, and the class name is going to be relative. Then I want to bring in an image right here, and the image is going to look like this. Like always, to take a source, and the source is going to be URI, and I have to pass in the avatar URL to the source. So this is what will be displayed right here. I want to set the accessibility label, and this is going to be called avatar. And also I want to set the style as well, two curly braces, or let me set these to, because it's going to take multiple styles. One curly brace like that, and this, I'm going to say the avatar size, the style dot avatar, which I don't have created here. but I'm going to create it just at the bottom of my component, and the styles.image. So I'm just going to go underneath of my component and say on styles is going to be assigned to style sheets dot create, and this is how you would use style sheets or styling that is different from tailored CSS in your React Native app. So 3 things: avatar, I'm going to set this to overflow, and this overflow is going to be of hidden. The max width is going to be of 100%. The position is going to be of relative. Then after this, I'm just going to set this to image. It is small letter r. I'm going to assign this to this. Scroll up. Move the object fit. I want it to be cover. Padding top. I'm going to assign it to 0. Put a comma right here. And also finally right here, I want to set no image as well. I want to set the background color to be of gray. Border width, I want to set this to 2. The border style is going to be of solid. The border color, I'm going to set it to a specific RGB. This is going to be 200, 200, 200. And the border radius, I'm going to set it to 20. So I have my custom styles right here, and you can see this is no more showing any error. Now, if our avatar URL is true, show the image coming from Supabase. Else, I want to show you default image. So right here, I'm going to say I want to have a view inside of this as well. And this view is going to take the following property. The class name is going to be justify of center, items of center as well. And all of these, we're just going to pick it, put it right here because the styles will be similar. And inside of this, if the image is still loading or if it's not available, I'm just going to show you an activity indicator. And the color, it is just going to be of white. Right. So I can as well just minimize this. And if I save this, let me just save this. And you're not seeing anything right now. That's because the avatar URL doesn't exist now. Once I go to my component where I'm using the avatar, right here, I'm going to pass in some items so that I can get the image from Supabase. But before I leave here as well, I want to show something. I'm going to say after this, I want to say if show upload is true, then I want to show you specific components. I'm going to say this is going to be of view, and he's going to have the following class name: absolute right of 0, bottom or 0. So just under this, I'm going to say if uploading is not true, then I'm going to say show a specific component or show a different component. And right here, I'm going to just show a press table. And inside of this, I'm just going to copy all of this. And I'm just going to put these right here so that error first disappear. So inside of this principle, I'm going to show material icons. And this is going to be a self-closing tab, by the way. I'm going to say the name is going to be cloud -upload. The size is going to be of 13. The color is going to be of black. And that is how that will look like. So save that. And you still not see anything for now. But we are done with this component right here, except this upload avatar that we might need to set up. In my principle as well, I need to pass this function because I don't have that created yet. Let me just move ahead to setting up this avatar so we can work ahead. So my avatar needs one thing very importantly, the URL, and this URL is going to be coming from avatar URL, and I believe I don't have that yet, so I'm just going to create some set of variables that it is very important right here. And I'm just going to say print, and I'll assign this to new state. And this is going to be an empty string for now. I'm just going to say avatar URL and set avatar URL, and this should disappear. The second property I'm going to assign is going to be the size, and the size is going to be 50. And setting of the avatar URL, I have to bring in Superbase right here. So two things, I have to first create a function, and the function is going to be undo get profile, and this is going to look like this. So instead of undo get profile, I'm just going to say, all right, first things first, set loading to be true. I don't have that created yet. Let me just create that. And this is going to be loading. Set loading. And it's going to be assigned to a use state, which is going to be false by default. So I'm going to try several things or some things and also catch whatever error it throws. So try is going to be what? I'm going to say const. And this is going to be data, error, and status. And it's going to be await get user profile, which I do not have created for now. So up here, I'm just going to say const. I'm going to say get user profile, and this is going to be coming from use super base odds, which I'm going to import as well. And note, this is going to be assigned to this. So let me just see if I can import this like this. Yeah, I can do that. So I'm importing, and this is throwing this error await because I am here to assign an async here. So let's just undo the error. This is a lot, I know, but if you want to set up your app properly, you will need to do all of this. And let me just set this right here, assign it to 406. If error and status is not equal to 406, then I just want to set loading to what? False. And also after that, I want to throw an error. So after that, I want to say if data is actually true, if data is true, I want to set username, which I do not have created yet. I want to set username to data.username. And also, if the avatar is true, set avatar URL. If that is true, I want to set this to data.avatar URL. And why is this showing an error? Expected a comma or right. And I believe I have to delete this. Set username is not available. So let me just create dots. I'm going to say username. I will set username. And this is going to be assigned to an empty string, just like this. And we're almost done showing our avatar image right here. We've done a lot of work and we are almost there. All I have to do here is just console.log whatever error I'm getting. And finally, let me just set loading. I have to set loading to false. And this undo get profile, I have to call it so it can run. And the way to do that is, let me just minimize this, because once we get to our screen, I want to actually call this function. And the way it works is I'm going to bring in use focus effects, and this is what that looks like. So whenever we land into our screen, this use focus effect will be called, and whatever code is here is what will be called. But also the function that I just called, I want to memorize it so that the function doesn't need to call itself every time I land into the home screen. So I'm also going to bring in use callback. Use callback, it's coming from React. And also I need to pass in an arrow function, inside of it. And this is what that looks like. All I have to do is, if session is true, then just call this undo get profile. And inside of this as well, I need to pass in a dependency array in the use callback. And this is what that looks like. I'm just going to say session would be what would determine. I'm just going to head back here and say const. I want to bring in session, and this session is going to be coming from use user. Pardon, I'm going to say use user store, and this is what that looks like. Right, I believe we have everything set up already, and this shouldn't give us any issue at all. So just save this. And let's see if our avatar image actually loads. And it seems nothing is showing for now. And then just go to my screen right here. Head back here. And let me just show the username text to see actually if we are able to even get that at all. But just underneath of this, I'm just going to have another view here. As you can see, our image is back. Right, that is how to set up the avatar image. From here, things will be pretty easy, and we do not have much to do regarding the header. So class name, let's say text of large, font of gold, and inside of this text, I'm going to say hi. And I'm going to bring in the username. And I'm going to say if the username is true, then use the username. Else, I'm going to say user. Right? Then after this as well, I'm going to say text. And in this text, I'm going to say have a good day. And just after this, I'm going to say class name. Class name is going to be text of small, text of neutral, and neutral is going to be 500 Save that. I'm going to see my username right here. I can have a good day. So moving on, I still have this to create this hamburger right here. And just after this, let me just check. So let me just bring this right here. So underneath of this, I'm going to create a view as well. And this view, we have the following class name. Class name is going to be py of 6. And right here, I'm going to have another view as well. And this view is going to say class name. And the class name is going to be bg neutral of 700. Rounded of large. Padding of 1. I'm now going to bring in my ION icons. And I'm going to assign this to this. I'm going to say the name is going to be menu. The size is going to be 24. The color will be of white. And you can see the hamburger sitting pretty right there. The next thing I have to do, let me just minimize this. I'm done with the header. And as you can see, this is coming from our Supabase. So this is the user login right now. The next thing I want to do is create the balance side of things. As you can see, this is what I want to create right now. So let me just minimize that. So underneath of this, I'm just going to create a view right here. And inside of this view, I'm going to say class name will be assigned to mx of 4, bg of neutral 800, rounded of 34 pixels, overflow of hidden, margin top of 4, margin bottom of 4 as well. So after this, I want to create another view. And this will have the following properties of class name. BG, I want to have a background color of ash 0D F6 9E. And I'm going to say justify of center, items of center, padding Y of 6, rounded of 34 pixels. And after this, I want to have the text. And the text, we have the text of total balance. Then just above this, I'm going to have following class name, text of small, font of medium, text of neutral, and neutral is going to be 700. So save that. We should see what we are working on so far. And just after this, I'm going to have a text as well. And this text is just going to have a default placeholder of 2,430.00 US dollars. And the class name for this will look like text of 3XL and font of extra bold. Save that, and that should look like that. Underneath of this, I want to have another view, and this class name is just going to be justify of between items of center, flex of low, padding Y of 4. And inside of this, I want to have all of these right there. So I'm just going to say I want to have a view, and this view we have the following class name, width of 1/4, justify items of center, space Y of 2. Then after this, I'm also going to have another view here, and this view we call it a class name. I'm just going to have width of 10, height of 10, overflow of 18, BG, which you have a custom color. So I'm just going to have 3B, 36, 3F. And that is what that looks like. I'm just going to say rounded or full. Padding of 2. Save that. I should have an idea of what that looks like right now. So let me just bring in my image inside of this. We are going to be reusing these components right there. So I'm just going to copy and paste them where necessary. So the source is going to be require, and this requires a method. I'm just going to assign the path to my asset to it. Where is my asset? Right here, it is my asset. Inside of images, and money sent is what I want to assign to this. And I need to pass in a placeholder. And this placeholder is going to be floor hash. I've created this before. Let me just global search this and just copy and paste it where I have it. So let me just select this, copy this, close this, post this, back to my home screen. Right on top of this, let me just put this right here. The content fits, it is going to be of cover, and also I want the transition to be of 1000. The class name I want to be of width of full, height of full, and flex of 1. And let me just import this. I do not have it imported yet. So bring it in from Expo image, and you see what I have created right now. Good. And let's just check what we have to do next. So we have to just put this text and just duplicate all of this right here. So just underneath of the image view, I'm going to have the text. And this text is going to have the following name, sent to. And all I have to do is say class name. It's going to be text of white. Save that. And let me just minimize this right here, as you can see, sent to, and we should go to go. All you have to do is just copy and paste all of this. And this is what we want to copy and paste. So minimize this. So we can as well add a comment there, say send to. This is going to be a different. This is request and top up. So I'm going to add comment of requests. And just after that, I'm going to add top up. And finally, I'm going to have more right here. So I'm going to have more here. So just copy, paste this, copy, paste this. I'm going to change the text very soon. Paste this as well. And paste this as well. So this is going to be requests. This is going to be of top up. And this is going to be more. Save that. And you see that, but we don't want the same icon to be here. We have to bring in their own specific icons. So this is going to be The request is going to be money received. And this is going to be of top up, I believe. And this is going to be of card add, I believe. And finally, I'm going to add more right here. Save that, and the icons should be different. So just minimize all of this, and you can see we are close to finishing our home screen. And this is how fast we'll be moving since we set up the most important parts, merging our data right here. So let's check what we need to do next. The next thing we need to do is bring in our API and show all our coins right here. Good. Let's go to our component, minimize this. Let me close my avatar, my home navigation, and this. Let me close that right away. And this balance right here, let me just minimize this. So we know the next thing to create right here. So let me just collapse all of this, and right here, what we need to first do is bring in our API keys. And just like I showed you at the beginning of the video, let me just minimize this. You can bring in your API keys directly from Rapid API. If you don't know where we get that, go back to the beginning of the video. I showed you where to bring in your API keys and all. So first things first, I'm going to create another new folder here. I'm going to call this utils. Inside of my utils, I'm going to create two files. One is going to be api.js. This is where all our API keys will live. And also, I want to create another new file. I'm going to call this crypto api.js. Click this. Click on enter. And inside of our API, we're going to see export const API token. And this is going to be my own API token. You can get yours from Rapid API. So this is what that looks like, and this is mine. You can get yours from Rapid API. I'm just going to save this. And inside of my crypto API is where I'm going to use everything I just imported or created. Then I'm going to say import. I'm going to bring in X Rapid. And let me do this first. API, and let me just bring this in. As you can see, this is better, and also as you can see, API hosts, API key, don't API host news. This is what that should look like. And also I want to import Axios, which we are going to be using to fetch our data. We're going to be importing Axios from Axios. Right. So the first things first is our base API endpoint. And I'm just going to say endpoint right here. And I'm going to create a variable here. I'm going to call this API base. And I'm going to assign this to https:// I'm going to call this coin ranking 1.p.rapid api.com. This is what that looks like. And also I want to bring in my coins URL, that is all the coins that will display here. Its URL is what I want to create right now. I'm going to assign this to a backticks right here. Let me see what that looks like. Yes, this is what that looks like. I'm going to have a $sign here with two curly braces here because I need to pass in this API base URL here. We're going to say API base URL. Then I'm going to add the path for the endpoints. So it's going to be coins, question mark, reference, currency, then UUID, which is assigned to YHJMZLPHU, an ID, and time period is going to be assigned to 24 And also the tiers is going to be, and all of this is available in the Rapid API documentation. You don't need to type this out one after the other. I can just copy and paste this. I'm going to say this is 1, and the order, I'm going to order it by the market cap, and also the order direction is going to be or descending, and the limit is going to be of 30 coins. I just want to get 30 coins from the API, and the offsets, it is going to be 0, and I hope this is correct. So let me check again. The coins question mark reference currency UID is assigned to YOJ MZ LP UID, and time period is 24. So within 24 hours, we're going to get all the coins info, and TS is going to be 0, and I believe this is correct. And let's just move to the next part of our endpoint. So to actually call this endpoint, we have to create a method that will call it. So I'm just going to say const crypto API call. It's going to be an asynchronous function. I'm going to assign 2 things to it: endpoint and the params as well. I'm just going to assign this to this, and I'm going to say const options is going to be, the method is going to be of a get method. The URL is going to be endpoints. The params, I want to use param as well, but I want to use it only if it exists. If params is active, use params. Else just use an empty object. With headers, no, I don't want to bring that in. I just want to see headers, and this headers is going to work like this: X rapid API DAOs key. I'm going to assign this to a backticks as well, and I'm just going to say the $. This is going to be X rapid API key. Let me just copy all of this, back copy, put a comma here, put this there. And this will not be API key, this is going to be posts, and X rapid API posts, and that is how that looks like. So after all of this, I want to now try my API endpoints. So I want to now try, and I'm also going to catch the error that I might get. So the try is going to look like this: const response is going to be of await, and this xuse.request is going to be of options, and I want to just return my response right here. And I am not only going to return the response, but also the response does data that I'm getting. Catch whatever error that we're getting, and you can obviously undo your error catching better than I am currently. Console.log, and just pass in the error, and if there's any error, just return an empty object. And this is how to pass in your, or create the function or the method that will undo the data fetching for you. So next thing, I want to create the method that will fetch all my coins. So I'm just going to say fetch all coins. It's going to be an async function. Let me just pass in an arrow function right here. All I have to do is just say return await crypto API call. Then I'm going to pass in what my coins URL. this is how to fetch from Rapid API. First things first, create your base URL. This is static. Coins URL, it is always unique. Pass this base URL here, then pass in this endpoint part. And some of these params here, you have to set it to yourself. Let's say you want to set your data to be of 1 year or 3 months or 6 months, you can pass it right there. But you need to check Rapid API documentation if whatever time period you are passing here actually exists, so you don't run into an API error. And you can set the limit to 65, 10, and whatnot. Create the function that will call this API and passing all these headers right here. And for us to be able to call these, let's head back to our app.tsx. We need to use another framework right here, and that endpoint is coming from FullStack React query. So I'm just going to import from FullStack React query, and inside of this I have to bring in two things. I have to bring in my query client and also query client provider. As you can see, they're providing a lot of all these methods. And what I have to do here is say, just underneath of this, create a variable called query client and just assign it to new query client, just like this. And make sure you have those brackets there because it is a function. And moving on, all I have to do is say, just after this, I want to wrap my query client provider just around of this written application. Just got it, put this here, and inside of this, just pass in your client. And what's my client? My client is query client. Save that. I should be good to go in fetching your data using FullStack query. We're using FullStack query because whenever you fetch your data, I go back to another screen. Let's say I fetch my data in this screen. I go to the market screen. Coming back here, if the data doesn't change, I do not need to fetch it again. As you can see, my avatar image is just fetching right here. That is what I'm avoiding for the data here. I can afford to fetch my avatar URL every time I come into this screen, but I can't afford that in the API because I have a limitation to how many API calls I can make per month. And at the beginning of the video, I showed you the amount you can fetch per month. Some APIs are 1,000, some are just 100. So I don't want to waste my API calls, and that is why I want to catch my data so that it stores it somehow. If the data doesn't change, don't need to call it again. And I can just head back to my home screen and call my function right away. So I can just come over here, just underneath of the use focus. I can say const, and I can say pass in the data, or I just create it barely here and just assign this to use query coming from FullStack. And I have to pass it two important things here apart from even what I want to get back from this method. I'm getting two things from the method, data and this loading from the API, but I want to assign this to another variable of my choice. So I'm going to call this coins data, and this I want to say is, let me just pass in, is all coins loading. And just inside of this, I want to say the query key is going to be, this is unique because sometimes you might need to update the data you're fetching back, which in our case we're not going to be doing that here, but that is the purpose of that. Query function is the function itself. So I've created it earlier, fetch all coins, and I do not know why this is not importing automatically. Fetch all coins, I've exported it, but this should not be an issue at all. All I have to do is just go to the top of my code here and say import, and I want to import from, I want to say ////////// and this is in my utils. Last I checked, where is my utils? Right, and this is coming from Crypto API. And the first method I have to bring in is what? Fetch all coins. And this should work as expected. Do we need to also set anything else? I believe so. But let's just move ahead and let's save this. And even check if we are even getting any data so far. Let me just check console.log. And let me just pass in my coins data right there. And save that. So let me open my terminal. I even see if I'm getting any data. As you can see, filled with status code 422. And I believe there is some or one or two issues with our data. And let me just minimize this. Let me just check back to my crypto API.js, and let's even check if we are let's just check if we are doing the right thing. So I believe right here we missed something, which is 1. And let's just continue checking if there is any error that we might be running into. Let me just open this up. And as I'm saving it, let me see if that is fixing. So we have ID 1 at time period is 24. And we forgot to put H here. So let me just save that. We are not checking if this loading is true. If this loading is true, then just show it text. If you start loading, then we can show the data right here. But anyway, we're going to do that once we set up the component here. So let me just minimize this and just go ahead and write the code for that. So just underneath of this, I'm going to create a variable. I'm going to call this render item. And we're going to assign this to an arrow function just like this. Good. And inside of this, I want to pass in some parameters. I want to pass in the item, the index as well. But also, I want to have its type as this item. It's going to be assigned to coin. And the index is going to assign to number. And we do not have this coin created yet. So I'm just going to add to the top of my code and say interface coin. And this is going to be UUID of string. The name is going to be of string. The symbol is going to be of string. The icon URL is going to be of string as well. The price will be of string as well. The change will be of number. And the market cap is going to be of string. Oops. It's going to be of string as well. So this is my coin type. So creating this, we can now set this to the item right here. So moving on, right inside of here, I'm going to see the press able, which is coming from React Native, by the way. Just save this. I'm going to have the following class name on this. And the class name for this is going to be flex of row, width of full, padding y of 4, items of center, and we are also going to have a view inside of this, but this view is going to be animated. Animated.view. We need to import this. This is coming from React Native animated. And this will take care of properties. The entry will be of fade in down. And the duration is just going to be of 100. And the delay is going to be what? We're going to say index. And I'm going to have the multiplication star right here. Multiply by 200. Because each and every one of these data is going to be coming one after the other. And I want them to have an animation in which they all start on top of each other in a nice way using animation. And that is why I'm having index multiplied by 200 right here. And finally, I want to have to springify right here. I believe that is all we need to do. So I also need to have a class name right here. And this class name is going to be width of full, flex of row, items of center. Then inside of this, I'm going to have a view. Now we're going to have the class name, and the class name is going to be width of 16%. And this view, so inside of this as well, I want to pass in some interesting things. Another view inside of this, and this you have the following class name of width of 10, and also height of 10. And inside of this view, I want to have an image. And this image will be coming from, I believe I have that imported already because I've used the image right here. So let me just close this. We're going to see the source. The source is going to be two curly braces like this. URI is going to be item of icon URL. The placeholder is going to be blur hash. The content fit is going to be of over. Let me scroll up. Transition is going to be of 1000. And the following class names as well: width of full, height of full, flex of 1. And what we are creating is basically things right here, and the remaining information as well, we're going to apply them right here as well. So in our first view, it has a width of 16%. Let me just minimize this, and I can as well assign this to our view right there. But let me just finish this up. So I'm going to have a view here, and this view we have the following class name: width of 55%, justify of stats, items of stats. I want to have a text right here. The class name would be font of bold, text of large. And inside of this, I'm going to just pass the item dot name. Good. After this, I want to have a view as well. And the class name right here is going to be flex of row, justify of center, items of center, space text of 1 or 2 rather. Then after this, I want to have a text. Inside of this text, I want to have the following class name. But inside of my class name, I want to have the backticks right here. I'm going to say the font medium, text of small, and text of neutral, and the neutral is going to be 500. And inside of this, I'm going to say I want to bring in numeral so as to pass my data coming in, that is the price of the coin, to US dollars. So item.price. Then I'm going to say also dot format. I want to format it as well in the following manner, which is a $sign 0,0.00. And these numerals, let me just import it. Let me just go to the top of my code. Say import numeral from numeral. I believe I do not have this installed. So let me just go to my code right here. Interesting. Opening up my terminal now, you can see that from an empty object, we have our data live from our API. As you can see, data, coins, it's an array. The start is an object. The status is subsets, which means that our API endpoint works as expected. And all I have to do is just go to my code right here and see npm I numeral. Let me just install that so I can get rid of this error right there. And we are almost done with our home screen. And yes, as you can see, numeral, I have it installed, but it is still saying could not find a declaration file for numeral. And that's because I didn't install this. I'm supposed to install it this way. It's supposed to be a dev dependency. So let me just paste what I copied from the suggestion right there. So good. I do not have that error there any longer. So actually, I can start displaying my data. Okay, we're almost done with this. I have the price shown already. So what else do we need to show? We have the price, we have the name. We only need to show these and these two information as well. So let me just minimize this. So just underneath of this, I want to have a text. And the text is going to have the following class name. This is going to look like this. And inside of here, I want to have a backtick right here. And this backtick is going to look just like this. Font of medium, text of small. And also, I'm going to have a $sign right here. I want to pass in some changes here. And it says that if our item does change, it is less than 0. I want to use a specific kind of text color. I want to say red or 600. And this has to be inside of a string. Else, if our item dot change is greater than 0, then I want to have a text of green, and this is going to be 600. Else, I want to just have a text of gray of 600. Good. Nice. So underneath of this, I want to have item dot change, and this is going to have a percentage to it. And finally, I have to just create this section right here. So let me just minimize everything I have right here. So underneath of these two views, I'm going to have another view right here. So let me minimize it so you can see what we're working on. So the first part, which is the coin logo, it is taking 60% of our width. This is the second part taking 55%. And this other part is going to take 29%. The class name is going to be width of, and this width is going to be 29%. Justify of start, items of end. And right here, I'm going to say text is going to have a class name of font of bold, text of base. And inside of this, I'm going to have my item.symbol. And just underneath of this, I want to have a view. And this view is going to have the following properties: class name, going to be flex of row, justify of center, item of center as well, space x of 2. Right? So inside of this, I want to have a text, and this text is going to basically say if item dot market cap length, if the length is greater than 0, if it's greater than 0, sorry, if it's greater than 9, then I want to use the item dot market cap. Then I want you to just give me the first to 9th text. Else, if it doesn't exceed that, then just give me item dot market cap, and that should look like that. Why is this showing an error? Let me just bring this down. And okay, this is supposed to be a question mark right here. So let me just add in the styling. And trust me, you're going to see everything we are doing so far. Basically, again, this is what we are creating right here. And this is the part I'm creating, because this number is as long as 15, 20 numbers. And I want to limit it to just string, just 9. So inside of my class name right here, I'm going to say font of medium, text of small, text of neutral 500. Good. And fingers crossed, this is everything we need to create so far. All you have to do is just assign what you just created, which is this render item, to a component in our code. And we are moving on to the last part of things. And right here, I'm just going to create the comments, coins itself. So we are fetching our coin already. You can see that our coin is already on our screen or in our terminal. All we have to do is just assign it. And first things first, I want to first check if is all coin loading is loading. That is, if our data is just fetching, I want to use a particular loading icon or loading component, else then just show my data. That is what we have to do here. So I'm just going to say activity indicator from React Native. Let me pass in the size. The size is going to be of large, and the color will be of black. Good. So inside of this, I'm going to say flat lists, which is another component from React Native. And what this basically will do is, okay, you want to be showing some data on your screen, but in case you have 100 data on your screen, you don't want to be displaying everything on your screen at once to slow down the performance of your app. You need to be showing it in a way that it is only when the user scrolls up that they see that data, or that data is loaded fully. That way, it is only going to show maximum of like how many data do we have on our screen. So in this case, we are bringing 30 coins from API, but currently here, as you can see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're only showing 5 at once. That is the only thing it should be showing on the screen right now. The remaining 30, we should only show it if only we scroll to those coins. That is the essence of flat list. And before the flat list, I want to also bring in the scroll view here because you need to be able to scroll. And if you want to undo scrolling your app, this is what undoes all of that. So just cut this and put this right here. And just under this, I want to bring in some properties of content container style. I want to assign this to padding bottom of 100. And after this, I want to say shows vertical scrolling indicator. I want to pass false to this as well. Good. So inside of this is where I'm going to assign the function that I created earlier. So inside of this, I'm going to say nested scroll enabled. I want to apply this to the true. And also, I want to say the scroll enabled. I want to assign it to, we're almost there, guys. The most important part is the data. And our data is coming from coins, data dot coins. Saving this will show all our coin, but we still need one or two properties. I need to extract the key extractor is going to be coming from an arrow function. It's going to be add, and this is going to be item.uid because that is what we're getting from the API as the unique ID. All I have to do is just pass the item here as the parameter. And also the render item, I want to pass in render item right here. I want to choose shows vertical scroll indicator. I want to assign this to be of false. And this is saying, okay, I think I imported the wrong thing. This is supposed to be item.uid. And guys, we're done. Saving this, we show our data right here. Save that. Our coin right here. Look at that, guys. This is our coins coming directly from the API. And if you scroll up, you're going to see different coins right here. And the information on the coin, the name of the coin, the image, the price, the amount of change in the past 24 hours or past minutes, which is 0.20% gain. Those that lost so far, you can see 0.49%. That is how much they've lost in the few minutes or few hours. And you can see that we still have some padding issues right here. I want to add a view here to control the padding, the side padding and all. So let me just put this right here. And inside of this, I'm just going to say class name. The class name I want is going to be px of 4, py of 8, and items of center. Save that, and the padding should be fixed any moment from now. Good. As you can see, that looks just like our prototype right here. That took a lot of time, but it was worth it. We are displaying our coins right in our app. Our next process we have to do is to handle the market. And as you can see, this will be the design for the market. We've implemented our API. This is not going to take time at all. Within 10 minutes, we're done setting this up. Then we click on each of these coins. You're going to see the full details of the coin with the charts and the all-time high of the particular coin. And also the news section and also the search section, as well as the profile section. Then we can as well just check if we are missing anything in our app. But no, we are not. And let's move on to creating the coin details screen. So whenever we click on this, we can see the full details of the coin. First, I want to be able to pass the ID of each of these icons to the next string, which is the coin details screen. And we're going to use those ID to fetch the full details about that specific coin and also the charts related to that coin. As you can see right here, so the full details about the coin, we're going to pass only the ID to this screen. We're going to use the ID to fetch all of this data. So let me just bring this right here and minimize this. So to do that, to pass that ID to the next string, right here, we are just going to pass in an onPress right there. And the onPress is basically going to have an arrow function. And this arrow function is going to say navigate. And we are just going to pass coin details. And also after the coin details, we are going to have a comma. And we are going to say coin UUID is the ID that I want to pass, or the name we want to give the ID that I want to pass, but also the ID lives exactly in the item.UID. So when we press this, we get the item, and we're only passing the UID and assigning it to this unique name so that we can pick it in the next screen. While that is done, all we have to do is just head to our screens, stacks, coin details screen, and all we have to do is just bring in that UID here. So that is pretty simple. Let's just come right here and say const. We're going to have this in the curly braces, and we are going to assign this to use route, and that is coming from React Navigation Native. So let me just save this. And this as well, I'm just going to structure two things right here. And that is going to be the params. And the params, I want to get what exactly from the params? The coin UUID, which I pass to the next string from here. So it has to be the exact name that you pass here. It has to be the same one you are getting back here. Good. And before I even try to see what's going on, let me first pass this coin UID right here and save that, and let's see what that looks like. So clicking Bitcoin, you can see the ID right here, QW. If I put this in the safe area view, you're going to see it properly, but that is how that works. So Ethereum, clicking Ethereum, we're going to see the ID, RAZ, and so on. So it is that ID that we're going to use to fetch all our data. And fetching of data, we have to go back to our crypto API. And just underneath of this, we need to create our fetching of our data. So I'm going to say fetch coin details. And this should be an asynchronous function, which is going to take in the parameter, by the way. And I'm just going to undo things this way. So I want to get the coin ID from the user. So whenever they type in anything, I'm passing the coin UID. And right inside of this, I must return something. I always need to return something. Let me just return an empty object. And why is this screaming at me? All right. So all I have to do, let me just continue this and say const endpoints. We're going to assign to a backticks, and this is going to be a dollar sign like this. An API based URL with the first item there. So we are going to pass in the coin. We're going to say coin, and the coin is going to be looking like this as well. So we're going to say coin UID. And also, I can as well go right here and say I want to use all of these to, I believe, 24 hours. So go back here and paste this right here. And I do not want these at all. And that is how that should look. So I'm just going to return what's here. I'm going to return. And let me just check if I am doing the right thing. So I have to put in a const here. That is why it is throwing that big arrow right there. So I have to await things and say crypto API call and assign this to endpoints. Save that, and that is the first step in fetching the coin details. We're basically passing it right here. Duplicate this. and this is going to fetch coin history, and this is going to be looking similar to this, but just after this we are going to have an history right here, and that is all we need to pass to this. So in my coin details screen, I can use this API call functions and passing the coin UID, and we should be good to go. So just up here, I want to import several things that I need to make this app running. And first things first, let me just check right here what I need to import. I need to import the activity indicator. I need to also import pressable right here. After that, I need to import both two things that are very essential: use states and also use effects. And after this, I have my use route there. I want to also import save area view. That is coming from React Native Safe Area contexts. And after this, I want to import material icons from Expo vector icons and also typo. These are the two icon families I want to import. I'm also going to import image, and this is going to come from Expo image. Right. Also, I want to import numeral, and this is going to come from numeral, and this is what we're going to use to format our price right here for the individual coin. Moving on, I'm going to import both of my functions. I'm going to say fetch coin details, fetch coin details, and fetch coin history, fetch coin history as well. They are both coming from Crypto API right here. And also, I want to import use query, and this use query will be coming from Stack React query. Before I leave here, I also want to import use navigation from React Navigation Native. That's not all. I want to also import formats, and this is also coming from date FNS to format my respective date and all. And also, I want to import two things from Victory.js. I'm going to call this Victory.js, which is our charts, and I'm going to call this Cartesian charts. Import the line, and also import use charts rest states. And two more things to import. I'm going to import circle from Shopify / React Native Scale, and also use fonts. Also, I'm going to import animated from React Native Reanimated, and also I'm going to import shared value. And this is all the imports I want to use in my code. So right now, all I have to first do is create my font that I'm using for the charts. As you can see right here, this chart has a nice font to it. I want to first import that font. I'm just going to say const font is going to be assigned to use fonts, and I want to require this, and the path is going to be // // and inside of our art sets, inside of our font, we are going to have plus, and we are going to call this Jakarta _regular, and that is the first part of that. And also after this, I'm going to pass the font size to this as well. Moving on, I'm also going to create a state just underneath of this. I'm going to put it inside curly braces. I'm going to say this is going to have a state and is active. So I'm going to destructure these two items from inside of use chart pressed states, and I'm going to have recorded braces inside of this. I'm going to say X is going to be assigned to 0. Y is going to be assigned to price, and this is going to assign to 0 as well. Moving on, I also want to create a function and to tip right here, and this is going to, and also this is going to look like a proper function like this. And inside of this is, by the way, just a normal function like this, but I want to pass the parameter inside of this, so I can say this is X and Y. And also I want to pass the type into this as well. I'm going to say X is going to be shared value, and it's going to be of number, right? That's the first one. And second one, I'm going to say Y is going to be a shared value as well, and this is also going to need a number. So inside of this, I'm going to return a circle, which is basically the dots that will be on each of our chart spark lines. And by the way, every one of these is in the documentation for the charts. You don't need to cram all I'm typing. You can always get them in the documentation every now and then. And I personally don't have all of this crammed. I just check documentation every now and then because I need to use charts. And this is going to be passed to red. Moving on, I can just bring in my blur hash as well. Let me global search this. And my blur hash, let me just copy this, copy. Let me close this and just put my blur hash there again. So now to fetching the data itself, I'm going to call this const. And just like we did in our home screen, we can as well go to our home screen and copy this, and put these right here. We are going to change a few things. This is going to be called coin details, and its loading is going to be assigned to coin details loading. Coin details loading. And this is not going to be called all coins. This is going to be called coin details. And this is going to be called coin UID. This is the parameter that we have to pass to the function. And inside of here, we're going to pass an arrow function. And I'm going to say if coin UID is true, that is when I want to call this function. Fetch coin details, and this is going to be assigned to coin UID that we are getting from our home screen. Moving on, I'm just going to copy and paste this as well. Copy, paste this as well, and it says something do not exist. The font, we're going to fix that pretty soon. I'm going to say this is going to be history, and I'm going to say coin history loading, right? And this is going to be coin history, and this is going to fetch coin history. Right. Let me head back here and check if these funds actually exist. So inside of our asset funds, then plus JAKARTASANS regular. Then I just forgot about the TTF, which is a type of the funds. So save that. And I can as well load my app right here. And I can just minimize this. It's going to load while I continue writing my code. So scroll up. We have set up fetching of our data. All we have to do is just use data right away. But before we use it, we have to call the function. I'm going to say use effects, and this is going to be an arrow function. And this is also going to have the dependency array. So inside of this effect, I'm going to say if, and inside of this, I'm going to say coin history if it is true, and also coin history dot data dot history is true. Then I want to get some data inside of them. I'm going to create a variable here called data sets. Assign these to coin history dot data dot history history dot map. And inside of this, I'm going to call another arrow function. And this should look like this. And inside of here, I'm going to pass item. And this is going to be any. I'm going to say price. I want to pass floats. I'm going to say item dot price. And also I'm going to say timestamp, and that is going to be in small letter, by the way. I'm going to say item dot time stamp, and that is what that looks like. And it says can't find items. Do you mean items? Okay, I just want item right here, and just change this to item as well. And I'll just move ahead with what I have right here. And if that doesn't make our code run, then we need to set it. So yeah, we are going to see set line data, and we are going to set this to data set. And it says you do not have line data set up. So we are just going to add to the top of our code. All right, here we're going to say const line data and set line data. We are going to assign this to a use state, and we're going to assign a type of any to it, and this is going to be an empty array. While we are here as well, let's create our item set item, and this is going to be assigned to use state, and this is going to also be an object, and we are also going to pass in any here. And I believe we are almost ready. We only have one more thing to do. We are going to see navigation. Or we are going to assign this to use navigation. I'm not sure if we are going to use this, but okay. Let's just have that right there. So moving on, just underneath of this, I'm also going to say if coin details is true and coin details data.coin is true, then I want to set my item. I want to assign it to coin details data.coin. Save that, and the dependency array right here, this is going to trigger the refresh if anything changes. So it will be coin details and coin history right there. So let me just indent this very well. All right, we are good to go to using each of our data. So inside of my view, I'm going to say this is going to be, class name is going to be flex of 1. And inside of this, I'm going to say if coin details loading is true, or if coin history loading is true, then I want to use a particular component, else use a particular component. Right, so inside of this, I'm going to have a view. Then I'm going to name this class name absolute, z of 50, height of full, width of full, justify of center, item of center. And inside of this as well, I'm going to have a view. And basically what I'm creating is, if these items are loading, I want to show an activity indicator loading within dark background filling the entire screen, so that the user knows that, okay, my data is coming. So class name here will be height of full, width of full, justify of center items or center, background of black, opacity will be 0.45. Excellent. And it seems we have a typo right here. Let me just check if this is actually a typo. All right. Let me just check this and see if it works as expected. It does. So just underneath of this, I'm going to have another view. And inside of this view, I'm going to have my activity indicator. And the size is going to be of large. Color is going to be of white. Save that. And this thing is going to look like this. And right here, I can say class name is going to be absolute white. So save that. Let's go to the market screen, come back to home screen. So if I go back right here, click on Bitcoin, and my data is already loaded. That's why it is not showing the loading icon. If I click on Ethereum, that is also showing as well. All right. So I believe our data is fetching. So I can as well say save area view. All right, here I'm going to import the view. All right, I'm going to say class name will be flex of row, items of center, justify of between. And what I want to create right now is these headers right here. And underneath of this, also if I leave here, let me just add a padding X of 4. Right here, Control C. And I believe I should be seeing something right now. Let me just load my app. And as you can see, it is breaking. Unexpected token, expected comma. And I knew something was broken. So let me just see. Good. So just reload. And our app should work as expected. All that was causing that error was a comma. And this activity indicator that you see right here, it is also going to show in each icon details screen. So if I click this, you're going to see my data is fetching, my data is fetching, my data is fetching. Fowler, my data is fetched. So you can see it right there. So inside of this as well, I want to have a pressable. And this pressable is going to have the following. It is first going to have its own class name. So it's going to have a class name like this. I'm going to say border of 2, border neutral of 500, rounded of full, padding of 1. Good. Then underneath of this as well, I'm going to say on press. Once I press it, okay, I believe we do need our navigation. Or we're going to say navigation.go back. That is what that looks like. And inside of the pressable, you are going to have my icon. So I'm going to say material icons, self-closing tag. We're going to have the name, and name will be keyboard array left. The size will be 24, and the color is going to be gray. Save that. I should see it says this doesn't exist. Key arrow. This is what I want, I believe. Good. Then after this pressable, I want to have a view again. Let me just bring this up. I'm going to say this is going to have the text. And this text is going to have the following class name. Font of bold, text of large. And inside of this, I'm going to have item.symbol. If I save it, you're going to see my coin symbol right here, which is BTC. View. I'm going to have an typo right here. Name will be equal to dots 3 horizontal. Size is going to be 24. Color is going to be of gray. Save that. And you see this right away. Inside of the view here, I'm going to have a border of 2, border neutral, get to 500, rounded of full, padding of 1. Save that. I should have that around that. Moving on, I'll have to create this price right here. So just underneath of this, I'm going to create another view right here. And this I'm going to have as a class name. But before I have that, let me just copy the price that I have right here. Where is the price? I believe this is it. So just copy this, bring this back to coin details screen, paste this, and this is what this should look like. And let me just see if we can just show the price for now. So in the class name, I'm just going to say px of 4, justify of center, items of center, py of 2, save that, should go to the center. And the font is going to be extra bold. It's going to be extra bold. And the text is not going to be small, it's going to be 2XL. And I'm just going to clear this, save this. So just underneath of this, I'm going to have the next items, which is this chart right here. Let me just minimize this. And we're going to fix this error in a bit. Let's just continue working on our code. And let me just minimize this. So the next thing I have to do is create this, and I believe I've used them before on my home screen. And I'm just going to copy it by the way. Or let's move ahead and see what we can do. So right here, I'm going to say if item is true, then I want to do some specific things. First things first, I want to create a view. And inside of this, I want to create a view again. Inside of this again, I want to create a view. Inside of this again, I want to create another view. The class name is going to be flex or row, justify or center, items or center, space x or 2, padding x or 4, py or 2. Inside of this again, I'm going to have a class name. This is going to be flex or row, width or row, padding y or 4, items or center. Inside of this, I'm just going to assign the width, and the width is just going to be 16%. And after this as well, I'm going to have my image, and I can as well just ignore this. Go to my home screen and just copy my image. Put this right here, and I believe this looks just exactly like what we want. So click on Bitcoin. It's going to fetch my data. And let's just continue working on our code. So after this, I believe after this, I want to have my price right here. So inside of this, I'm going to have a text. And this text is going to be item.name. And the class name here, it is going to be a font or bold, text or large. And just above these, I want to have a class name. And the class name is going to be width or 55%. Justify of starts, items of starts as well. Moving on, and our data seems to be loading forever. That might be a connection issue with the API. And right here, I'm just going to have a view. Let's just continue working on our, let me click on Ethereum. Maybe that will work. So let me just have this right here. So after my name, as you can see, things are shaping up gradually. And inside of this, I want to have my texts. And just after this, I want to have a class name. This is going to be flex or row. justify of center items of center space x of 2. Inside of this text, I want to have my price, just like I have it right here. Copy this, put it right here. I do not want this right there. The class name will be related to what you already created, and this is going to be font of medium, text of small, text of neutral, and this neutral is going to be 500. Underneath of the text again, I want to have this text that I have right here. Let me just copy all of this, copy this, and put this right here. And that is exactly what I want. Save this, and you see them right here. And it says my image is not working as expected, or I am yet to create my image. Is that what it is saying? Well, I have my image right here, but just above of the image, I think I'm yet to add the class name here, and this should fix. Wow, interesting. That is what is delaying our image from showing. So moving on, what else do I have to add? I just need to add these two and create our chart, and we are done with this. So let me bring in our market cap as well. So let me just copy all of this. In fact, copy this. So let me just minimize this. Let me just bring this right here. And it's going to be 29 as well. Font of bold. And let me just save this. And this doesn't look like what I definitely want. Let me just check where I was before. So after the change, I'm going to add 2. Here's right here. So let me just cut this and put this right here. Right, that is exactly what I want. So we are done with this section. All we have to do is bring in our chart. Let me just rename this. So to create our chart is going to look like this. It's going to have a view here. And the style, it is going to have the following styles. The height is going to be 400. Padding horizontal is going to be of 10. And inside of this, I'm going to say if line data is true, which contains all our chart information, then I want to show something interesting. I'm going to show my Cartesian chart, which is going to be with one separate component like this. Inside of here, it takes in some important parameters. I'm going to say chart per state is going to be assigned to states. And this doesn't have a comma, by the way, my part. I'm going to say axis options is going to be 2 curly braces. I'm going to assign point to it. Tick count is going to be 8. Label offset is going to be x is going to be -1. Y is going to be 0. After this, I want to have the label color, and this is going to be of green. Then also I want to format the X label. All of these are in the documentation for this chart. Just search for Book Trinity, and you're going to see the documentation for all of this. I'm going to say new dates. It's coming from date FNS, by the way. We'll see FS multiplied by 1000, comma, month and day. That is only what I want to display on my chart right here, as you can see. Let me just minimize that. Moving on, just underneath of this, I want to have the most important part of our chart, which is the data. And I'm going to assign this to line data. And also, I'm going to see the X key. It is going to be assigned to a string of time stamp. And finally, Y keys is going to be assigned to an array or string of price. And that should work as expected. Why is this showing an error? Okay, chart press state. All right, I'm just going to ignore that for now. If it works, leave it, do not tamper it. So right here, I'm going to have conditional statement too. And inside of this, I'm going to first pass in an arrow function that looks like this. Inside of this, I'm going to pass in a parameter called points. And inside of this, I'm going to pass in a fragment. I'm going to call this line. I'm going to call this line. And this line is going to have points. And this point is going to be points dot price. And the color is going to be of green. And the stroke width is going to be 2. Moving on, just underneath of this, I'm going to say is active is true. Then if is active is true, I want to use the true tip. It's going to be a self-closing tag. And 2 important things, X, which is equal to state dot X dot position. Same with Y. Y is going to be state dot Y dot position. And this is going to be Y dot price dot position. Good. So my chart should work as expected, except that there are 1 or 2 issues right here. Let me just see. Okay. This should be here like this. And after this, after this, I should have this right. So my chart should work as expected right now. Let me just save that and see if my chart pops up. So let me just go back. I'm going to click on Bitcoin. And fingers crossed, it says value is undefined, expected a number. Anyway, let me just leave that for now. And let me go to the final part of the code. We can always fix that. And I'm sure that is showing because our data is not ready. So let me just fix this part and we can wrap that up and fix the charts later. So right here, I'm going to have a view. And this is going to have a class name, padding X of 4, padding Y of 4. I'm going to have all timed I, and this is going to be of view sitting right there. I'm going to have class name. The class name is going to be flex or row, justify or between. So inside of this, I'm going to have a text, and this text is going to say all time I, and it's going to have the following class name, text of this font bold, text of neutral, and the neutral is going to be of 500. And the next text I'm going to have here is going to be something similar to what I have right here. So just copy this, put this right there as well. Fast float. This is not going to be item.price, but item.all-time high dot price. This is going to have an optional chaining method here as well. And this is exactly what I want. So this, I'm going to copy it because I'm going to be having the same set of things. And here I'm going to say number of markets. I'm going to put this right there, and I'm just going to copy this, copy this, and paste this, and my data keeps loading. The API data keeps loading here. I believe that is because my network is not as strong as I want, or the API endpoint is not giving me what I want. So number, it's going to be number of markets, and that is exactly what I want. And finally, right here, this is going to be number of exchanges. Paste this right here again, or sorry about that. Just copy everything here, put it right there as well. And this is going to be number of exchanges instead of markets. Good. That is what I want. So let me just send this to exchanges. Excellent. And our app for the detail screen is ready. So let me just save this. Save this, click on Bitcoin. And set value is undefined, expected a number. That is on line 33. Do I have such things on line 33? No, we do not. And I believe this should be related to our data not getting the data on time. So right where I have my charts, let me just minimize this. Let me minimize this. And right here is where the issue is coming from. Let me just comment this out first, save it, and first check what I have created right here. And it says canary property length of undefined. Just reload my app. So let me just retry that once again. So just click this, and voila, I have my data right here. Even though this is not what I want for the font, but this is still close to what I want. And right here, all I have to just change is text of base. Change this to base, and at the end of the day, there was no error. It was basically our internet connection not fetching data on time. Save that, and you should see these fonts change back to what they are. And let me just change this to font or bold. Save that, and that should look like that. Why is our chart not working so far? And the best way to do that is to debug and see what might be causing the issue. So I think I have them commented out right here. So save that, go back, click on Bitcoin again, and it says canary property of undefined. That is on line 151. right here. All right. Let me save that. Go to Bitcoin again. It says value in undefined expected in number. And let me just check that again. That is coming from our charts, definitely. So let me just retry that and let's see what is happening with our app. Good. We have our chart being displayed right here. You can see all of the prices, and it is currently 66,000, which is around this. As you can see, the chart looks correct. If we check Ethereum as well, value expected in number. Let's just dismiss that. And let's just reload our app again. And let's just reload our app again. That shouldn't be throwing that error at all. So let me retry that again. As you can see, the chart works. And I'm just going to ignore this. And yes, this is what we definitely want. And at the top of my code, I can definitely add background for white to it, so that everything is displayed on a white background. Good. And moving on, let's check what we need to create next. And I do believe that is the markets, this section. And this shouldn't take long because we have our endpoint already. We're only going to set these two functions, and we're going to display this market screen. So without further delay, let's jump into creating that. So I'm just going to close this as well. All right, so in our market screen, let me just copy everything here, save this, then go into my market screen and this market right here. I can as well paste everything inside of this, and I'm just going to call this market screen, because this will look similar in several ways. And let me just save that. I should have what you have on your home screen in the market screen as well. Do I have that imported? So market navigation, I am here to set up the navigation for that. So in my home navigation, I can copy all of these as well. Go to my market navigation, put these and change this to market navigation. Market navigation. And inside of this, I'm not going to have this. I'm basically going to have markets. And I'm definitely going to import my market screen right here. And let me just remove two of this. I do not need this. Save that, and you should have the market right here. So first screen with the same nested whatnot. And I'm basically going to change. And what that means is basically I need to change this to this. So save that. That error should disappear right away. As you can see, this is my market screen, but I do not want most of these things right here. So I'm just going to minimize this, close this, market navigation, close this. Then inside of my market screen, I'm going to refactor the code. So right here, I do not want this header at all. So I'm basically going to remove the header. So right here, I still need this. So inside of my header, I'm just going to remove this header right here. And I'm going to replace it with something else. I'm going to have a view here. And the balance, definitely, I do not need it as well. So let me just remove the balance as well. So just above this, I'm going to have a class name here. And this class name is going to be width of full, flex of row, justified between items of center, padding X of 4, padding bottom of 4 as well. I'm going to also have another view inside of this. And this view is going to have class name of width of 3/4, flex of row, space of X of 2. Then inside of this, I'm also going to have another view. And I'm also going to have another text. And this is just going to have market. And the class name is going to be text of 3XL, font of bold. So save that. And we should have this right here. And this should look like something that we are looking to fix. So market right here. And just before we continue writing our code, let's set up some things also. And just above here, I want to be able to click this button, so it is going to show me the specific coins that gained and those that lost some value. And just above here, I want to have the function that will undo all of that. So first things first, I do not think I need all of this. Getting my profile, I do not need it. I'm not getting my profile at all. And inside of this again, I do not need this as well. So I can as well remove everything here. Let me remove everything here. Good. So inside of this, I'm going to say create a variable called top gainers, or create a stage rather, set top gainers, assign this to use state, and the use state is going to be an empty array. Just save that first. Then const top users, set top users as well, assign to use state of an empty array as well. And also const, I'm going to call this active. So whatever section is active, I want to have a specific font of bold for it. I'm going to call this use state. And this is going to just be a string of all. So moving on, I'm going to create my first set of const here. I'm going to call this all coins. This is going to hold all the coins. This is going to be a function. And this is going to look like this. So I'm basically going to just set the active to be. So basically I'm saying all these coins, I'm just going to set the active state to all by default. And if you check here, it is all here. Whenever you come into this screen, this all is going to be the default thing you're going to see in the active. So the font is going to be bold. Also, I'm going to say const calculate top gainers, and top gainers is going to be looking like this. So set active, this is going to be of gainers, and this is where I'm going to filter based on if the coin is greater than 0, or if the coin change rather. If the coin change is greater than 0, we know that, okay, that gained. If it is less than 0, we know that it has lost some percentage. And this is what we are going to use to filter a coin that gained and a coin that lost. So I'm just going to say gainers is going to be coins data dot coins. Then we're going to use the filter method right here. And this is going to look like this. Pass float is going to be coin dot change. And this is going to be greater than 0. And we're just going to pass in the parameter right here. So I'm going to just set top gainers, and this is going to be of gainers. And I believe I do not have gainers right here. Ouch, why did that happen? And this is not where I want to have that. I want to have this here. Good. So let me just go back to my market string. All right. So the same thing that we did for the gainers, we're going to do it for the losers as well. I'm just going to call these top losers, and this is going to be less than 0. And I have to set this to top loser. Save that, and that should be all regarding setting the top losers and top gainers. But let me change this to loser. And that should work as expected. Moving on, all I have to do is just create this button right here. When I click it, I want to show a specific view. When I click this, I want to show a specific view with the right appropriate data. So let me just minimize this and minimize this. And underneath of the header, just right here, I'm going to have a view here. And inside of this view, I'm going to call this class name padding x of 4, flex of row, justify of between, items of center, padding bottom of 4. I'm going to have 3 pressable states right here. These are pressable. And inside of these, I'm just going to have pressable. And inside of the pressable, I'm basically going to have the class name right here. And this class name, we are going to change the font of the text based on if we are on gainers or losers are active and so on. But first things first, the width is going to be 1. Let's just pass in our curly braces right here. So width of 1/4, justify of center, items of center, padding y of 1. And this is going to look like this. If active is true, or if it is equal to all, then I want to make the border bottom to be of 4, and the border blue will be of 500. Else, I just want to have an empty string right there. And before I leave here as well, let me pass in an press. So let me say press. So when I press it, I want to press the all coins. Good. So as you can see, this is what that looks like. But I still need to pass in my text. So I'm going to add this. Let me set this properly. And right, I'm going to say this is going to be of a class name. And this class name It's going to have a backticks like this. I'm going to say text of nudge. And here is where I'm going to get interesting with it. I'm going to say if active is true, or if active is equal to all, then my font should be font of extra bold, else just an empty string right there. And this is going to say, oh, you're going to see my text right here. So these are all the coins right here. I'm going to do the same thing for gainers and losers. So let me just minimize this. Let me bring this like this. So copy this. Can also say this is all. This is gainers. And this is losers. Let me just paste this right here. And the onFresh right here is going to be calculate top gainers. The text here, as you can guess, this is going to be gainers. And this is going to say gainers. Save that. And that should look like that. And also, what else do I need to do? I need to change this to gainers as well. And that should disappear. Good. And finally, this, I'm going to change this from all coins to calculate top losers. This all will change to losers. And what else? I'm going to change this to losers as well. Or I'm going to say loser and save that. As you can see right here, nothing is happening for now if I press it. And nothing is happening for now. Let me just do something interesting as well. And I should be seeing my border bottom of blue right here. I believe my calculate top gainers and top losers are not doing the job. And this is gainers. Okay, this is losers. All right. So let me check this again. Still not working as expected. Okay. This is where debugging comes or become interesting. Let me change this to small. And good. This is what I want exactly. Right. All I have to do is just switch this component and we are good to go. So let me just bring this and just collapse this right here. And inside of my scroll view, I'm going to open this up and say, just above this, I'm going to say, I want to have a comment of all here. And inside of this all, I'm going to say active is strictly equal to all. Then this is the component I want to show. I want to have a view here. And this view is going to have the following class name. The class name is going to be padding X of 4, items of center. And inside of this, I'm just going to carry all of this, pick it, put it inside of this, and I believe I'm good to go. Save that. As you can see, I have this right here. If I click on gainers, I'm not going to see anything. And as you can guess, you know what I'm going to do already. So I'm just going to pick this, copy this, put a comment here, put gainers, put this right here, and I'm going to say if this is gainers, then this is the data that it should show. But also, I want to conditionally render something here. So let me just remove everything here and say if active is strictly equal to all, Then I want to use coins data dot coins. Else, if active is, I can as well just remove this and say if active is gainers, then, and that is when you should use a specific array of data. So I'm going to say top gainers, and this is showing an error I do not like. And let me just use coins data dot coins. So save that. If gainers is true, we're going to show the top gainers array, which already contains all the coins with the positive gain. So click here, you can see all the positive gains right here. And let me just scroll up. As you can see, this has the loose, but if you go to gainers, the top contains all the gain coin. There is no red right here. The same thing I'm going to do for the losers as well. So just copy this. I'm going to say losers. Paste this right here. I'm going to say if this is loser, is this called loser by the way? Is this called loser? And I'm going to say losers. Let me check again. Is that going to be loser or losers with an S? I'm going to say this is going to be top loser. That is how that works. So if I go to loser, I'm going to see all the coins that are lost in the past few minutes. Gainers, those that gained in the past few minutes. Or it will show all the coins that gained and lost. Good. That is what I want for my market screen, and that is how that behaves right here. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are done with our market screen. That was fast and quick. And all I have to do is just remove any piece of code here that I will not be using. Let me just remove this super base. I don't need it right here. The callback, I do not need it as well. So save that, and my apps works like I want. So that is that about that. The next screen we'll be working on is going to be our search screen right here. So when we search for a coin, we want to see the full list of coins that is related to the coin that we searched for. So we search for Bitcoin, shows this coins that has Bitcoin and all. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, let's start with creating this, and we should be good to go. To start with the search screen right here, let me just go to my navigation. Let me go to market navigation, copy everything here, go to search navigation, put everything inside of this, and change this to search navigation. Search navigation. And let me change this to search screen, and I'm going to replace this with search screen right here. And yes, let me remove this. I won't be needing this. So save that. You should see my search screen changed right here. I did not need this as well. And save that. My market screen as well. Let me just close it. So in my search screen, just write here is where I'm going to have these components. So to begin with, I first need to set up my API for fetching the coin that was searched for. But to do that, I have to go to my utils crypto api.js, close this, and just underneath of this, I'm going to say export const, bring this up a little bit. I'm going to call this search coin, and this is going to be an asynchronous function with a search inside, and this is going to be an arrow function. I'm going to say endpoint. I can as well copy everything here to save time. So here's this, and this is going to be different a little bit. So my API based URL stays as it is, and just after this, I'm going to have a search here, and this search is going to have search suggestion, and this is not going to be here. The issue will not be there at all. I'll still have the reference, and this is how that will look like. So let me just scroll to the right, and inside of this, I don't want a time period of 24 hours. Just after this, I'm going to say, and I'm going to say the query is going to be search. So in my search navigation, I should close this as well. I should be working with my search screen instead. So instead of my search screen, so I'm just going to, I believe I have the coin interface right here. So just copy this and just paste this right here. I will be needing it pretty soon. And also I want my block hash as well. So copy this, put this right here as well. So two things I'll be creating here. I'll say const loading and set loading. Assign it to a use state, and this is going to be false by default. So let me import use states from React. Also, I want to create another variable to store our results that we get whenever we finish searching. Whenever the API finishes getting our results, we want to store it somewhere so we can assign it to wherever we want to use it. It's going to be an empty array. Save that. Moving on, I'm going to bring in a navigation prop as well. So just copy all of this. Copy this and put this right here. And the navigation prop, I'm going to import it from React Native Navigation. And this as well imported from React Navigation Native. And we should be good to go. Although this is going to be a home navigation type. And all I have to do is add to my types, my navigation. I'm going to create that right here. I'm going to say type home navigation type, and this is going to be assigned to something like this. I'm going to say home screen. It's going to be undefined, and also coin details is going to be undefined as well. Let me set up the search type as well. So I'm going to say search navigation type. Just scroll up and say search screen, and this is going to be undefined by default. So come here and that error should disappear. And this, I'm going to say I want to assign it to navigate home because I want to create two of these and I cannot use to navigate together. It's like creating two variables with the same name. That is not going to work. The first one, I will not have anything there. And the second one is where I'm going to have navigate all. So moving on, I want to create a function that will undo the search of my coin. So I'm going to say undo search. This is going to be an asynchronous function. And also, this is going to be assigned to search. And this is going to be with string. I'm expecting the user to type with string. I'm going to say if the string exists, or the search rather, if the search exists and the search dot length is greater than 3, then I want to set loading to true. Right, then after that, I want to try something. I want to catch the error as well. So what do I want to try? First, create a variable of results and assign our weight to it. And what do I want to do? I want to search coin using the function that we created earlier. I'm going to assign search to it like this. And right here, I want to pass in the error, save, and that error should disappear right away. And just after this, I'm going to have an if statement here. I'm going to say if results is true. If we get the results from the server, I'm just going to set results to what? The result. It is as simple as that. And whatever error I have, I'm just going to consider log the error, and I'm just going to set result to an empty array as well. And finally, I'm going to set loading to be false. And also, if there is any error, I should set this to false as well. So that is the first stage. And also, whenever the user types in a word, I just don't want to, just search immediately. I want to pause for some seconds, and that is what I did here. But to make this work effectively, I have to pass in another function. I'm going to say undo text the bounds, and I'm going to assign it to a use callback hook, just like I did earlier. And I'm going to wrap this inside of this. And I'm going to wrap in my debounds. I'm going to import that later. This is a function, and I'm going to have an empty array here, an empty dependency. And this debounds will take two things: the undo search that we have created right here, and it will wait for 4 seconds before it calls the API. And this debounds function is coming from Lodash. Let me import that. Import the bounds, and this is coming from Lodash. And I don't believe I have that installed yet. So let me just go to my terminal, Ctrl J, npm I Lodash, install that, and that error should disappear And why is it still showing me these squiggly lines? Okay, I believe I'm supposed to import it or install it as a dev dependency. So let me just install that anyway. All right, that is gone. So let me just bring this down. And yes, this is what I definitely want. And what I have to do is just attach this to my on change for the text so that whenever the user type in anything, so whenever the user types in anything here, I just basically call this function, but I only call this function after 4 seconds. That is what I want. Now let's start putting in our UI and start setting things up. First things first, let's change this to save area view. You're going to see how fast we're going to work now because you've set up the most important things. And this save area view is going to have the following class name: bg of white, flex of 1. Save that. And this should save in the save area right now. And first things first, I want to have my header right here. And my header will look like this. So inside of this, I want to have a class name. And this class name is going to be width of full, flex of row, justify of between items or center, padding x of 4, padding bottom of 4. And inside of this view as well, I want to have a number of view. And by the way, this is what I'm creating right now. This is what I'm creating right now, as you can see. So inside of this view as well, let's have a class name. And the class name is going to be width of 3/4, flex of row, space x of 2. I want to have another view here. And this is going to have a class name right here. And maybe not. Maybe I should just have my text here directly. And say this is going to be search. Save that. And have the class name there. And the class name is going to be text of 3XL, font of bold. Save that. And that is what I want. Moving on, my header is ready. And I'm just going to remove this. So the next section I want to add is the most important part of our search. And this is the text input field where we can type in whatever I want to search and gives us this result. So I'm just going to say search field. And right here, I'm going to say, all right, I do not want to comment there. I just want this. All right. I want a class name here, mx of 4, margin bottom of 3, flex of row, padding of 2, border of 2, justify of between item of center, background of white, that is a lot of class name, rounded of large, and shadow of small. Save that. And that is already shaping up. Let me just have all my necessary informations there. So what else? Okay, this and this. Cool. So I'm just going to say view. And inside of this view, I probably don't need a view anymore. Let me just see. I want to have text inputs. And this is coming from React Native. It's going to be a self-closing tag. And I'm going to say, first things first, I want to have a placeholder. And the placeholder is going to be search for your coins. Save that. and you can see how that is shaping up. And also I want to have a placeholder text color that is going to be gray, and let me just save that. My class name is definitely going to be padding left of 2, flex of 1, font of medium, text of black, which it is currently, and tracking of wider. So I want the spacing right there. As you can see, this is what I want. And finally, the most important part of this is to call this function right here. And the way to do that is whenever the text change, you are going to call this function and do text the bounce. So I think I make a mistake here. So whenever the user types in anything, after 4 seconds, it sends the request to the API. Imagine typing letter A, sending the request to the API, letter B, sending data to the API, and that just use up the little API calls that we have per month, and we do not want to exhaust that very quick. So this, I want to have a touchable opacity, which is coming from React Native as well. And I can as well use pressable for this as well, right? And in fact, I should use that. Let me just use that pressable. And right here is where I'm going to pass my icon. I'm going to say X mark icon. I believe I don't have that imported yet. I'm going to have the size to be of 25, and the color is going to be of black. So let me go up and import my X mark icon, and I'm just going to say import X mark icon, and this is coming from React Native, that's hero icons, but the outline model, and that is what that looks like. So on pressing this, I want to call my navigation. So basically what I want to do, I just want to navigate on, and which part is that? It's going to be OS. All right, you should see my X mark icon anytime now. And why is that not working? Did I import something wrong? Let me refresh my app once again. And okay, right, that is how that looks like. I do not need to refresh any longer. So this works fine. All I need to do is populate the result whenever I get back from the API. So I'm basically going to add a view here. And inside of this view, I'm definitely going to say if loading is true, if my data is loading from the API, I want to show something else. I want to show something else. So if the data is loading, I want to show an activity indicator. And that is going to look like this: activity indicator. And the size, it is going to be of large. And the color is going to be hash 164B48. That is what the activity indicator would look like. And I just want to have a class name here at the bottom of margin top of 4 to give it a margin top away from this. And inside of this is where I want to have my flat lists. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the last line of code we're going to write here. So flat list, like I said, is used for displaying data and also to lazy load it. So if you have 100 data, it will only show the necessary one that can fill the screen. If you want to show the remaining data, you scroll up, it's going to show you that. So the data, which is very important, is going to be coming from a result. And instead of a result, I'm going to say data dot coins. I'm adding these optionals because data might not be ready immediately. I do not want to crash our app. And inside this key extractor, I'm just going to say this is going to be item.uid. I believe I made a mistake. Item, and that's because I'm going to pass it here. And it's an arrow function, item.uid. And inside of this as well, I believe I'm going to import this. I have done that. All right, so let me just go ahead, render the item. I'm going to be rendering the specific item, and I'm going to have that component created any moment from now. Shows vertical store view. I want that to be false. So let me just go ahead. What is this saying? Render item. Let me just go ahead and create this render item. And just right here, I'm going to create my render item. I'm going to sequence render item. This is going to be, and I believe I have this created already. So this render item, let me just copy it. Let me just paste this right there and see what really changes. And let me just import this as well. And yes, that is because I'm here to bring in the navigate. Okay, I have to navigate here, but I have both of them here. In fact, let me just copy this and let me go back to my search field, navigate home. All right, let me just import all of this as well. This is going to be coming from Expo image. Numerals will be coming from numeral, and that is what I definitely want. This navigate is not going to be coming from home. I made a mistake right here. The type is going to be search navigation type, and that shouldn't throw any error. The error I should use anyway, but okay. Let me also add a key here. Now I'm going to say the key is item.uid to complete this section. And let me just check what I have for my string navigation. And okay, the mistake I made is this is supposed to be string navigation type. Do I have that created? All right. So this is what I want instead of that. Copy that, go to search, and put it right in. All right, look at that. The error disappears, and yeah, save that. And this is the moment of testing, and it says this doesn't exist. Let me see my results. Let me just put any of these works, and yes, that is what I want. So let's search for a coin. Let's say Bitcoin. As you can see, it is searching and it found our data, but something happened. Let me just console.log my results. Console.log the results. Save that, Command J, and the result is an empty object. Let me try that again. So let me head back to my crypto API and see what is wrong with my API fetching. And I believe the first error I'm seeing is this is supposed to have suggestions like this. And yes, this So after changing that, adding the S, let's go back to our search screen and try changing some things as well. In my under search, I want to change this to 2. Save that. And let's search for Bitcoin. All right, that is a good sign. Shows that our data is actually fetching. And all I need to do is just go to line 97 and pass in some optionals right here. So optionals, save that. Head back to my search and search for Bitcoin. Loads. Voila. This is my search result. Although I still need to add some padding to that, but that is not an issue. We can always add padding. So this is basically how your search would work. And just after this, I can just say, all right, I want to have a padding X of 4 here. Save that, and that is looking nice. So if you scroll up, you're going to see all the search results, all the coins related to Bitcoin, and let's just check our design if that is what we are replicating. Yeah, that is exactly what we are replicating right here. The price, the change. I might not need to add the change anyway, and I can just go to where I have my change. And this change, I might just remove that since the API is not giving us that. So yeah, so search again for Bitcoin. It loads and it gets our data back. My activity indicator, I should have it as green, but anyway, leave that for now. All right. This is where the main issue is coming from. Support for default props should be removed from function component. All right, no issues at all. Let me dismiss that, and you can see how that works. Currently today, Bitcoin is $67,000 at this moment, and this is the chart, and that is how that looks like. So our search is ready. We will be going to our news section and finally our profile section. So let's just check the design we'll be creating for our news section, and this is how our news looks like. It has the image on the left, it has this on the right, and it has a bookmark icon on the right. And yeah, let's start creating the news section. And before we even close this, we need our last API endpoint right here, and that is going to be the news API endpoint. So I'm not going to be closing that. Let me just head to my home screen so I can be able to track the final or second to the last screen that we're working on, which is the new screen. So right here, I'm just going to jump straight into creating my new screen. So let me change this to save area view. Let me just add this here, area. That is coming from React Native save area context. Right here, I'm going to have the following class name, space y of 2, background of white. On dark mode, I want to have PG neutral of 500. Flex is going to be of 1. Good. After this, I want to have my comments, which is going to be of header. And this header is going to have the following view. And this view is going to say class name, and this is going to be width of full, flex of row, justify of between, items of center, padding X of 4, padding button of 4. And let's see how that looks. Let's have a text right here. Text is going to have a class name, and this is going to say crypto news. Let me save that, and that should take effect any moment from now. My new screen. All right, and let me just go to my navigation. I believe because I'm here to, let me copy all of this like I did the other time. Go to my news navigation, replace this with this, and just right here, change this to news navigation. This also changes to news navigation. And right here, I'm going to change this to news. Yes. And the screen here will not be market screen, it will be news. Let me try that again. News screen. All right. And let me just remove this. Let me just minimize this as well. Control save this. And you should see my new screen shipping up already. All right. So in my new screen, I have my crypto news. And let me just remove this. And I can't see anything. Let me just add another view inside of this and place my text inside. And let's have a class name right here. Width of 3/4. Flex of row. Space x of 2. Save that. And I'm still not getting what I need to get for my new screen. What is happening? Oops, this is supposed to be living right here. Crypto news. This text is going to be 3XL. Font or bold. Save that. And that is looking like our design. So after this review, I'm going to have the main news section, which is right here, which is our news coming from the API endpoint. And just before we do that, let's go back to our API endpoint and create our final endpoint for today. And that will just basically be as simple as this, creating a const and saying fetch crypto news, and like before, it's going to be an asynchronous function. And this we are going to have like this. We're going to say return await news API. I'm yet to have that printed. So then let's go up. Just right here, copy this on, duplicate it. We're going to be needing this. And I'm going to change this to news API call. And I'm not going to pass in any params. And also URL endpoint. I can as well remove this params because I'm not using that. And yeah, this host is going to be host news. And this stays the same. And I believe that is all. So let me just close this. And the base URL as well. I need to pass in the base URL for the news. I'm just going to say const news URL. It's going to be assigned to https:// it's going to be crypto currency news rapid api.com/v1/coin dex. So that is what my base URL for the news looks like. Since that, and yeah, I'm yet to return anything right here. So this I'm going to say news API call. I guess we're going to pass in our news URL. Save that, and we should be good to go to call in our function. So before calling our function, I'm just going to head to my home screen as well, and I can as well copy this. So copy this because it's similar in nature. Paste this right here, bring this in from Tanstack What Query, and I'm going to be replacing this coin data with news data. And if coin is loading, I want to change this to is news loading. And the query key is going to be crypto news, just like this. And the fetch crypto news. And that is what that looks like. Our API should work out of the box like this. And main news. It's not like we have a subcategory of news, but anyway, we're going to first have a view here. Let me just remove this. So bring this down, and I'm going to say if news data is true, we need to first check if it exists before assigning this to our flat list, and also check if news data dot length is greater than 0. Then I'll be using a ternary operator here. So if our data exists or is greater than 0, just use a flat list from React Native. And it needs some important things. Data will be assigned to what? News data dot data shows vertical scroll view. This should be false. The key extractor is going to be an arrow function, just like we did earlier. And inside of here, we're going to pass item and the index as well. And inside of this, I'm going to say index dot to string, just like this. And finally, the render item. The render item is going to be render item, which we don't have created yet. And we're going to say, okay, if the data exists and is greater than 0, that is where we want to even show this at all. If it doesn't exist, like always, just show our activity indicator. And I'm just going to show activity indicator right here. And I'm going to say the size. The size is definitely going to be large. The color is going to be black. All right. So let's just bring in our render item at the top. So up here, I'm just going to say const render item. It's going to be an arrow function as well. This is supposed to be an arrow. And it's going to have two things, item and index. And why is this throwing an error? They are all unused, no problem. We are definitely going to use them. So let's pass a return statement right here. And inside of this, we are going to have a touchable, or I can as well use a pressable. And that is how that looks like. First things first, I want to have a class name, margin bottom of 4, margin x of 4, space y of 1. Key is going to be of index, and also on press. Whenever we press each of these news, we want it to take us to another main news. And yeah, so let me just minimize that. So on press, we take us to the main news section, and that's going to live inside under function. Let me just replace this to undo click. I'm here to create the undo click anyway. So up here, I'm using const undo click it is going to be assigned to an arrow function as well. I love arrow functions so much. Navigation, which I don't have created yet, dot navigate. Oops, it's going to throw an error. Let me bring in my navigation very quick. I'm just going to say const navigation. It is going to be assigned to use navigation right here. So navigation.navigate, and inside of this, I'm going to pass the news details screen to it. I'm just going to have the item. That is what I'm passing to the screen. But before this item works, I have to pass in which item exactly, because I'm already passing the handle click here, and I'm getting the item from here directly. And moving on, I'm going to have a view inside of this. And this view is going to have the following properties. I'm going to say class name is going to be flex of euro, justify of stats, width of 100%, and shadow will be of small. Save that. And inside of this, I'm going to have my image. And inside of this, I'm going to have our main image for the news. As you can see right here, we have the image right there. And this should disappear. I don't know why it's still showing. Anyways, so let me just minimize that. And in the image, we are going to have a view right here. And this view is going to have the following class name. Class name is going to be items of stats, justify of stats. The width is definitely going to be of 20%. And inside of this, I'm just going to pass in my image right here. I'm going to pass in my image right here. Inside of this, I'm going to say the source is going to look like this, two curly braces, but the URI, I want to first pass in a conditional that in item.thumbnail, and just under the source, I want to have the style. The width is going to be of HP of 9. Let me import my image from Expo image. So that error reduces. And HP, I don't have that yet. And let me just add the height as well. The height is also going to be HP of 10. And this is where I'm going to use my responsiveness. We'll say import height percentage to debut. I'm going to import it as HP so I can use it in my code. And basically, I'm renaming whatever I'm getting here as this so I can use this in my entire code. That is what I'm doing right here. So I'm going to say React native responsive string. Good. So this shouldn't throw any more error. So right here, I'm going to say there is size mode is going to be of cover. I believe that was deprecated. Okay, no issues. A class name, I'm going to say rounded or large. So save that. We should first see our image for the news. As you can see, these are all our news image. Next thing we have to do is bring in the title and the main news details. So let me just minimize this. Right here, I'm just going to say my content. I'm going to have a view right here, and this view is going to have a class name, and this is going to be width of what, 70%, and padding left to be 4, specify of center space y of 1. Okay, so I'm going to have my first comment right here. I'm going to have the author right here in case the news has an author. I'm going to have the text right here, and yeah, I'm just going to have item dot description. Item dot description. If the length is greater than 20, then I want to use the item dot description, but slice it between the 0 to 20 text, and also I want to add 3 dots to it. Then else, if it is not, just use item dot description. Right. So save that. You see our author's name if it exists. As you can see, description, it exists right there. And this is not even our author, this is our description. This is our description right here. So moving on, I'm going to style this. I'll say class name is going to be text of XS, font of bold, text of gray, and that's 900. And that is how that should look like. And just underneath of this, I want to have my main title here. It's also going to be text. And the text is going to look similar to this. Let me just copy this. Put this right here. And this is going to be title, not description. Title. This is going to be title. Thing is going to be title. So save that, as you can see. But this, I want it to be 1550. So it can really spread out. You can read more about the news before even selecting the news. And good. Let me just have my styling here. Styling will be text of neutral. That neutral will be 800. I want to capitalize it. The max weight, I want to set it to my own custom max weight of 90%. And yeah, we are good to go. Save that. And that should look like that. All right. So the final thing, I want to have my date right here. So my text here, I'm basically going to say item dot created at. So class name, text of XS, text of gray of 700. Save that. And you should have the date that was published, as you can see, Friday, 17th of May 2024. And yes, let me see if okay, I already have that. I need to format this date to look more presentable, but anyway, let me just have that for now. And finally, I will need to have my bookmark on the right. So let me just add the bookmark right there. And in this bookmark, I'm basically going to have a bookmark square icon coming from React Native Hero icons. And this is going to say the color is definitely going to be of gray. So as you can see, that is what that looks like. And yes, folks, we are good to go, although I need to put this inside of its own view so it balances very well. Put it right here and have a class name here that says width is going to just be 10%. justify with it or center. Save that. And oops, I did the wrong thing. And I'm supposed to have this wrapped up together. Yeah, not the other way. So cut this, put this here. Let's see, save. I want to have a view here. So save that. Right. This looks just like what we have right here. So as you can see. All right. This is done and our news screen is ready. So we just scroll up. You can see as many news from the API endpoint related to cryptocurrency. And yeah, the next thing we're going to work on is whenever we click on each of these news, we want to take them to the news details screen. And if I just click this, it says the action navigate with payload, news details. Is this screen existing? All right, it doesn't. So let's just set that up and we should be good to go. So the next thing to set up is our news details screen. That is, whenever we click on each of these individual news or individual articles, we want to take the user to the full screen or the full details about the news. We want them to read everything about the news whenever they click each of these news. So if we click on each news like this, we're having a navigation issue right here. All right. It says the action navigate with payload. Params, are you sure we have these created? So these news details, I don't think we have it created yet. So if we head into our tab navigation, so let's just head to our navigation, tab navigation, then news navigation. All right, we are here to bring in our details, news details screen. So let's just copy that, put that right here, and just change this to news detail. And let's just bring in our news details screen, news details screen. All right, save that. And if we do that again, you're going to see news details screen right here. So let's just close this first. And let's just go and open our news details screen. I believe that is inside of Stack. Start news details screen. All right, so inside of this, first things first, I want to make this a safe area view. Let me just remove that. Add safe area view to this because I want this to be underneath of our status bar. Save that, and that is what that looks like. And I'm going to add the following class name. I'm going to say class name flex of 1 BG of white. We're going to see the color change right away. And after this, I want to have a view. And this view, we have the following class name. The weight is full. Flex is going to be of row. Justify is going to be of between. Items is going to be of center. Padded X is going to be of 4. BG is going to be of white. And after this, I want to have another view as well. Oops, this is not what I want. And inside of this, I'm going to have a class name. This is going to be BG gray of 100, padding of 2, rounded of full, items of center, and justify or center right here. All right, next thing I want to do is add a touchable opacity so as to navigate back to the previous screen. And I can also use pressable right here. In fact, I'm going to use pressable. And let me just bring in my icon so you can see what I'm working on. I want to bring in an icon.
and it's going to be called chevron left icon, and that is outlined, I believe. It's going to take in some required parameter. The size is going to be 25, and the stroke width is going to be of 3, and the color will be of gray. Save that. You should see my back icon right there. So let me just bring in my navigation before I assign it. So I'm basically going to create a variable. I'm going to say navigation. It will be assigned to use navigation, and we're bringing that in from React Navigation Native, and just assign that like that. And you can already guess what you're going to have here. It's going to be an onPress, and this onPress is going to be an arrow function, and it's basically going to say navigation dot go back. So whenever we click on this, it will take us back to the previous screen. So let's do that. Right. So click this again. Click this. It's going to take us back to the previous screen. So moving on, after this view, I want to have another view right here. I just want to have a nice bookmark icon right here. Doing nothing basically, but I just want to assign that right there. So I'm just going to say space x of 3 rounded or full, rounded full, items of center, justify, of center, flex, or row. Then inside of this, I'm also going to have something related to my touchable opacity, but I shouldn't add any to that. But let me just use. So after this, I'm just going to have a share icon that'll be coming from React Native Hero icons. And let me just copy these. Let me copy all of these. Copy. Put it right here. The size will be 25, color of gray, stroke width of 2. Save that. And that should show any minute. And now, if it doesn't, let me just add another view right here. And let me just cut this. Let me put this right here. What is it? The following class name is going to live here. BG or 300, padding of 2, rounded of full. We should see that's right away. If we don't, then something is wrong. Let me just go back, click this again, and I cannot see that. So let me just go ahead and copy and paste this again, and let me see why that is not showing. So I'm going to change this to bookmark square icon, and that is coming from React Native mirror icon. Save that, and I still do not get anything. All right, then I need to debug. Something is not working as expected. Let me just remove this text since we are not using that. And as you can see, my screen is not responding after changing or removing the text. So it's not removing, even though I've removed that. So let me just reload my app. I have a large list that is free to update. All right, let me just reload my app. Head back to my news, and clicking on this, I should see my 2 icons right away. So the next thing you have to do is take whatever URL we are getting from each of these news, pass it into a web view, and show the news. That is all we need to do. So let's get started with that. So inside of this, I'm going to say const. I'm going to open a curly braces like this. I'm going to assign it to use route. This is coming from React Navigation Native, and I'm just going to add that because it is a method. And inside of this, I'm going to say params. What do I want to get from params? My item. Because in my new screen right here, whenever we click on each news, we are passing the item, as you can see right here. So whenever we undo, as you can see, undo click here, we are passing the item, each individual item of the news, taking it to the next string. And right here, we have to catch it as expected. So after this, I'm going to also create a variable. I'm going to call it visible, or state rather. I'm going to set invisible assigned to use states coming from React, as you can see right here. And this is going to be false by default. So this is basically going to help us display our loading icon right here. After my save area, after this view, this is where I want to have my web view. So I want to say web view. And let me just import that right away. So I'm just going to say import. And from where exactly? Let me try this. So web view. This is coming from React Native web view. Exactly. That is where the web view is coming from. So inside of my web view, I have to pass the URL of the specific news. So it takes in an important property, which is source, which is basically going to be two curly braces right here. The URI is going to be item.url. And let's just leave that as it is. This is basically showing URL doesn't exist and type of object, no issues at all. You can always move on. So on load, whenever the news is loading or it starts loading, I want to set our visible state to true. So we can use that state to display a loading indicator. So this is going to be an arrow function. And this is going to say set visible. And I'm going to set it to true. And why is this screaming at me? I need to assign this to this. So once it's finished loading, I also want to set this to false. So copy this and set this to false like this. And finally, we want to display our activity indicator. So just underneath of this, I'm basically going to say if visible is true, then you can guess already what we're going to display. We want to display our activity indicator, and it takes in the following property. Size is going to be of large, and all right, I believe I need to add this to my code, and this is not what I want. Absolutely, I just want my open bracket right here. If I'm using the curly braces, then I'll need to return. So whenever I use a curly braces like this, then I'll have to return something. But since I'm not doing that, this just automatically return activity indicator. And the color is going to be of green, just like the color of our app. And the style, it is going to have a position of absolute. The top is going to have an height divided by 2. That is the height of the screen. And I'm just going to bring this up here. So I'm going to say create a variable. And this is going to be assigned to dimensions coming from React Native .get window. And what I want to get from the dimension, I basically want to get the height and the width of each respective user's screen. So right here, what is it showing here? Expected a comma, right? And my left is going to be width of 2. Expected a comma as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is our screen. So let me just go back. Let me click on, let's say, the second news. As you can see right here, our news is loading. Then pretty soon, it is going to show us the full information about the news. Right. So this is what our news exactly, because in the news API, they didn't give us the full information about the news. So we're basically just going to a news website. So to start with this, I want to first bring in the method which handles getting of my user's profile, picture, and information. And that is, I believe we've used that here, handle get profile. So copy this. I'm basically just going to put these right here. So the method again, it basically just gets the logged in users information. And also remember that we call this as well. So just copy this as well. And don't worry about these red lines for now. We're going to create those variables one after the other. So let me just bring in loading as well. So loading, copy this. And just underneath of this, I'm going to paste this. And I'm going to import use state get profile. Let me just bring that in as well. I believe that is coming from Superbase alt right here. Copy this, put this right here, then import use Superbase alt from @books. That is what that looks like. So these two as well, I have to bring them in. So copy these, bring this in as well, and let's just import this. The session as well, we need to bring it in. So let me just copy this as well. Go to the top of my screen, paste this. I'm just going to bring this in as well. Then use callback. I'm basically going to bring it from React as well. All right, we are good to go. And all we need to do is just put our avatar and display our image. Let me just save that and see we don't have any issues at all. So, all right, first things first, inside of this view, I want to make it the flex of 1, PG of white. And just underneath of this, I want to also have another view right here. And this view is going to say class name. I might not even have this view here, but let me just put it like this. I'll always come back to it. I have avatar right here, which is our user's profile picture right here. So minimize that, and I'm basically going to have a view right here. And this view is going to say class name is going to be border, justify of center, items of center, padding y of 40, padding bottom of 20, and also the background. I'm going to have a custom color right here. Basically going to say hash 2AB07C. That is what I want. To save that, I should be seeing what that looks like now. And I do not think I need this border at all. Let me just remove that. And after this, I want to also have another view. And this view is basically going to say class name is going to be overflow or hidden, border of 2, border of white, rounded of 3XL. And right here, I'm going to see avatar, which is coming from my avatar component. And all I have to do is say the size is going to be of what? Of 100. Then the URL, which is very important, is the avatar URL. Save that, and you should see our URL show here any moment from now. Moving on, let me just show my user's name right here. So after this view, I want to have another view right here. Let me just scroll up. And inside of this, I want to have a text. And this text is basically going to say full name. I believe I do not have full name yet. Let me just put username. Save that. I see my users then right there. So let me just say class name is going to be justify. Do I need justify right here? Let me just add a width of the padding wire 3. Then the text, the class name, I can see the class name is text of large, font of bold, text of white. Save that. You can see what that looks like. Then I need to bring in my items or center. As you can see right here, this is the logged in user's username. Moving on, I have to bring in all of these sections as well. So just underneath of this, I want to add another view. And inside of this view, we're going to say class name is going to be BG of white, padding X of 4, padding Y of 6, and minus marking top so that it goes over this. We're going to call it 11. Then inside of this as well, I want to have style. And inside of the style, I'm going to say border, top right, or top left radius. Let's first work with that. It's going to be 30. And the same thing with this. Let me just copy, paste this. This is going to be right. Save that. You should see what we are doing right there. After this, inside of this view, I want to have a text. And this text is basically going to say account over. And it is going to have the following class name: text of large, font of bold, padding bottom of 2. Save that, and that looks like that. So let me just remove these texts, and we can forge ahead. So first things first, let me just create the logout view. This view, we're going to say it has the class name is going to be padding of 2 and padding Y of 3. The background is going to be gray of 100. The rounded is going to be of XL. Border is going to be of 2. The border is going to be of gray 300. And margin Y is going to be of 3. So after this, I want to have a pressable from React Native. And I want to have the following class name of the pressable. I want to have a flex of row, justify of between, items or center. Just after this, I want to say whenever I click on this, I want to call a function that signs the user out and basically take us to the splash screen, then also the welcome screen. From there, you can click on login or logout. And basically what I'm going to do is just come over here and say it is going to be an async function. So wait for this to call the function. We'll say undo sign out. And basically what I'm going to do is await sign out. And this is what I want, sign out basically. And this is going to be coming, this is going to be signed out as well. So all I have to do is just assign this to this, and I'm basically going to say on press, it's going to be an arrow function. And after this, I'm just going to say undo sign out. And that is what that looks like. And I have to bring in the remaining information, which is basically this icon and this text as well, to be able to press that. So let me just minimize this. And inside of this, I'm just going to call it view. Inside of this view, I'm going to say the class name is going to be flex of row, justify of center, items of center, space x of 2. Then inside of the first view, I'm going to have my icon. My icon is going to be material icons. And the name of the icon is going to be logout, as simple as that. The size is going to be of 24. The color is going to be of white. You see my icon right there, but I want to have a background inside of that. The class name is going to be the same background as this, so let me just copy this, put this right here, padding of 1, rounded of large. Save that, and that should come right up. Next thing I want to have is a text here. So the text is basically going to say class name is going to be text of large, text of gray, 600, font of semi-bold. Then my text, we have the following text, log out. And finally, I just want to have another icon on the right of things. So after the text, I want to have an icon right here as well. I'm going to call this arrow forward iOS, and this is going to be black, and the size is going to just be of 20. And that is what I want, but I need to wrap all of this outside of this, so it goes to the right side of things. So clicking this will log out our user and take us to the splash screen. And you can see this doesn't look like what we really have. As you can see right here, I need to add a padding of X right there. And where should I add that? And I believe, and let me just see if I can add a padding X of, yeah, that is what I want. Then let me just create the remaining section, edit my profile and log out. So as you can guess, we're just going to copy and paste this. So right here in this view, let me just copy this. Let me just copy this. Put this right here and say edit my profile. Save that. You can see what that looks like. But this is not what this will do. And the icon here as well is not going to be logged out. It's going to be person. There's 4. Right, that is exactly what I want. And also paste that as well. And let's just give it a nice comment right there and say this is going to be change password. Save that. This is also going to be edit my profile. Save that. Minimize this. Add logout to this. And let me just change this to change password. we're not going to be doing anything related to change password. But if we handle the edit my profile and change the user's username and some other informations, you are going to see how pretty easy it is to change the password. So right here, I want to have a specific icon to password is the icon. And yeah, that is, I'm just going to remove this here. And also, I'm going to bring in my navigation. So I'm basically going to say const navigation. This is coming for use navigation. And that is not what I want. This is what I want. And I believe it's going to look like this. Can't find name. So let me just import that from React Native navigation. And whenever I click on edit my profile, this is not what I want to do. The onPress is going to be navigation dot navigate, and this is going to go to edit profile screen. I believe that is what I have created. Let me go back to my tab navigation inside of profile, and this is edit profile S. So let me just change this to edit profile S. Click on this, and this is supposed to take us to, all right, I believe we did save first before we click that. And as you can see, this is what the logout does basically. So let me just log in back. Let me just have my login details right here. 1 2 3 4 5 6. Login, and this will take us to our home. And if I go to my profile, let me just go to my profile right here and click on edit my profile. It's supposed to take me to my profile screen. Exactly. This is what that should do. That is already set up properly. So my logout, it just all my logout did right now. So let me just go back. If I click on logout, basically just clears the user's information from the store that we set up earlier, which is to stand. We set it to null, and like we set it in our app navigation, if the session is null, this is the screen that's presented to the user so they can log in actually. So let me log in again. So john@gmail.com 1 2 3 4 5 6 is my password. Log in. It loads, and it takes me to my home screen. And voila, that is what we want to set up. Now that this screen is complete, the profile screen is complete, let us now work on the edit my profile screen, which is basically going to show the current information we have, the text field, and the ability to save or update the information that we saved. And that should be all for it. And let me just open that up right away. So in my edit profile screen, let me just drag and drop this here. Good. So first things first, let me bring in some of our methods right here. So I'm just going to bring this in, copy this, and I just want to display that right here. It's a lot of squiggly lines, but you can always just copy one of these again. Put this right here. And let me bring in some of this and do this as well. And navigation as well. Bring these as well. Let me bring this to the callback as well. Bring it. And yes, my undo get profile is set up. All I have to do is just display those users' information right there. And before we move ahead, I also want to create another function to update our users' information. But before I do that, let me first set up our UI. So I'm just going to let me just play this. I'm going to have a save area view, which is coming from React Native context. I'm going to have a class name for that. That will be BG of white, flex of 1, save that, and that should work out of the box. I want to have another view here, and this view is going to have basically nothing. And the next view inside, we have the following. I want to have a class name, flex of row, items of center, justify of between, padding x of 4. And I basically want to have my go back button right here. And I believe I've done something similar to that. Okay, I do not have that. And I think I did in my news details screen. I can as well just go to copy. It is new screen. Let me go to my stats, my new details screen. And I believe this is it. So let me just copy this. I did not need to spend time creating all of this again. So just close this, edit profile. Inside of this, just paste this right here. Let me bring in the pressable from React Native chevron, left icon, bring this in as well. The share icon, bring it in. And I believe I do not need all of this. Really, I do not need this at all. So save that. You see my back icon right here. And also, I believe I do not even need some of these at all. Let me just remove this. And the only thing I need here, let me just save this and see how it looks for now. And I believe I just removed an important part of my code. This is this. And yeah, I believe I do not need this. All right, this is how that looks. So if I go back to take me back to this profile screen, click it again. And that is basically what I want. And I can as well reduce or increase the height to make that look that way. So after this, let me just bring this right here as well. Just above this, I want to cut all of this inside of this. The class name is going to be width of 1/3. And the next one is also going to have a class name of width of 1/3. And inside of this, I just want to have the fancy text of saying edit profile. Save that. And there is 1 or 2 issues with my code right there. You know what? I'm just going to copy all of this or cut it. Put it inside of here. Cut one of the view as well. Put this inside of here. And okay, I need to remove this. Whoops. I need to just remove this. I just want this out of here. So save that. And it seems we still need to do 1 or 2 adjustments. I believe I should remove this as well. Remove one view as well. And we're almost there. We are almost there. And I think I don't even need this. Save that. I believe I do not need that. And all I have to do is just say order of 2, order neutral of 500, rounded of full, height of 10, width of 10. Good. I believe that is what I need right there. So this profile is almost looking good. And I can as well add a padding text of 4 right there that I removed earlier. So just save that. and that should look like that. After this, I just basically want a view like this, but a view with empty, and that is what I want. So the class name right here will be text of XL, font of bold. Save that, and that is what I want. Moving on, let me minimize all of this. So come here, I want to show my avatar. So I'm going to say view here, and the profile, I believe I already showed my avatar right here. So just copy this, put this right here, and just import the avatar. Save that, and that is definitely not what I want. I do not want a background here at all, and the padding wise is going to just be 2. All right, moving on. In this view, I want to have a border of 2. All right, I believe I already have that as well. Border of 2. The border is going to have a specific color hash 2A07C. Save that. You see my background or border right there. Rounded 3XL overflow of 18. Good. That is exactly what I want. But before I move on, please note that I will still need to add some properties here because I want to basically be able to upload new images. So if I click on show upload, and I'm going to say I want it to be true, it is going to show my upload icon, as you can see, and these I can basically click and upload new images. So after that, I will bring in my onUpload function to be able to upload these to the server. But before I do that, let me just set it up. Let me just say on upload, and this is going to be an arrow function like this. And inside of this, I want to see basically the URL is going to be of string, and inside of this, I just want to set avatar URL to be of what? URL. So save that, and I have not set up what I need to do in my avatar to be able to pick the image from the user's device. I'm still yet to do that, and don't worry, I'm going to set that up very soon. So moving on, I want to just show my email as the first thing right here. So right here, let me just minimize this. Let me call this, should look like this. Let me call this avatar. Save that, and underneath of this, I want to have the next view. And in the next view, it will have the following properties. I'm going to have a class name px of 4. And underneath of this, I want to have a view. And the view is going to have basically an input. And this is going to be coming from React Native elements. So let me just go up and say import input, and input is going to be coming from React Native elements. I'm basically going to say the label is going to be an email. The value will be assigned to, I'm going to say session.user.email. So the logged in user email, and I also want to disable it so that they are not able to input any information right here. So you should see that showing any moment from now. Let me just remove this, and let's see if our app hasn't crashed. So let me just go back, edit my profile, and it seems our app has crashed again. All right, that is not an issue at all. My avatar as well, I believe. Okay, we are back. It has not crashed. So let me just remove this as well. I do not need to show this at all. And right, this is what that looks like. So this is our email. We should not allow the user to be able to change it. And to be able to change their email, they should basically create another account. And right. So the next thing I want to be able to allow the user to change is their username. And basically what I'm going to do is just copy this as well. Put this right here. Call this username. Save that. And inside of this, I'm basically going to say class name into space x1. But this will not be the user's email, and this is not how this will look like. Let me just change this to username. Because we want to be able to change the information right here, we're going to use a different properties right here, and it is never going to be value like this. Although we're still going to use the value, so let me just leave the value right there. And this is going to be called username. If the username is true, use the username, else just set it to empty. And the final properties I want to add here is called onChange text. As you can see, it has already suggested. And that is going to be set username to be of text. So whatever text the user passes in, we want to assign it to our username that we have set up right here. So as you can see, my username is stable. If I change this, it will basically assign it to here, and it is what is here I'll be sending to database whenever I click on a button right here. Next thing is to set up my full name. So let me just copy all of this, put this right here, and I'm going to call this full name, and this is going to be full name as well. And this is going to be set full name, but I don't have it created yet. So let me just copy, or basically just create it again. Const full name and set full name. Assign this to use state, and this is going to be an empty string. And the way we are setting this as well, let's just go to our undo right here, and basically we're just going to say set full name. It's going to be data dot, and that will be data dot underscore full name. And do we need to also set anything? No, not really. So let's just come over here and set the user full name right there, and this is going to need our full name. To save that, you see the user's full name right here. Once the user data loads, as you can see, that is the user full name. And yes, we should be good to go. And the final thing we have to do is just have a button here so we can save that information to the server. So basically what I'm going to do is create a button right here coming from React Native element. And I'm basically going to say the title for this is going to be basically, if our data is still loading, that is, the server is still processing our image and all, I want to show an activity indicator first, else I just want to show the save or update button. So let me just bring in my activity indicator right there, and the color is going to be of white. Save that, and you see my button right here loading. If the user information is so like it's ready on the screen to show the update button and the action for this button. And also I believe I imported the wrong button, and this is not going to be from React Native element at all. This is going to be coming from my component, because I can see that it is showing a blue button right here. This is coming from our component. To save that, we'll see a green nice button right there. All right. So the only action or thing we need to add is an action right here. This is basically going to call the function that pushes all of this information to the Firebase server. It's going to be an arrow function. This is going to be called undo update. We have not created that yet, so permit me to first bring it in like this. And up here is where we're going to bring in operate, the function that saves our information to Firebase. So first things first, I'm going to say async. It's going to be an async function, a synchronous function, and this is going to call undo update profile. This is a function. It must look like this. So inside of this, what do I want to do basically? I want to say set loading to first be of true. So whenever we click on this, we want the loading to be true. Whenever the loading is true, it is going to show this loading icon so that we are not able to click the update multiple times. All right, I want to try something. Let me see if it looks like this at all. I believe it does. So let me just copy everything here. So let me just bring that right here. All right. So I want to basically say, I only want to get the error. And this is update. This is update user profile, and I believe I do not have that created in my books just yet. So after doing that, I need to import this, and I need to bring that in from use Superbase hot, and the sign out, I'm not using it here at all. I'm basically going to say update user profile, right? That is what I want to bring in. And expected 4 arguments, but got 0. All right. So inside of this, I want to pass in what I want to send to the server. So basically my username and also my full name and the avatar URL as well, avatar URL. And remains 1 argument, and I'm just going to ignore the arguments. Let me go back to my hook. So inside of my hook, I'm not sending all the information. Let me just remove the website. Let me remove the website as well. And let me just save that. So back here, the error should disappear. If error is true, if you are getting an error, let me just remove this. If error is true, it's going to throw an error saying data does not exist at all whenever I click this button. So best to first handle all of that. So if error is true, set loading. First things first, set it to false, and also alert, and this is going to be profile update field, and basically I can change all of this to having a backticks like this. I'm basically going to say, then I need to add the $sign as well to show the error that I want to display. So if the profile failed, show this error. Let's just bring this in from React Native. So whatever error we get while uploading our information to the server, it is going to basically throw this error. And else, if there is no error, basically just show the same thing again, but with a different message. Copy this, paste this right here, and say profile updated successfully. And let me just change this to success. And what I have to do is basically I can navigate back to the profile, but I don't need to do that. Let me just save that. And yeah, that is all I need to do here. So fingers crossed this works. So let me just minimize this. And the only thing I need to do is just be able to pick the user's image. But with this alone, we should be able to update our information. So I just want to call this Justin like that. And I want to change this to Justin. And just say Justin bar. So click on update. It is going to load, and say profile updated successfully null. And we should not display that null at all. So where is undo update? So I should not show this. So the error is not, that's why it is showing false null. To save that, again, click on Justin UG, save that. It is going to load profile updated successfully. And if you go back to our home, you are going to see a different name right here whenever you come back into as you can see, even it's upload automatically. As you can see, I just see UG, and you have that right here. The only thing we need to change is our profile picture. And let me just select this. So click here, it seems something's happening. So the profile picture is the only thing we need to undo. And the next we have to do is set up handling or upload of the avatar. And it is a pretty long function provided by Superbase. I don't or shouldn't be bothering myself about typing it one after the other again. So inside of my avatar, let me just right click and go to definition. And the upload avatar is where we are going to paste the code that I'm going to attach in the description right below. So all you have to do is just paste it, and you'll be able to select your image on your specific device, and you are good to go. So right here, I'm just going to paste this long method provided by Superbase for us. Upload avatar, set loading to true, image picker, and all. As you can see, this is a pretty long one. And we have our image picker set up right here as well, so no issues with picking the image on our device. Alright, so let me just minimize this and assign it to a respective field we need to assign it. And I'm just going to go to my show upload right here in the pressable right here. I'm basically going to say press right is going to be upload avatar, which is a function that we just imported right now. So save that. And whenever you click on this, you should be able to pick an image on your device. So let me just close this. Let me close this as well. So if I just select this, so I can as well pick this image right here, but I do not want to pick that because it seems our image is pretty large. So let me just scroll down and pick this picture of Billie Eilish and choose this image right here. So just select that, and you can see our image right there. All I have to do is just click on upload. Let me just change this to Billie Eilish. Let me just say the E, and let me just change the name to Billie Eilish as well. Billie Eilish. So just update that. It's going to have this. I can see profile updated successfully, and if you go back, you're going to see that right here, Billie Eilish. And also you're going to see Billie Eilish here as well. So ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of our FinTech Crypto app. As a beginner, as an intermediate, as a pro, I hope you've learned a lot. And please, without further delay, go click that thumbs up button, share with your friends, comment,